Yes.
Not exciting, guys. That is exciting. So I'll introduce them later. We want to remind everyone we are live stream as we go with all of our meetings. So a packed day today, and we're going to get started with someone to motivate us in first, 3-1. And I was introducing this amazing individual, and I was told she is the first poet laureate, and I was like, what's a poet laureate? I don't even know what that is. Jokingly, but when I met Glennis Redmond, and I tell you, she motivates me, very inspiring young lady. And I'm trying to get her to become Apex first. Yeah, we're working on that. But anyway, she has a tremendous background, a lot of accomplishments. I won't go through those. Maybe she can share those later. But I was like, go ahead and get her up and let's get started. So welcome, Glennis Redmond.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm so glad to be here. I am the first poet laureate of Greenville, South Carolina, and that is the first thing people say. What is a poet laureate? And all that means is that I take poetry to the masses, no matter where I am. And I've been doing this for about 30 years now. And so when I became poet laureate, what that meant to my mother is that I had a job and some insurance. So she was very happy about that. The other part is that I'm from Greenville, South Carolina, and you're like, well, what are you doing here in North Carolina? But I do want to tell you that I consider myself bi-Carolinian. I was born in South Carolina, but raised our family in Asheville, North Carolina for 7 years. Yes. So to start off, I just want to thank Alan Coleman and the mayor for the invitation, and to just speak to the town council. I'm just so happy to do that. I want to give a special shout out to Linda Jones and to Celeste Scherer. You might ask, what is kind of early for anything? And it is especially early for poetry. But I will tell you this, I want to make the case for poetry as a form of storytelling. Poetry as a form of civic duty. So do you guys have something to write with? I didn't ask. I didn't know. Do you have something to write with, little notes? Okay, so I'm not going to do a full-blown poetry workshop, but I do want to ask you a question before I get into my presentation. So the way I look at it with storytelling, we have individual stories, right? We have familial stories, the families that we all grew up with, and then we have our collective stories. So I want you individually, just write down 3 things about yourself, your gifts, like from the time you were born to now. What are 3 things about you that make you who you are, remarkable? Okay, what are your gifts? Like for me, I had the gift of gab. I got that from my dad. I could run. And I love books. And I might put down dancing also. So I'll just give you a minute to do that. Get those 3 things down. I want you to write 3 other things. Who are the people who got you to where you are today? Number 1, tell me what you do today. And then who are some of the people who got you where you are? For instance, before I was a poet, I was a counselor. I was also a captain in the Army. Most people don't know that about me. And then eventually a poet and a community engager. I call myself an imagination activist. So give me, and then also tell me, and so I would say my mother, my father, and then Mr. Candler, who saw me sitting on the front row of biology class one day and said a Black girl sat there last semester. She was a straight A student. I believe you will be too. So who are some of the people who got you to where you are today? To do that. And before I speak to you, we're just gonna share out just a little bit. I want you to give me one from each list, okay? One about who you were before, what you do, what led you to now, and a person that you want to give a shout out to. And for some reason, I want to start with Sean. Sean,
I don't know how much of a part I am.
I just want you to go around and go around in the group. Yes,
You want one,
one of each.
one of each. So that value, you will,
Yes.
the person
And where you are now.
and, so my faith, my grandparents, and kind of tying that all back together in terms of where I am now. There was always a sense of service above self.
Beautiful. Thank you. And with that,
So going in reverse order.
Okay.
So who got me here? Like my mother's birthday yesterday, so I'll go with my mother.
beautiful.
She's no longer here, but
But happy birthday.
anyways, but you know, my parents both, like, you know, they were always like very on my case. Like, you know, I wouldn't say inspiring, they were demanding. But I didn't know.
I agree.
And, you know, the value or the thing that they saw in me was my ability to achieve great things, you know, beyond what they had achieved for themselves. So I think that's kind of how I got here. That, you know, ultimately decided that I wanted to go from just being a techie to giving back to the community.
I like that. Decade and giving back to you. And Sean, I think we haven't come. Don't you have twins as well? All right, I have me twins, so I don't say that on you. I just want to say that demanding is one of the words we could use, but they're also wonderful.
Yeah, so I'll do the first one first because it affected the first one. I would say my dad, I think a lot of folks would say I act and behave like him a lot and have similar interests. I guess it's because he instilled those when I was growing up. The two things I think are my main traits, kind of a big science nerd and a lover of the outdoors. A lot of that was going in on the Blue Ridge Parkway. I'm from Asheville as well. We go on the Blue Ridge Parkway every Tuesday after school. We go to the Blue Parkway with my dad, and it was a blast. I missed the third one. I was writing down the other ones. What was the third one?
And today, to who you are today. Yeah.
Playing today. I guess mainly with all this kind of stuff, I'm thinking a lot about like kind of long-lasting positive benefits to the community.
And beautiful. And we have a associate in common, Holly Jones, who I saw this week.
Oh, the
Yes.
county commissioner.
Yes,
My dad was the county commissioner.
yes,
Actually.
that's right. I
Okay.
knew Holly through your dad.
Oh, you knew who my dad was, I guess?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
cool.
Yes.
But so I'll talk about the two people. And I can't say my dad and not say my mom. They may be watching, so.
Exactly. Smart. Smart.
They both gave me an example of like how to stick with things and never give up. I would like to say I'm a very tenacious individual. And my dad, he started out as a working the store, like, and you know, just limited education, and was able to continue to pursue what he wanted, and became the superintendent of the water department here, which was impressive to me.
Yes.
So we came.
Amazing.
And I was able to support 7 family when it comes, so that just always motivated me. So,
That's been like a guiding force.
absolutely, and he loved to serve people, which is what I love.
Let's see, I will go with well, who I am now. I'd say that I am a social engineer. And that's based in large part to one of the big influences in my life. Because my parents may be watching, everybody's like, but do not take the comments in the wrong way.
Yes.
My one of the high school teachers that I remember, Roderick Lucero, who was my civics instructor back in 10th grade. And he was really instrumental to me because he was the first person who actually, outside of my parents, who actually said, oh, wait, you can do anything you want to do. You can go to college. Especially when I had a guidance counselor who basically said, I don't know if college is your thing.
I hear the same story. Okay, we'll talk later.
We'll talk later. And in terms of the traits that I think I have, the ability to laugh at myself and laugh with others, the ability to relate to others, and the ability to make reason analysis in a very quick way.
Thank you, Lynn.
All right, I start, in terms of what I am today, I wrote down, be a programmer, profession, father, heard about that, and, traits. I consider myself a relatively chill person. I don't know if everyone here agrees with that, but, that's what I wrote down.
Nobody said anything or forget, and then you just fill right in. Yeah,
What I do.
yes.
How I got here, I grew up with my wife Lindsay, been with me a long time, through this journey to get to where I am today. My parents, of course, and Bill Gates, I also wrote down, get my first job out of college.
Wow.
So,
Wonderful.
yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Terry.
So, who I am I'm a mother, I'm a partner, I am a giver. It's hard not to be when you're a woman.
Right. Dare say overgiver sometimes.
Sometimes giving to the point that sometimes there's nothing left.
Right.
So that can be a lot.
We can talk later.
I individually, I listen more than I talk. I love justice and I love peace. I love nature. Because that brings me peace. So the people that guided me, so.
It's okay. It's okay.
My mother, she was a very hardworking, giving person. My English teacher, 7th and 8th grade English teacher. She encouraged me to work really, really hard. And then, I know this is weird, but the state of Louisiana. So Louisiana had opportunity scholarships when I was growing up. If we fulfilled their requirements and grades, then they paid all of our tuition. And that was
Wow.
very,
All their tuition.
yeah, and it was very novel at the time. So in some ways, Louisiana was more progressive
Yes.
at the time than other times, but that opportunity allowed me to go to college. Otherwise I would not have been able to, and gave me the opportunity to have the job that I have as a occupational therapist outside of this position. So,
Beautiful, what a story. Thank you.
I'm gonna start with my mom. And they're not watching, my mom and dad.
I'm not, you can say what you want to say.
At least that's a live stream.
My mom and dad, but they're not gonna be watching, so. But my mom, I'm a little bit older than this group. I grew up in the 70s. And my mom was, the women's lib movement, right?
Right.
And so you will be a strong and independent woman.
And you are, and I can feel that. Thank you.
Thank you.
You all, thank you for sharing what you've shared. Because to me, this is part of storytelling. This is building community. And this is about giving back and understanding ourselves about service on an individual level. We learn about each other, and then we learn about ourselves on the familial level, and then we learn about ourselves on the collective level. Always to tell our stories better, whoever we're reaching out to. I know you encounter a lot of people. What I would like to do is share a little bit about how I came to be, and then close with the collective, the beauty of the collective and what you do to give back. Many of you gave shout outs to your mother. I'm gonna give a shout out to my mother. She's not watching, and even if I told her to watch, she doesn't know how to connect. But I will tell you this, my mother lives in Piedmont, South Carolina. She is one of the people that I look up to even to this day. So since she's not watching, I'll tell you her age. She's 87. And when I was growing up, we were not poor. We were poor. If you look at the cover of my first book, it is called Backbone. And there's a picture of me and my mother in the 60s. And she's in her Jackie Onassis Kennedy dress, thinking she's all that. And I'm in the crook of her arm. And I did not know who I was until my 30s when I looked at that picture and saw behind us our house. And when I saw that picture, I said, this is a picture I want to go on my first book. But something's wrong with this picture because it's not centered. And my mom said, I asked her, do we have another one? She said, it's good that we have this one. And she said, there's nothing wrong with this picture. It's not off center. Our house was leaning. That's how poor we were. But my mother wasn't leaning. And it was on her backbone on which I stand. Maya Angelou says, we come as one, but we stand as 10,000. So in this room is all of the people who helped you get where you are today. And I don't take that lightly. This poem, are y'all okay with me doing the poem?
Sure.
Is for her. When I grew up in what my mom said, I got some sense. This is the poem that I wrote. It's called Mama's Magic. My mama is magic. Always was, always will be. There was one phrase that constantly bubbled from the lips of her 5 children. My mama can do it. We thought my mama knew everything. Believe she did as if she were born full blown from the Encyclopedia Britannica. I can tell you stories how she transformed a rundown paint-filled shack into a home. How she heated us with 10-tub baths from a kettle on the stove, poured over in there like an elixir. My mama is from that protection. She tucked us in with cut out history all around us, and we found we could walk anywhere in this world and not feel alone. My mama never whispered the shame of poverty in our ears. She taught us to dance to our own shadows. Pay no attention to those grand parties on the other side of the track. Make your own music, she said, as she walked and cleaned the sagging doors of that place. You'll get there. You'll get there, her broom seemed to say with every whisk. We were my mama's favorite recipe. She whipped us up with her big brown hand in a big brown bowl supported by her big brown arms. We were homemade children, stitched together with homemade love. We didn't get everything we ever wanted, but we lacked for nothing. We looked at the stars in my mama's eyes and they told us we own the world. We walked like kings and queens, even on midnight trips to the outhouse. We were under her spell. My mama didn't study at no Harvard or Yale, but the things she knew, you couldn't learn in no book, like how to make your life sing like sweet potato pie sweetness out of open window. How to make anybody feel at home. How at just the right moment be silent and with those eyes say, everything's gonna be all right, child. Everything's gonna be all right. How she tended to our sickness, how she raised our spirits, how she kept flowers living on our dilapidated porch in the midst of family chaos. My mama raised children like it was her business in life. Put us on her hip and kept on moving, keeping that house pine sol clean. Yeah, my mama's magic always was, always will be. Her magic, how to stay steady and sure in this fast-paced world. Now when people see me with my head held high and my back erect and look at me with that, who does she think she is? I keep on walking with assurance inside. I'm Black Magic, and I'm Jeanette Redmond's child. I can draw a direct line from my mother's strength. It wasn't what she said, it was what she did. And my mother was not a big, woman's right activist. She was a homemaker and wanted to make that home, but I could tell by the way she made the home is what I wanted to do out in the world. Until to this day, my mother will outdress you, and her table is always going to be well set. That is her gift. And I think when we know our gifts, we know who we are, that sets an example. I want to do a poem that nods to my grandmother. My grandmother is my mother's mother, and she was from Waterloo, South Carolina. She lived to be 109 years old. And we don't know when, but there was a time when we think that she came from the lower part of the state of South Carolina. When I say Gullah Geechee, does that make, yeah. And so being an Air Force brat, Air Force raised, when I met my grandmother again at 12 years old, she would speak. I had to look at my mother for translation because she would have still that language, that rhythm. And so it took me a while to get the ear. So those of you who have Black elders, you will understand, but I'm just going to say a little line that she was saying. You guys translate it for me, okay? Are y'all ready? We wind down yonder in the morning.
We're going down there.
Exactly. We are going down there, But I love how place dictates who we are as well. Even though I didn't grow up around my grandmother is one of the biggest parts of me. I'm the first person in my family to graduate from college. My grandmother had a third grade education, but it was her strength that I'm standing on. This is the poem that I wrote for her. It's called Afro-Carolinian, talking about those two places. And when we meet people, we don't know their story. We think we know their story, but we don't fully know people's story. Afro-Carolinian. With Carolina on my lips, I sing a quilt. A crooked stitch that weaves its way around my pie-shaped state that conjures food. Too sweet like amber iced tea or cake red velvet rich. Too sweet like the words I was raised on. Words that say if you don't have nothing nice to say, lace it with sugar. There's always more in the South, like the 2s and 3s coming out of my grandma's mouth. Hush your mouth, child. These words are not a command for silence, but a signal for the teller to keep on spinning because their words hit bone. Grandma's words were codes, lit lanterns. We wind down yonder in the morning, not a pronouncement to a destination, but a place where she'd teach a lesson. At her favorite fishing spot, by her foot, a coffee can full of night crawlers, in her mouth, a cigarette she barely puffed, in her hands, a homemade fishing rod, lying steeped in the water, waiting for hook tug. She never said words like patience. She just stood there, oak-like, grounded in her own wisdom, a Baptist Buddha woman teaching, be here now. Her uncanny ways taught me how to wait on the Spirit. Hunched in her favorite recliner, King James Bible on the left, her eyes forward, soaking in wrestling, her faith rooted in the Lord and Ricky Steamboat. I was wrapped in how she would contort herself as if she was headlocking demons, choke holding them in Jesus' name, simultaneously burning tufts of hair in a glass ashtray, break from her cone so no one would work a root. It's okay if you don't get that. Talk to me later. Grandma taught me the truth was a complex helix rising. From her, I learned to watch as well as pray, and how the shackles speak in a double tongue. As a second daughter of a second daughter, I began life as a shamefaced girl, too shy to string together words. I did not open my mouth until I had something to say. I was busy looking at grown folks' mouth, collecting the old ways and placing them on my tongue. My first language was scratched from the land. Sweet potatoes, collards, and black-eyed peas. As a second daughter of a second daughter, I straddled the abyss of the diaspora and the church pew, where I speak Afro-Carolinian fluently. Some call it a backwards tongue. I call it a knowing, a spiritual that will carry you forward if you listen and learn how to sleep. I'm not gonna do too many more poems for you, but I did want to do 2 poems that outside of the family, once they started mining place. And that's what I think is so particular about where we live and where we work, because there are always, what my favorite poet says, there are always stories underneath the stories. And even though we have heard stories, we need to know more. And I make a campaign that if you have 80 somethings and 90 somethings and 100 somethings living in your community, you have to gather them. You have to find the stories, because when they're gone, they take those stories with them. So I want to tell 2 stories. And about when I moved back to South Carolina, I lived with my mom. Because I said I would never go back. But never say what? When your mom gets sick, what do? You go back. You go back. And I was so glad I went back. Because one, being 1 out of 5 child, I could be an only child, which I always wanted to be. And then also, I could have that time with my mother. And my mother was not the talker. My dad was the talker. My dad left us in 2003. But when you're around a non-talker, living with them, every once in a while, what do? They tell you what? They start saying something. And sometimes the non-talkers, the listeners, have more to say than those of us who talk all the time. And I learned a lot of things, and I learned how valuable a place is. And so I just want to do 2 poems about pieces of history, and then I'm going to conclude about people who made my life, I think, more knowledgeable. They made me understand the ground that I was standing on. The person I want to talk about is a man by the name of David Drake. He was an enslaved potter poet from Edgeville, South Carolina. Anybody ever heard of him? You have heard of him? Yeah, it's very interesting, right? Because if you're enslaved, you might be an artisan, you might work the field, but we don't think that you would be a poet. But we know that his owner owned a printing press. And we know that Dave cleaned the printing press. So we surmise this is where he learned to read and write. He not only learned to read and write, he wrote poems. Where do you think he wrote his poems? He did not write them on paper. Where do you think he wrote his poems? Where do you think he wrote his poems? On his pots. He wrote 2 lines, couplets. And I want to say his most famous couplet. I wonder where is all my relation, friendship to all and every nation. Isn't it powerful? It is beautiful. And my hometown has 27 of those pots. The Smithsonian has, I think, 2. And if I would have learned about him in the 4th grade, I think it would have made me stand up taller. I think I would have become a poet sooner. So I now call him my literary forefather. So this is what Dave would say to you. First time I see a jar rise up, I be midwife into life. See how these pots deny be kin, the Smiths to what's underfoot. I learned to turn and turn people the world with pots until 40,000 around me crowd. But everything I love, I lose. So I want what I mold to hold. Even my empty pots be full. One say, I wonder where is all my relations. Friendship to all and every nation. There are lanterns in my words. Every story got another story. Some call me Dave the Slave. If that's all they got, I say leave the rhymes to me. When people look at me a slave, be the first excuse they use not to see me. I say, praise me. It won't fall on deaf ears. I catch praise like most people catch naps. I'm a 6-foot vessel of anything but ordinary. A one of a kind with a Carolina shine. I step out of the rolls of cotton. The master the potter's wheel. I take the wind out of can. With my mark, I make some mark. I sign my name Dave. I don't write slave. See if my pots not spin history. See if we hold Well, it wasn't until my father passed away that I started writing in men's voices and telling stories in men's voices. And this particular poem right here is the one that my mother started talking about. It's a man by the name of Clayton Bates. Anybody heard of Clayton Bates? One-legged tap dancer. From Fountain in South Carolina, 12 years old, could work in the field or the factory. Who chooses to work in the field? Nobody. So he begged his mom to work in the factory. He's 12 years old. He has to make money for the family. On the third day, he gets his leg caught in a cotton gin. Takes it up to right here. Did not go to the hospital because of segregation. So they take him to his mom's kitchen table and perform the operation. He gets through the operation. He gets up and he still wants to dance. His uncle's coming home for the war, and he builds him crutches. And he starts to dance on these crutches. Now, he said, well, I'm gonna make him a peg leg. So he makes him the peg leg, and long story short, he becomes the most famous tap dancer. Please Google him. 1 minute and 22-second clip. It will blow your mind, him dancing. Those old timers who remember the Ed Sullivan Show. I'm not looking at you, Lauren, but
Only in reruns.
just reruns. Yeah. That's all. Me too. Me too. He was on the Ed Sullivan Show 26 times, and he went around the world. So the poem that I wrote for him is "I Fly" because he was always dressed. He matched his tuxedo to his peg leg, and then he also had a move that he called the American jet plane, and it always brought the house down, where he leaped on his peg leg and landed like that. It brought the house down. So this is the poem, and then I'm gonna close with my last poem for you all. I'm flying. Some people got 2 good feet and still don't know what to do. My smoothness makes the argument for just one. My other leg be long gone, sacrificed to the cotton gin god. They pin my mangled mess down to the kitchen table, made me suffer more under the hand of an unsterilized knife with only a cotton bit to bear the pain. I got up, spit out that terrible taste of Jim Crow and pity, spun my mama's worry guilt into a dance that twist past the neighbor's prayers, got up the stairs, how he gonna make do on just one leg? I strap on my drinks with tucks, tails, and glare. I turn can't into can without losing time, not even in my mind. This fountain in sun done good. I knock beats on wood. I'm a worldwide showstopper, all right. I shout rings around all those other 2-footers. I'm the master of my own fate. And when the world cut me at the thigh, I don't shuffle off in misery. I get up on my one good leg and all of these stories, I make the case, are what makes our town, what makes our place, a place worth knowing, a place worth being. I would like to close with a poem that I would point outward. So I go in as a poet to tell my own story. I go out to unearth the stories of others. And then I look to the collective for us to tell our own story. I do a lot of civic work, civic projects. One, bringing poets like Joy Harjo, U.S. Poet Laureate, and your North Carolina Poet Laureate to Greenville through a grant. Also, I work with the Metropolitan Arts Council to get artists and poets together to tell their stories. That's another faction of the community telling our stories. Also in the parks, having poetry in the parks where when family comes, they can tell their own stories, their own familiar stories in the park. How are they impacted by nature? Because nature is healing. And one of the last civic duties that I do is that I'm a little free library lady. I've installed seven little free libraries around, and my goal is to install a little free library everywhere I've ever lived. And so that's a lot of places being a military person, because I was transformed by the bookmobile. Did you guys have a bookmobile? I ran after the bookmobile like kids ran after the ice cream truck. And it made me who I am. So these civic projects, these ways of telling our stories in our towns, they matter. Art matters, nature matters, service matters. I would like to close, get out in front of you. I've done enough poetry for you all today. You guys have been wonderful. But especially since it's Black History Month, we just celebrated Martin Luther King's birthday in January. I would love to leave you with this poem called Pieces of the Dream. There's no I in y'all. No matter how you spell it, no matter how much you claim to be an island, y'all means all, a whole unit. Each and every one of us has had goodness poured into us. There's always been someone who's walked with you along the way, someone who gave you gifts of how to be or how not to be. No matter who you are, if you are here with breath and love in your lungs, you took heed. You are an extension of King's dream. You began to rise from your singular I to become a wondrous we. Dreams come from the highest rung, a golden thread not to be dismissed as a visitation of fog, but held onto with fist and heart. Dreams bloom from our deepest selves. Anything we have worth using, seeing, believing, hearing, or reading started out in a dream. Rough drafts of our imagination. Dreams are kites connected to the heart. They beg to be secured, firmly held by hand and hope to take to the sky. Listen to the say-so of your dreams and act accordingly. No matter how small or how huge, keep giving wind to your dreams. Give no never mind to your fears or the naysayers or the haters. No matter which way the world turns, stand confidently on the shoulders of the ones who place you here. Remember all those who filled you with courage. You do not walk this road alone. Your ancestors applaud you now. Those who helped you stand your tallest, to walk firmly on the pathway, to build a better world. Follow the mile markers in your dreams, pointing this way to leave the world better than you found it. How did you become a mayor? How did you become a civil servant? With hard work and never losing the dream in your eye, assisting the town to be the freshest and so clean and green. Make this a place to reside, a sought after destination. Remember, many hands make light work. And in that lifting, with all hands and all hearts, we are creating a giant quilt, sewing the seams of our dreams to make us better than we were before. I crafted peace that does not work without all y'all. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you so much.
I appreciate
And by the
it.
way, you can build your egg library here. You say every place you live, right?
That's right. Oh, okay. We're working on that.
Thank you so much, Lynn.
My pleasure.
All right. Pull up now, Stephen May Senior, Sortet National Leadership. I'll let Stephen provide his background, but I've known this young man for quite some time, like really young man, elementary school, I think he's my first man. So I'm really honored by Stephen. I'm really grateful for his service in the community, all things to come. So Stephen, the stage is hot, man. You know what?
First of all, thank you again for having me, Mayor Gilbert. Thanks, Alan Coleman as well. First of all, it's good to see everybody here. Hope everybody's doing well. See a couple smiles, that's okay. We'll hopefully have some more smiles soon. But I am a product of Apex. I actually moved here from New Jersey. And they say, where you from? I always say I'm from Apex. I've been here long enough, so I figure I'm from Apex. But I moved here in 1990 and I fell in love with Apex. I mean, I love me some Apex. I don't know if you can tell, I love Apex. So anytime I have the opportunity to serve, I love it. I always try to accomplish three things. Number one, I love to solve problems, add value, serve. Service is everything to me. So with that being said, we're gonna do a little team building activity, all right? And I think that team's important. I played football at the illustrious institution known as Apex High School Football. That's right, institution, baby. We were institution. We didn't win a whole lot when I was there, but it was institution. Tell them how it was an institution. But I learned so much being on that team. I mean, it was some of the best times in my life. There were many summers where myself and my teammates, it was hot, and I was gonna quit every day. But I saw other teammates, some other guys that were in the trenches doing what I was doing, and they didn't quit, therefore I didn't quit. Because together, everyone achieves more. Now, you all are a town council working with the mayor, correct? It is important that you work together to bring forth the initiatives that you put out there, correct? So let me just ask you this, just in your own words, real quick. What is your interpretation of teamwork? Don't joke one time, please.
Not an individual.
There is no I in team, she says, not an individual, anyone else?
Higher purpose.
Excuse me?
Higher purpose.
Higher purpose, what is that?
It transcends what I do or what we do, right? The objective is for the community, not for us.
That's good. Anyone else?
Stronger in the difference,
Excuse me?
stronger in the difference.
That's good. There was no difference. Anyone else? I look at it this way. If I had a boat as an individual, I may not be able to move it at all. If I get me a team of people, we have a better chance of moving it. And I look at the initiatives and the things that we want to do for our town that we love dearly. As an individual, you can't affect some change, but as a collective, there's no boat that we can't move. We put our minds together, there's nothing we can accomplish, and that's the mentality that we have to have. So with that being said, we're gonna get active. I need you to do me a favor. I need 2 desks. If we can condense, let me see, let's condense your desk down. And Terry, let's condense your desk down. We're gonna do an activity. Everybody say activity. Activity. Are you excited? It's all coming up. All right, here we go.
You want to move the other ones away?
No, you can leave those there. That's not a problem. Because we're gonna do an activity that's gonna require you to work together. I love it. So. It's called the marshmallow game. I don't know why it's called the marshmallow game, but you'll see in a minute why. Let's go. Oh, yeah. Here we go. We'll put the supplies here. Go. We're about to get off. You just don't know it. Do you feel it in the air? Do you feel the awesomeness? Do you feel the pop? It's a pop tank. Let me tell you. All right. So now the rules of the game is this. You're given 20 strands of spaghetti and a little bit of twine. Okay? You're gonna be given a marshmallow, but you know what? I'm feeling generous. You can have 2 or 3 or 4. It doesn't really matter to me, but the purpose of this exercise is to build the tallest standing structure, the marshmallow on top. Whoever does that wins. Now, here are the rules, though. Here are the rules. This is where it gets, I'm gonna reduce it to. Here's where it gets interesting. Okay? What we're gonna do, we pair of scissors here. Here's the twine. No, but the tape is interesting because the tape, I'm supposed to give you about 1 meter, but it's hard to do it ahead of time because, well, it's tape and it's stick. Okay? So this is what we're gonna do. All right, so now do me a favor. I want you to go, let me see, I want you to do process. All right, 3 and 3. Now, do me a favor. Pick a number between 1 and 3. 2. 2. 2. 2. Good. So this is what I'm gonna do. You, and you. So that way, you come over here. Now, this is what we're gonna do. I wasn't getting evil and blindfold, that would be just too bad, because this is already tough. You gotta love it. You gotta love it.
You need a whole marshmallow on top, right?
The whole marshmallow, it cannot be bitten, it cannot be severed, it cannot be torn, it cannot be ripped, it cannot be eaten.
Maybe suck on
At the end, it can be eaten. So now here's the deal. The normal exercise calls for about 15 to 18 minutes. It's gonna take a while, and I will warn you, some of those spaghetti sticks are gonna break, okay? And if you need more rope, if you need more twine, that's not a problem, because we can extend that. So now, you have to the count of 3, 2, 1, go and get started.
Let's talk about
So,
it
let's, well, get a good assessment of what we have here. So we got some twine, pieces of spaghetti, we've got twine, we've got only 2 marshmallows, so at least one of them has to be at the top. We've got tape, and if we were to use the pieces of spaghetti, oh, I forgot. The thing that would be the issue that will pop us up there will most likely be the spread. So if we use the tape to tape the pieces of spaghetti to the bottom, then our ability to move upwards is more by the amount of special strength that we have going up.
We have a goal of how I like kind of think about how we.
Fair idea.
Why
We can use a second marshmallow to build like a fire.
Or we could tape, this is on each other.
Right.
We start with a square first, a wider base. Think about the wider base.
Fire base.
And then the triangle may be in, it'll be at the top, but.
So we can start with a square, we can tape this down.
Take down corners.
Take down corners, so then that will.
Before we start taping, it's got it.
Again.
Yeah, kind of immediate out.
Do a square,
Well,
can we do like a pyramid where it's.
Pyramid.
So maybe.
Like four was fine.
Well, maybe it's for going that way, but this is smaller for the first level. And then goes to a triangle to the top level. It's like this, and we break a couple.
So,
like that.
Let's make a square.
can the spaghetti be thrown?
You can do whatever you need to do.
I'm not gonna tell you guys, I've done this before. Well. One of the things that, yeah, no, that's it, we have to do that. One of the things that we can do
We can use that for.
as, because if you just need to build height, because there's enough strength within that marshmallow to hold it together if you did a pyramid, you basically need, 3 or 4 of these. And then what you do is you tape.
Well, do we want to start out with this size base? And I put it in the middle.
Right, and then what you essentially do is tape it down, and then you put this, so that.
So these guys come together in
Right.
a marshmallow.
Right, and this is keeping the pieces from basically splitting.
Do we want to start out with the first layer though? And then try to, I mean, is the goal to, we can try to get.
We can do both.
2, 3 links.
So we can maybe this. So we can make these three height. So as long as we can take this down, so we avoid the spread out. Alright, so you want to take these down?
Yeah.
So you at the corners.
All right.
Yes.
It's right here, it's right here, and one on the other side. Okay, see it on top. Good, it's like out. There we go.
So are we going to do like three?
So, you know, if you do now,
See the wheels turning, guys. I love it. See the wheels turning.
that's enough tension to hold it. We can go up 5 or 6 levels.
But
It's not gonna slide.
I think it might break.
Well, that's why we use some others to break.
In the middle,
right.
Right.
Okay.
So, but are we doing 3 tall? and
Let's-
then-
They're doing 4 right now. So let's do 4 tall and then we can do the bracing around.
Like, they're limited right now. Where we are, right? So like, we can do. Let's, how many do we have?
Ask and ye shall receive that which has been created forward.
Right, so 4 times 2.
That's 20, I guess, we can.
Right.
Not break them.
Yeah, we don't totally. We can always use the tape as reinforcement.
That's true.
Once we have.
Oh, that's 20.
Well,
Used to find it really kind of keep it together too.
That can go around.
Around, nice, the outside.
Yeah.
We'll be fine.
Like how you're moving. Okay, so if we
make another.
make roughly the same size for this. Forest. Yeah.
I need this one.
Where's fall? Do I go? That's when that was, that was.
Hold on, you're doing it differently than it was, right?
Oh, just kind of, yeah, no, they're,
You
they're
did.
kind of, no, I did kind of, a little bit of both.
Okay, okay, sorry.
Just enough of a lot to keep them together.
So. So our goal is maybe to do 2 levels of, like, 2 of these, I think, that would be 4.
You guys have no idea what they're.
So we have enough for 2 levels of that. Okay.
Looks like we got. Or we might even be able to go.
Oh, we don't have any for the inside though. Oh,
we're gonna
we great.
Yeah, but they can.
So we can use 2 of these to be kind of a little base.
Space, yeah.
Okay.
But are we putting these together with the marshmallow? Are we?
Well, we can put these together with.
I was thinking we split this in half maybe,
Okay, and then cross it across there.
and it would be, yeah.
That's gonna be, let's go.
All right, we done. It'll be like.
Right.
Right?
You do.
You do this right now?
Just look where you're getting down there.
Are we?
I think the almonds are playing because of where they're at right now. We can actually do this a little bit.
So we should use 2 marbles.
Cover that.
I'm thinking like, do the pyramids, right? And then these on top.
All right.
So,
Maybe small, maybe cut this though. Maybe cut the marshmallow.
Has to be a marshmallow.
It's just going to be.
It gives us an additional piece to kind of.
Sure.
Something else, but it's the weight that I'm worried about. Good?
Yeah.
Good. I don't even go 3 levels, like 2 levels.
I wouldn't touch it.
I wouldn't touch it.
No, it has to be a whole marshmallow. It can't
whole
have.
marshmallow needs to be on top.
So.
About 8 days.
Okay.
Gotta be a whole marshmallow on top. I think that counts.
Wait,
That's, I think that's solid, man. Kind of came together right away. Worked out. We'll get
I think this reuse to do.
Yes, please.
Lean into it. So like, oh, 1, 3.
Takes us a little bit, I second. Sorry. This though. You're taking it right here.
I'm just saying, man, looking at it. I don't get too healthy. I was just turning the assignment. Get crazy.
If you want more marshmallows, just go for it. Listen, if you have those to the ceiling, I want to see what you got. You got any ceilings?
Oh, yeah. It's gonna fall. I mean, you get nothing. Oh, look at it.
It's interesting. It's getting interesting.
I got these strings right here doing all the work. It's already coming undone here. You're gonna push the back.
Look at that.
It's going this way.
All right, well.
Take off the top.
I mean, as long as it doesn't.
Oh, man.
Yes.
We got it up, man.
I like the efficiency of it. Faster got it done today. That's important.
Yeah. Right to work, right? Right to work. Yes. Yes. Good job.
Hey, guys, there's two ways to do it. You can do it right or you can do it again.
Y'all need any help over there? We're willing to help. Teamwork.
More and more.
Sure, that's.
That's ready right there.
So whose idea was the design?
All of ours.
Now we can read up, I guess.
Y'all made choices.
We're turning it in. If we have, well, I would say go as far and wide as possible, right? And, well, are we gonna try to go onto this? I guess. Yeah.
No longer string.
I think what happens is no, it's not stable. There's just getting in there.
Yeah.
Foundation, man.
Yeah, you mentioned building here. It's part of that corner.
Well, so marshmallow and then go up one more.
But we can go into the marshmallow too. Even through the marshmallow, lower it. So that. Yeah, we have the string too.
It's not the string. So what if we do the bracing? If you guys need more string, I have more string if you need it.
I think we might need.
It was standing when the actual assignment was done.
But I think like if we get a shift in the marshmallow, like as it leans and then slowly.
Yeah, it's not scary.
So we need to have the bracing.
I think this. I think we need like.
That was 3 levels though.
So at some point it'll be stable enough.
I think they ran, I think they went overtime, that should come something close here. Okay.
So
Let's counterbalance it with put a damper on it. There we go.
Counterbalance.
It's counterbalance.
but why don't we tie it, and then tie it to straight, so if you do a little bit of.
If we, maybe if we take a little piece off of
Yeah,
that.
I've seen a lot of pressure on the.
Yes. Yes. We just.
So we,
We just.
We're good. So just go straight.
Almost.
It's pretty on set.
1 degree.
All right, guys, you got 2 minutes. Do this.
That's more you might.
You didn't see anything? I didn't see. I appreciate
Y'all
that.
have done that much better than me. We've never been that successful in any group I've been part of.
Teamwork.
Yeah.
Take this down.
Blow some air.
Yeah, and you got snacks for later.
No sugar.
Yeah. I hear you.
No pressure, 1 minute. No pressure, no pressure, no pressure. No, we need more. Just a little bit.
Like everything looks like a shot of tequila. That's what you get to, right? It's like a shot.
I don't even know that.
Like you know,
Yeah,
like a
they do.
little shot.
That's a 3-level one. We got a
They do,
2-level one.
they do
Fair warning.
breakfast, it's like a big shot. And so I got used to it. It's like, okay, you know, make sure.
If it's there.
Yeah, I like big coffee.
All right, we need more twine. Where's twine?
Okay.
All right, take a picture quick.
All right. 4, 3,
Oh, I can see it.
time.
That's the same mic.
Technically, that is still a standing structure. Let's see how long it stands, yeah.
Yeah, there's.
It's still a leaning tower pizza store.
Good job, y'all. Good job.
Let's give a round of applause for all of our participants. Now, as you can see, this is just a small exercise to simulate what we face in team activities, right? This is an activity, but what you do goes beyond the range of activity. This is real life stuff, right? Now, is it always easy? In fact, more often, it's not easy. So here's my question. What do you do when it's not easy? Rule number 1, communication. I don't care if it's a relationship, if it's a job, I don't care what it is. Any relationship, the first foundation is communication. How do you think you all communicate? How do you communicate? In fact, while you did the activity, how did you communicate?
One thing.
Offer more take, offer more time. But how you communicate makes a difference in how you operate as a team. If you communicate poor, you're not going to convey the right ideas. You're not going to get a lot accomplished. Would you agree or disagree?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So let me get a couple observations. All right. I called you guys team A, called you guys team B. So as soon as I called time, team B jumped in immediately and took action. They were hands-on. They had a need. They asked for more rope. And then they went for it. Team B, they were a little bit more methodical. They kind of planned, they worked out an idea, a strategy. Okay. They had some different opinions, but it looked like it came together in the end. But one thing I did notice, they did look at team B to see what they were doing. Okay. So again, it's not always going to be pretty. The one thing I want you to take away from this exercise is so important when you have, think about it. The purpose of this, the tools, the spaghetti, it's not very, it's not a solidified structure to make a structure with. And the marshmallow, especially, it depends on how you have it. It can sway, as was evident here, right? Even when conditions are not favorable, and they will not always be. And I like the idea of simulating adversity because there are lessons learned in adversity you won't learn in good times. That's just the truth of it. A lot of times we shy away from bad times, we shy away from adversity, but that's where your growth is. That's how you get better. That's how you get better. So always, always, always take the opportunity to look for growth points. So again, good job, team A. Good job, team B. Now we're going to be conscious of time, so we're going to transition to the fun table. Everybody come over here to the fun table. We'll call this the, other fun table. How about that? Pick a spot. Any spot will do. Any spot will do. Sit, absolutely. So this is a little something that we call the leadership game. So I'm gonna explain the rules for you real quick. Everyone should have in front of them a debate card. That's the one that says, I agree. If you flip it over, it says, I disagree. Okay? Also, there's a silent sign card. You get to use that one time. If you use the silent time card, that means whoever you give the silent time cards to has to be quiet for 3 minutes. And not talk. Then you should have 2 peer cards. On those 2 peer cards, that's something, if a teammate or someone says something that you like or resonates with you, you give it out. Okay? You have to give up those peer cards before the game is over, because if you don't, it's deducted from your overall points. So I would admonish you to listen closely. If someone says something that resonates with you, please give it up. Everyone understand so far? Beautiful. Now, in the middle, we have organization, leaders, followers, personal leaderships, gold card, and the trigger card. I'm gonna start with the trigger card. You cannot do a trigger card until 5 cards have been flipped. So the first available time for a trigger card is on the 6th try. Everybody understand? I'll say it one more time. The trigger card are specific things, so you cannot do it until the other cards have gone at least 5 rounds, okay? Everybody understand that? Just want to make sure. Okay, cool. Now, on these cards, it has 3 options. It's going to give you some wording, but at the top is going to say pairs, meaning that you're going to pair it with the person beside you, as you can see, okay? It's going to be discussion. There's going to be kind of a group discussion where you would have the I agree or disagree card. So the person who picks up the discussion card, you get to pick a side, but then you pick someone else to oppose you, okay? Again, the discussion cards, you pick a stance, you pick one person to oppose you, okay? And then the other one's gonna say, I agree or disagree. And then the last one, you have a sticky note in front of you and a corresponding pen. For the sticky notes one, you write on it, you either give it out or we're gonna post it on this wall right here. You'll see it soon, okay? So those are the basic rules. Now, this is the die. The die has a corresponding color with all of these and the symbol as well. So like the trigger, you see the lightning bolt on it. For the leaders, it has the 3 people, so you see the corresponding side. Okay, so that's the basic rules. Now, I need your undivided attention on this part. This is a safe place. I want you all to be able to be honest, to be real, to be transparent. Now, when I go into this, I always ask your permission. Do I have your permission to be honest with you?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, I'm asking you, I want your permission for you all to engage, to be present in the moment. You're gonna get out of this what you put into it. I want you to be free, to be real with yourself and real with you, because that's where the breakthroughs happen. It doesn't happen when you're reserved. It doesn't happen when you're keeping it all in. The breakthrough happens when you're honest with yourself and whatever, because the whole purpose is let's grow as a team. You're gonna face some challenges. You've already faced them. Let's get stronger. Let's get better as a group. Okay? Now, what's the bucket? Who serves as cheerleader? All right, baby. He says, I volunteer as cheerleader. Now, I didn't want to let you know, I have 6 facilitator cards. They're similar to your peer cards. So when I hear a response that's really good, I'm gonna give it up. Yeah? Sounds fair? All right. So we have roughly an hour. Later, I give that to you. Now, one more thing before we get started. You have to say, this is what I'm gonna do. All of these have a corresponding, so whatever card is taken, I'll say those cards have some. All right, all you have to do is mark out which one is used, because I'm gonna use the same one. Okay? Yeah, exactly. And they are numbered. All right. Who's ready to get started? Megan, I need you to take that die and roll it, and let's get this party started. All right, so what's ahead? Followers. All right, take up the card. Let's go work.
Okay.
So do me a favor. So now, this is it. This is where, this is a discussion card. So you're gonna take your stance. You'll pick someone, just read here, because all you're gonna do is, okay? Then you read all of this.
Okay, all right.
You gotta read a lot.
Yeah, I'm just reading this. Okay, all right. People do what people see. Is there any area of our company where we say one thing and do another?
Now, do me a favor. I want you to read the law. What does the law say? It says what?
All of picture people do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the law, so read it one more time so they know this part. Read that one more time. Class.
Is there any area of our company where we say one thing to another?
Now, if you have to pick one person to oppose you in the view, you take a stance, someone has to oppose you. That could be anybody.
So I should basically give my.
You give your view and then you have to choose one person to oppose your view.
Yeah, actually, I do believe that people do what people see for sure. And I believe in our organization and we represent the town of Apex. And oftentimes, we may make a statement, post on social media, a view, a point that does not represent the entire organization. And that can sometimes cause challenges in the community. And also for all of us individually. So I think there's an area of improvement here. And I think it's something we can work better on.
Who you pick your coach?
You mean
Right here.
Are you saying that we do, people see or we don't?
There are times we don't.
There are times we don't.
That's correct. Yes.
And now you can oppose this view. Let me see that card if you don't mind. And just one more time, this is the view you have to oppose. Is there any area of the company where we say one thing and do another? That's what we say, so you oppose that view.
Okay, so I guess I would say we have, because I've been on this council, a lot more transparency about our meeting. We record them. We do a possible intake of Inferno where it's like, you totally out, they know what we're doing. I don't think everybody agrees with what we do every time, but I think they see and they understand our viewpoints about decisions we make. And the staff, I think is, are we doing this for other purpose?
This is, this is first for you.
Okay.
First for you, because at the end of the day, this exercise is about the town council and mayor.
Okay, I might talk about it, but, so I just think you'll see it, and to get them to acknowledge that, our decision-making is not selfish or about us, it's about the town, even if it doesn't help them necessarily or their neighborhood or their priorities.
Yeah, I do agree with that. At the same time, I think we have a very engaged community. A lot of people do connect with social media. So that is an extension of this town. And that's how people behave. They see me or Terry or whoever, and they believe that's the gospel. They believe that's really where we're positioned, and that can sometimes trip things up. There's more challenges for not only us, but the staff. And that really is a trigger point.
All right, cool. Terry, I want you to go ahead and take the die. You're gonna roll next. We're gonna go counterclockwise, okay? All right, what do we have? We have personal leadership, all right?
So to be the principal of the question?
Yeah, so you're gonna read the principle of the question. You can start here, that's you do, okay?
Share my response from the question, I'll say whatever. So the principal, when you get kicked in the rear, you're out in front. When others criticize you, is your first reaction to dismiss what is said, defend yourself, or fight back?
Okay,
Okay, so
this is you.
me, when others criticize you, my reaction is to, I think defend myself. I think I'm a very vocal person. And when I get criticism, which occurs quite often, I tend to be, I tend to talk a lot, say a lot of stuff. I think that's me defending myself, my position. I explicitly try not to be dismissive, even though I know that's maybe a human reaction. Sometimes you criticism, all that's wrong. But I find myself explaining a lot. I think that's a form of defending myself. I've also learned, fighting back, I've learned in this position over the years that it's really easy to be seen as punching down. Really easy, even the smallest sort of comment taken out of context or misinterpreted. It can be interpreted different ways. So I've tried really hard to not fight back for that reason, because even unintentionally, people, feel attacked by me in the position that I'm in.
That's different. So that's my answer. I believe I try to.
I think there's a very fine line between defending.
You're right, that's where you're at.
Oh, all right. I think there's a fine line between defending yourself and fighting back, right? Because like a lot of times in defending yourself, like you try to share the information that you have that have led to a certain decision or certain, vote or something like that. And so like in the explaining, like you defend yourself, but you're also kind of counter arguing the position that that's been taken. So, I find it difficult to kind of differentiate this, where does defending stop and fighting back begin, right? I agree with you, like, there's missing things. Like people don't have the right information or something like that. It's easy, but it doesn't help the community understand, where we're coming from and how we get to a certain point. Then explaining how we got from A to B, I think is really important, but again, like, it's differentiate, at least for me personally. Well, what is defending, right? It's like, no, I didn't mean like that versus fighting back, like, no, here's all the information that we have. And here's how we strung it together to come into this place.
I would say it's defending is I'm right. Like, I think I'm saying it correct.
Okay.
And attacking back is no, you're wrong. The thing you just said is bad or that's how to differentiate too.
Hey, can we get these? Yeah, listen, I was gonna say, so do me a favor, this is the part now for me, because as a facilitator, I felt that was good transparency. A lot of times people, so if I'm being put out in the front and I feel like I'm now out in the open, do I defend myself? Do I accept it? Do I push back? For him to admit that I think I defend myself. I think that's transparency. So for that, you get the least of transparency word there. And you can fill out at any point to give up your care cards. You have 2 of them. You can give those out at any time. Okay?
I'd like to give one. That's good because they both have something that resonate.
Now, it's your turn. I want you to roll. And this is an individual just like his, and it's right there.
A law of reflection. So learning to pause allows growth to catch up with you. Describe how and how often you intentionally stop to reflect on your actions and experiences. As I said earlier, I try to listen more than I talk because I feel like, the breadth of experiences that surround us, this all comes through. I've grown up around a family of talkers, so who talks the loudest is one who gets the attention. So to me, the one who listens more learns the most and experiences the best.
Is there debates going on?
No, so each card has an individual, debate, or pairs. This is just individual. This is her saying her piece. Now, where's it? Yeah.
I understand.
Now, in this case, but if you feel like a person makes a point, whether it's individual or debate, if you want to have a second, that's not a problem. Because again, the whole objective of this whole operation is to illuminate how your fellow comrades feel about a particular issue, where you get to sometimes weigh in as well.
Okay, I just have a question for you then. How are you dealing with what I observed during our time that we're listening, but it's oftentimes the same thing we hear over and over again from people. And sometimes it's things we can control, sometimes it's not things.
So I try to glean what I can from the criticism. Sometimes it's just upset. Sometimes it's a matter of I haven't been listened to the way I want to be listened to, and I just don't agree with you, period. When we're giving a personal summary of what everything comes before us, I don't like repeating what's already been said. I have family members that repeat themselves over and over again. So my choice is not to do that. It's to say something that hasn't been said or just summarize very quickly what's been said. When we're getting information from people, we feel they're being upset, they're being angry about something. You know, I'm believing that they just are not satisfied with what's happening. And if there is a way that we can help with this, that'd be great. If it's something where they just lost steam and we are the target, that's okay. Use an outlet to do so.
That's good.
All right, my
I
friend.
appreciate listening. I've done difficult times.
You go ahead, Roman. Oh, do it again because it hit the car. Try not to, we can't. Okay, let's do it.
People standing there.
That is a frustrating question. Yeah, that's individual. Okay, individual. So let's see. You only get answers to the questions you ask. When you know the right questions and go to the right people with them, you will ultimately get the right answers. Do you have the confidence to ask questions? Think, because it's the individual basis, asking questions is something that I try to do a lot of. And I feel like, and I think this is a good reflection of everybody in this, on the council, is that there's questions that are being asked for various reasons. There are questions that are asked to get a genuine answer. There's questions that are being asked to get people to get you an answer. And there's questions that are being asked that are legitimately reflective. And I think those are all just really good ways of getting more information so we can make the right decisions. So, asking questions is, I think, a great way of getting answers. Unfortunately, sometimes you will not get the answer you want, but that's okay. I think that's fine. But asking the question will obviously give you the information so that you can make a better decision.
Right, can we comment on why we're doing the current, so, I appreciate how you take the time to engage with us individually, talk through agenda items or topics that's coming from us. You asked for, if it would be for my position, my opinion, how I get to that opinion, and so I think you do ask the questions and you're open to hearing from us. I do not, trying to drag your agenda through. You're generally trying to understand the different points of view, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
That's good. All right, let's pass the next one. Here we go. And we're not supposed to say it. All right. It's okay. Is this a?
All right, discussion. The choices you make you. J.K. Rowling said, "It is our choices that show what we truly are, far more than our abilities." Discuss a difficult decision your company made in the past 6 months. How did that decision impact where your organization is today?
Now, again, you give us your point, and then you choose someone to them. That's a good question. Can you read that one more time? A little louder.
The choices you make you. J.K. Rowling said, "It is our choices that show what we truly are, far more than our abilities." Discuss this difficult decision your company made in the past 6 months. How did the decision impact where your organization is today? I think the prime example is accepting the resignation of the previous town manager. I think that's Katie did a good job for what we needed her to do during the period of time that she was here. That's recognizing that outlet dysfunction. And it was time for a different force to do, to draw the card, don't need to call it. That's not how it was intended. It was very difficult. I think it took us some time to come to that realization and accept that reality. And I think we're in a better place because of it now, with the town manager, that's the interview process that we've been going through. So I'm looking forward to that, but I think that was very difficult. I think it has had a profound impact on the organization.
Okay. I think you might, think me.
We haven't heard much from you.
So that decision, I'll answer it in the short term. I think it has caused a lot of churn in the town in a bad way. And I think the fact that there's been a bit of a numerous town managers and interim town managers in the last few years has made some of our kind of short-term staffing and short-term decisions difficult. And long-term, we have this game plan Apex that I don't think has gotten off the ground like it maybe could have or should have been. And it is a long-term viewpoint, but like it's gotten hard to kind of get rolling on that because of that decision. And I hope that more stability going forward will help with that. But I think it's been a bit of a challenge in the last 6 months.
I'm gonna give peer cards to both of you because I appreciate how you were able to delicately address an issue that could have very easily gone into something that was very illuminating topic on closed session.
Yes.
And might have been, and understanding that the nature of the conversation could have gotten into areas where we could have created some issues for ourselves. So I appreciate both of you for recognizing the broader purpose, yet still being able to bring a topic to discussion that is important for us to be able to reflect upon. So thank you to both of you, as I kept looking up Laura.
Listen, so far, so good. And the one thing that I'm liking from this is allowing y'all to speak from the heart. At least that's my perception, right? And I want you to continue to do that. And feel free, just again, tell how you feel. And again, we want to do it all with respect, man, of course. But this is good. It's a good dialogue.
Where do the debate response occur?
Yeah, so when people say things, if it resonates, I agree. If it doesn't resonate, I disagree.
During it, so it's during what they're saying.
Yeah, well, because again, figure out all this is, all the discussion questions. Okay. Specifically for the person who chooses it and the person they choose to debate with. That card is just saying it resonates with me or it does not resonate. And then at times, if applicable, you can say, why does not resonate or why does that? Okay, just for clarification. Yes, sir.
Have you ever been doing after we finish, not in the middle, because I find that. So yeah, we'll go with that.
Yeah, no, that's my preference.
Okay. Oh, are we? Yeah, we're ready now. Good. Yeah, I was hoping for one of these. All right. Okay. We'll share your response to one question with the rest of the team. The rest of the team. The trigger question is, what question has not been asked that needs to be addressed?
Hold on, you're gonna do a pause for the dramatic.
Okay. Question.
And do me a favor, read that one more time.
What question has not been asked that needs to be addressed? And is that referring to the game or?
This is
like-
referring
Okay.
to this council. And this is the good part. This is your perspective. There's no right or wrong answer. Simply your question.
And then do we get to use the agree, disagree?
You're more than welcome, my friend. You're more than welcome, absolutely.
Question not been asked, that's interesting. I guess, okay, I'll do one is Apex still a small town? Yeah, do I answer that too, or?
No, yeah, that's the question, but the first thing, you ask the question, but you're the first that gets to respond to it. So you-
Okay, that's the question I think is, maybe hadn't really been asked truly. And my response is in vibes, I think, yes, we are still a small town, but in most operational population, every other metric, I think that changed 15 years ago. And that conflict of the vibes versus the reality has caused a lot of citizen unhappiness at times.
What say you, table?
You disagree here, so I'd like to hear.
Yeah, I will bring that too.
I when you posed the question, I was like, well, that was.
That's very good, actually.
And when, and I only have a disagreement with the first part, which is you said that you still think Apex is a small town, and this made me reflect on a conversation I had with, Jeffrey Porter, who is, from the mountains, out in Mount Airy area, and he's like, the thing he always used to tell me is that it always bothered him when someone would say that Apex is a small town, because he's like, we don't act like a small town. He's from a small town. When somebody got into trouble, you could go to your neighbor and say, hey, I need help. If you needed something to eat, you could go to your neighbor and they would give you something to eat. If you ran into any sort of trouble, like your kid wasn't in school, it was your neighbor who would call you and say, hey, by the way, couldn't help but notice that your kid wasn't in school. What are we gonna do about that? And when he told me that, I was like, that is probably the biggest and closest explanation that I could that resonated with me as to what a small town is. So I think we are not a small town to the extent that, as he said, we're not taking care of each other. We're not watching after each other. We like to call ourselves a small town, but we don't behave like a small town. And that, I think, is the thing that I would disagree with you, and I would agree with Jeff and say, yeah, you're right, we don't act as a small town. However, I don't think that it is something that's not attainable. I don't think that's something that we are too far away from. I think there are plenty of examples of where we do see people who are looking out for each other and taking care of their neighbor. I think there's a lot of that that's out. I think what is the dividing line as to what's making us the small town that the Jeffrey Porters of the town are looking for, and the small town that we aspirationally are, is how do we best communicate and let people express their ability to take care of one another, and how do we best put in mechanisms to facilitate that so that people know that that's taking place. So that's the only part I disagree with. I think in terms of size and things of that nature, and I think our character is still very much focused in that way. But I think we've got to do a better job of getting people to recognize and embrace that aspect of the small town and making sure that people understand that that is in fact.
Yeah.
Like, CJ, did you want to say something?
Yes.
This is all John Porter's, right? First, I'm getting these.
That's a big keeping my car, share them out, I agree on those. I grew up in a small town. Everybody knows everybody's business. And anytime anything happens, everybody knows about it. Regardless of how quiet you try to keep it. And that is not what I get from here. However, when you walk into some of the downtown businesses, and they say, hey, how's your wife doing? You know, tell me how your kids are doing. That brings that feeling that we're talking about. Because people care enough to recognize who you are and then to say something that they know about you. I feel like the more the businesses change out downtown, to more kind of corporate-ish businesses, realize that vibe is there, and that's unfortunate. But I think that is a growing. How development is happening here. The more people move in, the less opportunity you have of getting people around you. You can try, but it's definitely difficult. So I would say, at one point we were definitely a small town vibe, and then we're kind of at that tipping point now. There are so many small people here, and it's hard to keep up with everybody.
All right, so now do me a favor, Mayor. I need you to check the dice. We're gonna keep it rolling, all right? Oh, right. Good job.
Oh, shoot.
Feel free to read it.
Sure, I will. How do I resolve conflict and reach out to people? Give the scorecard to the person who has ever gone conflict among team members.
And then tell why.
I think this is something that is challenging for me based on the nature of the position. And I'm part of the town and I really love to gather the same with everyone for making a decision. It's just because I care for people and I love people. And I think oftentimes I'm misunderstood for that. It's a personal, but I would say as far as resolving conflicts, is trying to connect with people during the conflict. And, but I also want that segregated, when there's a conflict, I want people to come to me as well, and let's talk about it. And I believe in hitting things immediately and not letting them linger, because I think it just really explosive and do that. So, I can definitely do better with that. And I think that's just the only time gaining trust and knowing people what's my pleasure doing this and opening up. So a person who handles a conflict really well, challenge situation I've seen demonstrated over the past year. Because again, right? Yeah. I think we got such a great. And
I think that this is one of those ones that is honestly, some people may think this is gonna be an rocket choice, but I would actually say that a person who I think has the ability to address a lot of the conflict, but does it in a way that I find truly admirable. I mean, I truly am always like in awe is Audrey, because I think it takes a listening ear to be able to sit there and say, okay, I get it, I understand. So I think honestly, it would be you.
Well, I appreciate that. I would say we should have this card.
All right, my friend, it is your turn to roll. Yeah.
Leadership, individual, share response conflict. Search until you find your way. When do you most feel like you are doing exactly what you were created to do? General question.
Feel free to read the three questions.
Was it, I don't know, I mean, negative. Maybe. Sure, maybe in the context of the organization, what am I here for? When I'm able to fight and win for environmental concessions and plant trees and get your buffers and stuff like that, I feel like I actually accomplished something. A lot of times I feel like, spin my wheels, but occasionally I'll get a W and there'll be a condition or bad project or something that'll actually work it out. So I feel like, what we're here for.
Yeah, I mean, when we all talk about, we're gonna end up making a 10% like we know you're gonna.
Yeah.
That's not what I was here to do. That's just for fun. That's just business and hobby.
While in addition, leaders add value by serving up. Give this gold card to the person who best displays leadership. Seeing how much you're educating and how much people reach out and feel heard. Who are taking the time. Well earned that card.
Very good, very good. Okay, and you can take the dice and roll away, my friend, roll away.
Yeah, that's about something. So we got. Debate. So debate, you're right. What questions do I ask myself as a leader? Our team members feel safe and open to share opinions, even negative ones. So you take a position, you choose a person to oppose you. Do me a favor, for clarity purposes, read that one more time, just to show if you don't mind. Our team members feel safe and open to share their opinions, even negative ones. And I am going to say that I do not feel as though people feel safe and open to share their opinions, even negative ones, in the open. I don't feel like that as a category. I don't feel like we quite created that level and atmosphere of freedom as of yet. But I do think that's something that can ultimately be achieved. But as of right now, I think there are team members, and we all can think of at least one or two, that do not feel safe being able to say what they feel about the organization, about the town, as it currently stands. I will pick Terry.
So I'm of the position that people are able to speak openly
And it's a safe environment.
in a safe environment. Sure, so that's my position, people are able to speak openly in a safe environment. We have an HR department they can go to, we have, a leadership structure that people are able to talk to, and, I believe that people in our organization are able to use these avenues to speak openly and safely, and they're protected by various laws and all sorts of other HR policies that protect them. I do think some people maybe not be aware of their rights, maybe, need to, be helped and put towards the right place to channel some of this, and that's always a challenge on the organization. But I think we have the structure in place.
May I ask a question? In accordance with your answer, not trying my best to stay out of it because I like the idea of you guys making this engine go. But I'm gonna ask you, according to you six, imagine in this room, no one's here but you six. Do you individually, despite the rules and everything else, laws, HR, do you feel this is an environment where you six can speak freely without fear of reprisal? Or someone trying to make you feel bad because you don't agree? Do you feel like this is within you six? Now, this is the breakthrough. This is where you have to be honest.
So for myself, I feel safe. Safe. Majority of what I feel, in my opinions. And especially with people here. However, what I say can have negative consequences on other people. And I bring that up specifically to address, like, for example, the Black History Month resolution. So I did that originally in conjunction with Nicole Rozier to encourage the celebration of people that don't look like me. When I did that, it got a lot of conflict. And, we were there. We saw there was an immediate lash out and there was a lot of negativity from that. So I felt safe, but in me feeling safe, other people did not. So that had consequences. But we also see, kind of the fruits of what's happening now, long term, it's a great celebration that we see and a great honoring of the past and future. But yeah, that definitely had consequences immediately that made it very uncomfortable.
Anyone else?
I do think that I think asking the question within a six, when you're asking us, do we feel safe? I think that is much more of an internal question is it a question of our internal confidence? Whereas I feel like you wouldn't be sitting in this environment if you didn't have a certain amount of self-confidence to be able to say, this is what I feel, and if you don't like it, convince me otherwise. But we're in a much different position than those who are within the organization. Whereas we will say something and ultimately we're responsible to the voters. But there's somebody who may be lower in the organization who may feel that if they say something, that supervisor may retaliate or may inflict some form of harm against them. Maybe not now, maybe in the future. Or if there's something that takes place, they'll say, well, was this because I said this 8 months ago or not? And that's, I think, the thing that is the toughest part of any organization is imbuing the internal confidence that we all have, the ability to step forth and say, we are going to make this statement because we think it's the right thing to do or the right thing to say. But ensuring that those underneath and within the organization have the ability to feel that same way. but also empowering them so that if they feel as if there is some form of abuse because of what they've said, that there's going to be an examination.
Needs to start, it starts with us. Trust in ourselves. That would be a priority.
I was just saying, I think the worst thing that we can do amongst ourselves and people to us, or us to people, is kind of questioning motives and motivations. I think, I find the most kind of painful insult that, or critique that you'll have of us, that we don't care about the community, because we wouldn't be here if we did. And I've been kind of checked, and I've checked people on this council, I think, when I felt like they felt like the motives have been questioned. And I think that's a really good thing to make sure that that's kind of called out and addressed as soon as possible.
Agree completely. I always think that the perspective that I always like to make sure we pass along is assume positive intent. With anything that comes out of anybody's mouth, assume positive intent. You know, that way, I think, to me, it always prevents me from getting into that it's natural reaction to get defensive. It's nice that something. It helps me so that I can look at that comment as, you know, as my wife always likes to tell me, feedback is a gift, and she likes to provide a lot of gifts. But if I look at the idea of positive intent, look at the idea of, all right, maybe what they're saying isn't being said with this ultra heinous conspiratorial background to it, and just take the comment and just look at it and say, well, you know what? Maybe when they were saying that sweater looks nice, they actually meant it. I feel like that's a better way of kind of moving with things, that I don't find myself in a crazy sort of view on the world. So thanks for reminding me about.
I feel conflicted on this one a little bit. So I think we, as a team of 6, have a good rapport, and to his point, we have a level of confidence that, you know, led us to put ourselves up for election first, right? We cannot expect that from everybody in the organization. And as much as I want to put ourselves forward as a safe place for people to come and articulate their concerns, we are legally not that documented, right? Like we are supposed to be separated from the organization. We are the legislative part of the organization. It's how manages the structure, including the HR department, and you know, where that safety needs to be created for the town employees. And so I feel like, you know, even though I think we all have the desire to do right to our employees. And in some cases, we're putting ourselves out there, and in some cases, people come to us, right? And then, you know, and the mayor in particular, right? The member of the personnel committee. But how much can we really do there in terms of fixing things without starting to meddle in the organization, which is not our place, right? And so I want to be a safe place. I want to be out there for our employees, but I feel like as soon as I start doing that, I'm overstepping my bounds. And so, but there's a tension there, I think, between the board and the rest of the organization. That's frankly, I don't think we cracked the code on.
No, I think that's really insightful, and that is the truly most difficult part of the leadership here. It really is.
If this were a corporation, right, and we were the board of directors, you know, it would be a different relationship. Like, you know, you have more direction that you can exercise in the organization. But given that this is, you know, governmental agency, right, I think that dynamic is different, and I struggle with that, right, because having grown up in corporate America, right, like my inclination is to go fix things in the organization, have a conversation with the manager or director. But I can't, right, or I should, you know. And so that's where, for me, there's the conflict.
Well, in the spirit of it, and again, thank you so much, everyone, in your openness.
All right, individual, what has been addressed in this exercise that needs to be revisited? I mean, staying on topic, right, okay, I think the whole, like, employee engagement, employee safety, reinforcing those paths that we do have with HR, with, you can go to any manager in the organization. Audra, you just said, like, I hope that will be priority and a focus for the next town manager. I wholeheartedly subscribe to that, like, this is an issue that needs to be fixed. There's distrust of the organization that we've heard about, but we have not addressed as a collective. I think that's one that's, we need to get in front of people will start voting with their feet.
What else want to address that? Okay, good to go. All right, it's your turn to roll the dice, my friend. Let's go. Whoa. All right.
I'm going to Vegas on Saturday, so good luck here. All right, this is pairing up thing here. I guess that's what the first
First,
Okay, players pair discuss the following question or statement. Write your response, and then one player for each pair reports the rest of the team. Okay. Question is, how do I resolve conflict and lead challenging people? It also says, no job has a future, only people have a future. Also, what can we do to inspire our team to make their work something that they are proud to do, not just another job?
all right, and do me a favor, we're gonna read that one more time, just keep in mind, so everybody's prepared, you're gonna write down your responses, and then you're gonna choose one person to kind of express the collective thought between the two, okay? All right, read it one more time.
All three of these things, or
Just the main part right here, what can we
do to inspire our team to make their work something that they are proud to do, not just another job?
and I'll give you a moment, look, watch this, it's time. Here we go, it's time. There you go, get after it, work together in your pairs. Good.
Celebrate.
Yeah.
There's so many. There are some recognition.
Three words.
Yeah, we, especially people stay, now we're taking top down. Because they're really do.
That's what I
keep us
guess.
safe.
Yeah.
For the top, we're gonna more should be.
Or shout them out. Well, say whatever for
I don't say.
recognition or something. I think they do.
Right.
But I would say, I think it was constantly reminding this is a job.
There's no. They make.
I agree.
Well, I think the one also.
Much more negative.
All right. No. Like I said, it's like my writing looks like. a
And so.
I could better read my handwriting.
Well, the sands of time has spoken.
All that, I haven't.
All right, so we have gone to the sands of time. We're gonna start with you two. Then we're gonna go to you two, and then finally we're gonna finish up here. Please.
Okay, so a couple of things. So first of all, recognizing that we work for local government, right? People do not work for local government for, the real paycheck, right? So there's a sense of purpose here that people have working for the town and the town government. I think, so in terms of motivating, reminding people of that purpose, reminding people of the impact they're having on, their local community, their neighbors, the direct impact of local governments to the community in which people live and work. I think it's just powerful. That being said, I would love to see more recognition, even if it's just a fan of the fact, but we're not in a position to offer big bonuses or stuff like that. But when we should celebrate things, it's not like the opening of a park, right? That's has taken years to come to fruition. There's so many steps in between that are worth recognizing. And, whether that's employee appreciation lunch or, something that we can offer to people, for a job well done, to not only remind of the purpose and the impact that they're having on the other community, but also kind of having personal recognition of, hey, I did that, and I helped, and I'm that person.
Let's be right back. I gotta write that. I gotta write something on my revelation.
So since he took it up, I'm going to jump to you, gentlemen.
I can't read this.
Okay.
It's not chicken strap. It looks like I had a seizure. I'm sorry. I just had to write that down.
And just so you know, I think that's very important. I have a good memory and therefore I rely on it too much of the things that falls through the cracks. So there are times you just need to write it down while it's still fresh. I definitely understand that. Okay. Okay. So if you want, y'all go ahead.
Okay, great. So a lot of the same things. We think that recognizing those who are employees and working in town, and recognizing that support others with pay or with non-pay. There's just a need for people to understand that we appreciate what they do. We also talked about reminding people of their purpose, because nobody is doing this job simply for the paycheck. Just for that purpose. So reminding them of the larger purpose, whether it's because of why they work for the town because they've been here, or whether it's because they just want to make the community better. And then another aspect was when we remind them of their purpose, it helps them focus helps everybody focus in going in the same direction, kind of like our strategic plan works with, keeping everybody in the organization moving in that same direction. So there were some other things that you had. I didn't bring up this.
Gentlemen over here.
Yep, so along everything you say, guys not having bar. Often hear the term praised publicly and read privately. I mean, we can't, you can never do too much of praising people publicly. I think that's the way to do it. And along with that is Mr. Nate talked about adding value. And I think people want to get better, and when they do, get more training, more opportunities to be coached. I'll flip to another side of it. A lot of times the captain with police department, it was always filled up at the end of the year and evaluation. All these reviews. And you would have a few supervisors that didn't take the time along the year to coach people and say, hey, here's an expectation, you're not meeting those. And that is explosive at the end. So I think that's an opportunity to get better by correcting behavior along the way and not looking to the end, try to address it.
But, I think that's, as the supervisor, right, there's a role there too, that's like, and I agree, like nobody, if I deliver a performance review at the end of the year, there should be no surprise, right? You've heard all of this from me before, right? And so, I do agree.
And real quick, I've noticed a bit of acrimony in our council meetings the last year. I would say maybe 2 years, that I think is also translating to the staff at times, from the public to them. I think we're just getting a little taste of what it is at times, and I worry about that a lot. And I think a lot of this, our society, like, is used to going to the manager, or,
Oh, you mean people to us, I think, like,
to each other. People to us, I think we're seeing only a small bit of what people do to our staff.
Negative feedback that we get, but.
Warranted and unwarranted, but I'm concerned that that trend is making it harder to be able to look at it. Employee. No say next ever.
Let me ask you a question. So when that does happen to the collector, how do you guys move it?
We always know, I guess, first of all, I think it's incumbent upon us to at times maybe publicly say, hey, lights should come to us, not to the staff, and it's not their responsibility. And like, it's policy thing, it should come to us, not them. And maybe us and the management to kind of recognize and praise good behavior and good jobs that we're doing, and defend if needed, some of the negative things.
It's hard because we don't create a situation where there is a dialogue there. And I think that's a safety that we have, because sometimes if I could respond, it would not be very nice. And I appreciate that barrier being.
Well, the lady said, like, well, I'd like to see a two-way street. I'm just like, you do. That's not what he said. And you want to hear, and I think it is good enough, because,
Clarify here, because to me, when it's about things like land use and they're upset about rezoning, right to spell wrong, and the right to be able to, all of that. When people come and make personal attacks, that's to me, like, we did have a preacher that came telling us how it was evil to be a queer person. And people should go to hell for it and all this kind of stuff. That to me was absolutely like the most appropriate thing ever to do. And the fact that we can't respond to that type of behavior bothers me in those instances, because you are basically, you're attacking who I am as a person that I cannot change. And if you're coming and attacking our policies, that's different. Very different, including appropriate situation to bear that information.
If I could just say one thing about that, because, there are not many times I have shame about us as a council. But the fact that we didn't respond to that is the one thing that every day I think about it, because, and I know by rule, we don't respond to that sort of thing, but to tell you how much it eats me up inside every time I think about the fact that I sat and witnessed injustice and didn't see anything in every time, so.
I do want to address that. The rules does make it difficult. There are times I want to respond, but then again, we all say we value, we appreciate First Amendment, and it's not selective. So even times it just really disappoints us. It's just really hard to solve. But I will say this: one of the things that I try to do is call every individual. They sign up, they have their number. I call them and I invite them to my office, even if I disagree with them. I let them talk. And then they leave there saying, thank you for letting me talk. I feel like I've been heard. We have a dialogue. So my encouragement is they can't get the dialogue in the council chamber, but you can get in the dialogue. You can call them. And I would say every one of them have left like, thanks for listening. They didn't agree to everything, but and I'll go back to some of the challenges that we see. Oftentimes there are things that we don't know when they're challenging staff. And my job, my position, I'm the front facing person for the town. They see the mayor. Everybody thinks the mayor can fix everything. I tell them I can't fix a lot of things, but I will receive information and I will pass it on to the town manager because that's their role. So I think keeping that door open is very important. And I understand what you're saying. You don't want to get into the weeds, but we represent the community and people. We're there first.
And I think that's the thing that is important for all of us to remember, which is you are in a uniquely different position. Because they do come to you and say, well, fix this, because they don't, most people don't understand. They're coming to you, and a lot of times, and I fully recognize this and can't appreciate it enough, that there are going to be times when somebody's coming forward and they're like, I just want to talk to somebody, and you gladly stand and embrace it. I truly appreciate that. I think it's something that you can't, that cannot be understated, because quite frankly, it's the toughest job to be able to sit here and take the beating for not fixing a problem that you don't have the ability to fix. Totally, I mean, can't tell you enough how impressed and more importantly, how critical that job is in our town. It really is. So thanks for doing that, because it's not easy to capitalize, especially when you're not gonna get a chance to shoot that. But I mean, and not to say that, when you go out and you do talk to folks in the house, and when people come in and talk to you in the house. I simply talked about the one time when, if somebody came to me and called me a nigger in my face, very rarely do I get a chance to not say, what'd you say? Or why don't you say that again? I don't get a chance to do that. And I felt like in that one instance, that was the time. And I know, listen, does he have the right to say it? Absolutely. But I also have personal rights. And I feel like there are times when I want to say something, only recognizing that I don't have the opportunity to say it. And that's the burden of what we have. That is unfortunately a burden we have. But there are times that I wish.
Yeah, you're right, it's a burden, and taking the oath to do that. If I can share a quick conspiracy, some of you may have heard this. When I was in second year of the police department, staying on 2nd Street, there was a KKK march on 2nd Street. And I was the only black there, staying there to protect them, to allow them to call me those names. So it was a really defining moment, like, wow, this is really interesting, this law. So I do recognize what you're saying. I understand that you do want to respond. And I, I hate that happen to you. And I would tell you that I handled it in my own way.
Oh, I know you did.
And I won't make it go anymore because we're rushing, so.
No, I know you did. I know you did.
So listen, in the spirit of things, we're just wrapping it up, but I do want to do one more thing. One more question. And I'm just gonna make this, it says sticky note, so you can't use your sticky note. But in the essence of time, we have about 5 more minutes. So I'm gonna do this. The law of navigation. Anyone can steer the ship, but it takes neither to chart the course. What pressure do we expect our organization to face in the next 12 months? I want you to write it on your sticky note. I'm gonna say it again. Anyone can steer the ship, but it takes a leader to chart the course. What threats do we face in this organization in the next 12 months? I want you to think about that, write it on your sticky note. And then I will give everyone to say their piece, and we will wrap up this exercise. Essence of time, I'll give it one more sense of time. There we go. Couple more seconds. So it looks like everybody's pretty much. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna start with Audra. We're gonna work our way around, finish up, okay?
So I wrote down 2 themes. leadership change. So leadership change at the state level, both at the health, we've got a lieutenant governor coming up, we have our attorney general coming up. Legislatively, changes there at the leadership position and the town manager. All of those things are potential threats. And then my second major theme is policy and law change at the state level. Major threat.
Mine is government mistrust. I think that there's an government mistrust theme that is going to be the thing that will be not only an existential threat, but an internal threat. Because if folks who work within us feel like they can't trust those who are making decisions, that erodes the process. And if those who are participating in the process or not participating in the process, but our residents there feel like the government can't be trusted, then that's also going to erode our ability to do things.
Gentrification. I think we have a real problem with the eval, the reval just completed. You know, if you look at where the properties increase the most in value, and therefore people are going to get a disproportionate increase in taxes. It's all the older neighborhood. You know, for people that lived for long periods of time, people that are typically a little bit less affluent than you know, in the newer neighborhoods that have been built. I think we're taxing people out of their house, and there's very little alternative in terms of affordable housing for the people who move within the town. And I really will get on that.
I worry about letting negative short-term feedback derail some of our long-term vision projects and efforts. And I think some of the short-term negative feedback could be real and acute and painful, but we have a long-term vision that I hope we can stay the course on these things.
Yeah, man, Joe, the more we get, the harder it will be to connect and communicate. It's gonna be a challenge, not only in, next 12 months, but the next 5 to 10 years. So I'm concerned about that and being able to represent the entire community. Because we have, 6 council members, and I think we all relate to different people, and this is gonna be more as a representative. So,
I wrote down 3 things. First, leadership transition that Audra spoke about. I think it's pretty self-evident. We have a transition come up, a challenge, and a lot of change come out of that. Moving on, to Brett's point, we have multiple large projects, multiple ones that are ready to actually execute in the next 12 months. And as it is a challenge, it's just going to get real. And my observation is everyone loves infrastructure, everyone loves these big projects and brings, except for the people who are directly impacted by them. And once those impacts are about to begin, that's when things get really, really tough. So I think we're going to see multiple instances of that in the next 12 months that are a challenge. And finally, something Arnold spoke on, budgetary pressure this year. We did have the reval. It did, as I spoke about the meeting, slightly, it rebalanced the tax burden on our citizens, rebalanced it slightly away from commercial to our citizens. That's not great. At the same time, they're facing increases in, home insurance prices, auto insurance prices, the general inflation of what is easing, it has behind the past couple of years. All this is coming together at a time when we need more capital funding to help us get to our capital projects. It'll be difficult to raise that funding. So I think this year will be a challenging budget cycle for that reason.
Well, number one, I want to thank you guys. I felt like you all played all out. I felt like you were able to be honest with each other. And I think you all got some value out of this. It's real important as you 6 are to work together to make the difference for this town. I mean, I love this place. I believe you love this place. But I think we have the right people for the job. So again, thank you for what you do. You talk about appreciation. Sometimes it may not be in monetary value, but it's always nice to have someone say, listen, thank you for what you do. We appreciate what you guys do. And I thank you for being a part of Apex and what you do for us. So again, this pretty much concludes what I had. So I do think. But on a serious note, team building is important. I think it's good to work together, but it's also good outside the confines of what we do on a daily basis. Things like this, it helps. If nothing else, you see how other people think, see how they feel. And some things, it's about raising awareness, coming up from the depths to really see where a person stands. Right? So again, I appreciate your participation. Thank you for your time and thank you.
And note, I do want you all just to turn around and figure out which spaghetti tower is still standing. No. It went down in the beginning of our
We
survey.
got reading at the top
All right, we're back in session. We'll move now to, the gang is here. All right, we have Parks and Recreation and the ranking at 7.
Right, good morning. So you guys all got to do a little engaging activity. Hope we're gonna be able to add some learning and fun to that experience. As you know, I'm Angela Reinke. I'm the Taos Park Planning Project Manager. It's a title I always love when I'm speaking, but usually it's because there's a lot of stuff that goes behind that. Also presenting to you today are Patrick Clemens, who's our park planning, the park manager, and Elizabeth Shope, who's a recreation program supervisor. You're gonna get a little bit from all of us this morning. And I know you just took a break, so you got to stretch your legs, but I'm hoping that this morning you'll be willing to talk. So, if it's okay, and if you're able, I'd like you to stand up.
Down memory lane.
And, you know, it's always a good idea for us during the day to get outside and breathe in that fresh air and, you know, get out and see what's happening in town, see our residents, connect with them, and we get to do a lot of that with our projects. And so let's imagine that we're taking a walk to one of our greenways. So we're going to take a nice little stroll to our greenways, and you can kind of keep going as much as you want, or if you need to take a break, or you want to stop and see the trees that are blowing and the light going through them, or you want to hear the birds that are chirping. And I want to get my window this morning, so it's looks crazy, but no harm. He was trying to vote and so, and then we got all that happening, right? Now you can take a seat if you want. I'm going to stand up here and present and imagine that we are walking down the path to some of our projects that are in the works. So the first thing up today is Beaver Creek. No, we've been waiting since design started in 2015 with the project has been underway. Good news is we have a lot of federal funding for it. Bad news is it takes a lot of extra time and energy. And so we are at the very end of getting this project ready to go. Yesterday, I got the letter from DOT that says the contract that we have in place is approved. So we are ready to go. Unfortunately, with that, they came with 2 other amendments. And so at your next town council meeting, you'll probably be seeing an item from us that includes a supplemental agreement to give us an additional $3.4 million. One point that's already been allocated. So that's the good news. And then there's some contract things that they want amended. So you're going to get 2 items that are coming. That should be the big things for that project. We've got Fred Smith underway. We've got our CEI organization training systems who will be on site daily managing the project that are working on it already. The concept for February 28th. And so as soon as we get back, we can probably issue the notice. Sometime in March, late March, early April. 540 days to build this. It's got a lot more. That means that there's a lot of on-site movement that's going to happen. It also involves working around these lovely sewer manholes in this corridor. This section also crosses under Kelly Road and Apex Barbecue Road. Those are already projects that were funded with cost share money. So those have freeway connections underneath them. And we have a ped bridge that's going to get craned in over Beaver Creek. So that's a big operation. We have to work with Cardinal Pipeline to bring that crane in one way and a tractor trailer with the ped bridge on it from the other side. And so there'll be a lot of coordination that will have to happen for that to get completed. So 540 days doesn't seem like a lot when we have all of that. But hopefully we'll get started on that later this spring and move forward with that. So it's just another view of one of the sections under Barbecue Road that's already been completed. We'll be tying into that into the nature park. You can see the green between Kelly Road Park and the nature park. Then let's say we had that nice little walk, right? And so we need to now bike to the other side of town. So if you can imagine, get on your bike, on your wheels. We're going to the southwest side of Apex. This is the first recreation amenity that is in that quadrant of town. We've got a small segment built already. But it's definitely something that's much needed and desired in this part of our community. It's a little less than a little over a mile constructed north to south. There are some additional legs connected to the community, so it's longer than that. But when people think of Greenway miles, they usually go from end to end and don't count in how they get to it from their neighborhood and that sort of thing. So it's over a mile, but truly a mile north to south. This project was budgeted at 5.6 million and we have 1.5 million reimbursement from Lake County. So they are partnering with us on that. It runs from Sunset Lake Road here at the Holly Springs Apex border, all the way north to Colby Chase Drive in this area. And then it continues further north with the Horton Park subdivision. So they're connecting to us, building farther north. And we have a feasibility study that NCDOT is funding to study from Jesse Drive all the way north to 1010, as well as 1010 along Old US or Old Highway 1 over to Regency Park. So we'll connect the town of Cary to the Creek Greenway in that area. We'll connect on Center Street with side path to downtown Apex. And our partners in South Holly Springs are redoing a portion of the Arbor Creek. They called it the Arbor Creek Greenway. It will now be the Middle Creek Greenway to tie into us, and it will ultimately link down to their downtown. So a big regional connection. That's why we have Wake County funding for it. This got underway in September. And they have been clearing the southern section, which is phase 1. They ran into a substantial amount of undercuts. So you will soon be seeing a budget amendment request for coverage of removal of unsuitable soils, backfill of gravel, or potentially repurpose concrete to go under the trail to keep it from shifting a lot in these soils. It's definitely in a wet, low area and has been flooded for years. And so we're having to address what's underground that we weren't truly aware of until we opened it up. So
Like roofs and stuff, are we talking about? Roofs? Like roofs or like what? What do you mean by
The
underground?
soil, well, so they cut down to subgrade, and if that won't pre-roll, meaning it won't compact, then we have to do a remedy. So they either have to dig more or add other materials, like fabric and gravel or crushed concrete that's been recycled to stabilize it.
Okay, gotcha.
So that, you know, when you put that asphalt somewhat soft, you know, when it's permanent and we don't have curb and gutter to keep it in. And so it over time can start to stretch and or bounce. And so then you get cracks in it and it's not a good surface. So we do some calculations and include for that, but we're hitting a place where there might be 6 feet of undercut.
Huh.
And so we have to look at remedies. Sometimes it's not taking out as much, but it's adding different materials back in to harden underground. So this is just a spot where we had done testing, but we can't, you know, you core drill areas and we don't necessarily get all of it done at that time. So we're finding that in this section, especially as we turn to go in a different direction that was originally planned to meet NCDOT's bridge building that they did and where they provided us the connection. So we had originally had an alignment that went more to the west, but we had to come back east to meet this alignment under this bridge. And so that area just had more undercut because it was closer to the creek. Let's see what else.
Is boardwalk an option, an alternative?
Boardwalk is almost 5 times the cost
All right, never mind.
to go in. And this section is almost 80% boardwalk as it is. So it's a big maintenance issue for us, especially when it's in the trees, because as you guys have all heard, we have people that slip, it gets wet. You know, the trees fall, break branches across the trail surface, break railings. And so while boardwalk is usable, we already have enough that we're trying to figure out how to manage the best way possible. So where we don't have to use it. And sometimes they won't allow us to use it in the floodway or the floodplain, especially when we're crossing certain areas. So we've used as much as we can, I think, in this setup. Let's see, this was also a 540-day construction. Right now they're targeted to be complete. I'm just trying to find the date in I think July of 2025. So well underway, but we'll see how that continues. In phase two, which is the northern phase, they've started, putting in the erosion control measures, started clearing, and they're supposed to mobilize the boardwalk crew for that northern section. And, this has 2 pedestrian bridges that cross the creek. One when the creek is north-south and another when the creek is east-west. So the creek meanders through, and even if we drew a straight line, we cross it twice. The one unique thing about this is this connection into the Marymount neighborhood. We found an old tree growth of beech trees, which are not as common in the cooler temperatures near water. Sort of like Hemlock Bluffs, we might have a natural area of some significant trees. So the boardwalk sort of actually goes up the hill and wraps around these trees so that we can protect them. So it's a neat feature that we'll be able to maybe do some education about on this trail when it's needed.
Can you discuss the crossing of Sunset Lake Road, like in the interim and long term? Is that on here?
Not a drawing, but, when we get to Sunset Lake Road, we are providing a mid-block pedestrian crossing with a median refuge.
Okay.
So you cross traffic that's heading one direction, have a median, and then you kind of take that jog turn, and then you'll be offset to cross to the other side. And it lines up right with the Holly Springs. So it'll be signed as a crossing. It has that median refuge, and that's an NCDOT road, so they've approved that crossing that way.
Okay.
We also have a trailhead parking lot at Sunset Lake Road, which is our first official trailhead that's not within a park. And that will have a fix-it station for the bikes, as well as a, information kiosk board, tell them about what's happening in Apex, talk about where the trail is. And some of that's tied into how we're trying to approach this as a regional, it's on the Great Trail State Plan, this particular greenway. So for us, it's the biggest corridor link that we have to others in the state.
We're concerned about like some get hit like the very first week and like causing a bunch of havoc about like what to do here.
I don't think so, but we coordinate all of our plans in-house with our safety team. So I think we'll get from them, any information about what we could do to either promote education or put up signage that the crossing is coming. Right now, that whole section is being modified with the NC 540 plans. And so I think we'll have to see how, our plans go to their finished plans. And we should be behind the work that they're doing. But, we definitely have the refuge for people. It's just, again, we know that even with the flashing beacons and some of those sort of things, people don't always use them the same way or see them and follow the way we would anticipate. So
Is it a flashing beacon that they're gonna press and light up or?
I'd have to check on this and whether or not we have that. Those are one of those things they do the warrants. And so sometimes you have to have the trails in place.
Okay.
Test first. But if that is warranted, we would do them.
Okay.
All right, so we packed up our bike because we took a long ride and we're headed to the west part of town. And we're gonna pretend we're jogging because this is a short little section and most of us could jog this little piece without too much sweat. This is Apex West. This is our connection to the American Tobacco Trail off of Olive Chapel Road. It's on the south side. It's near the Saddlebrook neighborhood, west of Richardson. And this is only 700 linear feet. But it is a great project for us in that it's a partnership with Wake County. They own the land. They provided the easement. They're giving us $150,000 towards this. And they plan to put a future trailhead here at some point. It's 2 lots that they own. There's 4 land adjacent to us. One of the lots is a life rights estate. So as long as that resident maintains that as their homestead, then they will stay. And no project will move forward, but we do cross their property and we'll provide a connection to the ATV that's off-road. But at some point, Wake County plans to come back in and build a parking lot there. And we do have water to that location. So we assume that at that point, they would be able to provide other services. But again, no plan until that life rights estate is in a different status. Our total project for that was $721,000. We've had to work a long time with the Corps because they actually own the underlying land of the ATT in that location as well. So it took us about a year to get the changes with the Corps all the way to their Savannah office in real estate to get that agreement in place for us to connect to the ATT in that location. So you can see they're actively doing work. Some of this is pine from the site, but we also, because we were crossing wetlands and they had to do a thing where they bring the equipment over it, they brought in logs from offsite that they had from another location and used those as their matting to get into the wetland area. And so, some of that is not ours. Very important to know that. And then this, you can see the connection along the side path that's on Olive Chapel Road. So hopefully that will reduce the number of people who are parking at the pump station and walking along the shoulder. And they can park on the street or use the neighborhood connections out to this tie-in. We had tried to connect from Saddlebrook here and go straight down to the tobacco trail in that location years ago. But the Corps would not approve those plans. And so this was the alternative to that. And we anticipate at some point there may be a request based on whether or not we see a footpath that starts to show up from the cul-de-sac down to there. But again, we didn't have ownership of this open space that's a part of Saddlebrook. So we'll see whether or not the trailhead can get there first and whether or not residents will be willing to use the paved route to get back to the ATT. The next thing that's supposed to happen there is they've done the clearing, is to start doing some of the storm and pipe work that happens. This section also has a boardwalk over wetlands, and we anticipate completion in July of this year. All the permitting for this is done through Wake County, so it's not our building department that's managing it, so it's a new one for us, and that we're actually building something in jurisdiction. So that sort of wraps up our projects that are underway. So let us take a look at some of our other projects that are getting ready to get started. So I was thinking about it, and this is a really great corridor for rollerblading or roller skating, because it's a nice rolling, some gentle swales on here. So this is a gap section for us that completes what was required as a part of the Sweetwater development. This had a delay due to being required to have a Clomar, so the town took over finishing up this project. And so it went out to bid, and we're working to the award for construction to Hollins went last night to the town council. And so we now have an awarded project. We'll work with them on setting the pre-con, get a notice of award out to them shortly. And I know they're anxious to get out there. They've been calling regularly to say, when can we go? We've been working with the HOA and keeping them up to date on this because it's a really high profile wanted segment. It will be boardwalk and concrete because it's in between. We won't be able to get a new paving equipment down there. But we can do that with concrete buddies and stuff. So again, boardwalk and concrete for this section. It's about 400 linear feet. And it will finish that gap in Sweetwater. A lot of times this brings the next question of what about all the way out to the ATT and Reed Branch. Smith Farm has this segment that Lennar Homes owes us. The plans had to be resubmitted for revisions. Project was designed many years ago, but there's some changes that we needed to implement. And so they've come back and just redesigned a portion of the segment over here on the west side of the connection between Sweetwater and Smith Farm. As soon as those plans are approved, they're ready to go, have their subcontractors lined up. And so we'll get that finished, and you'll be able to go from Goliath Lane at the edge of Abington and Sweetwater all the way up to the ATT or north to Richardson Road. So we've made that connection with those two projects. One us built and another a developer built. The funding for Reed Branch came from the Sweetwater development, so they're covering the cost of that through all their phases. Now, we did that little roller skating, but we got to bike our way back to Hunter Street Park, middle of town. And we're excited about this because it's a very unique facility, similar, we hope, to the interest and the use of the skate plaza. When we chose for that to be for skateboards and small wheels only, we had a lot of people who wanted a bike facility. And so yesterday we notified the firm that our 17th member committee had decided was our selected firm, and they got right back to us and said, when can we get there? We're really excited. We have a lot of people who have sent us, since the master plan was adopted, interest in being a part of a, committee to provide information and guidance. We have some people who are local who've talked about bringing Caterpillar and their equipment in as, volunteer days. So we've got a lot of interest in this. We just have to figure out how do we manage all of that, work it into being a way to work with our budget, and make sure that we get a plan that meets as many of the needs as we can. Concepts that we've provided that sort of guided the proposals were that there should be an internal pump track, which is one of those, bump wheels. Children on those little sprider bikes without the pedals can just, climb to the top and roll down very easily. People who are more skilled and want more challenge can jump from, ramp to ramp. But it is an all natural surface. We don't have a lot of more area for any kind of impervious surface there, so it will be natural surface. And then the other piece of the concept is an outer loop that includes more mountain bike type skills, boulders, logs, jumping, hopping. And we're sort of imagining a track around the outside with lanes of easy, medium, hard. So you can see the different kinds of surfaces, and we provided this to our in our proposals so that we could show them what we envisioned, and we got some feedback and examples of the work that this group had done. And so we'll get working with them, scoping meeting, and then hopefully we'll have a contract coming to council in April, and then schedule pre-construction and then public engagement, and then we'll be rolling on that one.
Question about that one.
Yes.
Is that going to be illuminated or just for day use only?
So through the master plan process and from other public comment about the park, we know that lighting needs to be a component. And so there were pros and cons of that in that residents over in Salem Oaks neighborhood had expressed that they were not desiring lights. But we did, when we did the rezoning, it was last year, we did increase the buffer width and maintain the natural tree stand that's there. And so we'll work with how we can shield lights and meet our lighting code, but provide additional lighting beyond what we do to light that, because we can't close this park down without fencing it, which is not our intent. And we could also light the walking path, which has been a repeated request. So we're kind of gonna scope that to include that. It might be that it's done not by the folks that are doing this work because they specialize in bike tracks, but that we, get a lighting plan done as a part of a package. So that is included in our concepts for moving forward. The other big thing we've had asked for is a shade structure, which we had like 4 people to sit on the side. And we planned for trees to remain, and we have a picnic grove, but we didn't necessarily provide for a structure in our original thoughts. So we'll see how that phase comes through as we do the public engagement. So while we're here, let's take a stroll down Salem Street to West Street Park. So this project is a renovation and revitalization of space that has been in the town and used by the community for a really long time. It's 1.5 acres, and we've had 2 public engagement meetings with the community over the last couple of years. We have some concepts from them about things that they would like to see. There is a sewer project that's coming along with this that will provide for the restrooms that have been repeatedly asked for. We had looked at open airing the stream that's piped underneath there, but found that there wasn't really a lot of there were some concerns about what that would be like. So we had a concept that was completed. This is one of them. You guys have seen this long time ago when we were talking about the master plan. But some of the aspects of this we just knew were not possible. We have concerns about, we want to light the basketball court, but the EDO doesn't allow us to light it in this location based on its proximity to an existing residential unit, whether or not it's lived in or not. And so we are trying to figure out if there's other mechanisms we can do to screen it or meet the code. And so we brought on a group, it's called Timmons Group, and they're gonna master plan this with another set of public engagement. And then we're gonna really nail down exactly what we need to do here and and meet the needs of the community. Obviously, this is sort of anchoring one end of downtown as the downtown expands and those projects, sort of right at the corner of William Street and Salem Street start to happen. And so we're gonna do what we can to make this, be exactly what the residents and the community surrounding it have asked for. This project is funded through ARPA funding, so we know we have to meet their timeline and that sort of stuff. So we anticipate if we're moving through that we can have this completed in March of 2026. So, sort of the outset of all the plan reviews and public engagement and bidding and all that would need to happen. That is our trip around town. I didn't actually get you outside into the fresh air of the sun, but I hope that you got a chance to experience what we're doing all over town. And the only thing I was thinking you probably want to know is, yes, we can publish this online when we're completed. So we'll put it on our webpage and have that information available to residents to see, because I know they're always looking for updates. 2 is you get your monthly report that covers some of these projects in detail. And our quarterly reports also include all the developer constructed greenways, because I think right now we have like 12 of them that are active. A few that just recently got turned over. So we're adding about 5 miles a year of developer constructed greenway. And so we're tracking that and managing this as well. But it's a lot of details, making connectivity happen across town. So do you have any other questions about these projects before we turn it over?
What's the status of I know we did the master plan effort and there were some goals in there. Is that finalized and are we on track for some of those goals right now?
Yeah,
Coming up?
the master plan was adopted in March of 2023.
Okay,
Our department strategic goals and initiatives also tie to the master. So we incorporated the master plan, implementation action plan into our strategic plan goals.
okay.
And so we're tracking both of those annually. And so you'll see when we present projects, we also identify, like our CIP projects identifies which of our initiatives and our strategic plan goals we were implementing with that.
Okay, so every March you guys kind of do a look back or?
Well, we bring them forward with our recommendations for our budget.
Oh, for the budget, okay.
Yeah. CIP and budget together, because for me, it's all CIP mostly, and for everybody else, it is the budget, like specific budget. But
Okay.
Turn this over to Patrick.
Thank you, Angela.
I'm Patrick Fitzsimmons, Pleasant Park Manager. I won't make you guys stand up or, but I would like you to remember 100 days ago when we were at Pleasant Park. Can't believe it's been already 100 days when you guys all kicked those soccer balls. But we have some really good data on the park and some events we've done that I wanted to share. Just kind of what's gone on so far. So here's us back there 100 days ago, we're trying to soccer ball. You guys don't know, we have car counters at some of our larger parks. We have the ability to measure how many visitors we have at our parks. I want to share Pleasant Park's numbers because they're quite striking. In our first 3 months of operation, we had over 140,000 cars come through the gates. If you have 3 to 4 people in a car, that times four quarters, that's over 2 million estimated visitors for the park for the first year, which is over 1 million more than we had actually thought about when we planned this park. For comparison, our second biggest park is Apex Community Park. In the same time period, we had 66,000 cars. So more than double the amount of traffic that we had in any of our other parks, which is pretty awesome. So over the first 3 months of the park, we haven't had any internal programming, which I'll talk about a little bit. It's been mostly rentals and then large events. We have some really cool data from these events that have happened so far. We've had so far 5 tournaments. These are larger events, more than just a regular rental or a day from some of our local groups. These are events where we know that people are coming from out of town to come to Pleasant Park to play games. And so far, that's generated $43,000 in just field rental revenue. That's just the cost of them renting the fields. And for these events, we've also opened our concession stand out there, which is the first for the town. We get to keep 20% of the sales that our contracted person does. They've done over $15,000 in sales just in those 5 events alone.
resulting in $3,000 of revenue for the town. One really cool thing is we've reached out to Visit Raleigh, which is the Greater Raleigh Convention Visitors Board, and they were able to provide some visitor data using cell phones. They have the ability to draw a map basically around Pleasant Park and gather the cell phone location service data from everyone who has their location services turned on their phone. A little bit creepy actually, but it's, but what they do basically is they use the data for people that do have their cell phone data enabled and they extrapolate it out to the general population. And they were able to send us a really cool report on the time period during these events. And from their data, we learned that 70% of the people who came to Pleasant Park are within 50 miles. They're what we call local visitors. And 30% of the people that are coming to Pleasant Park are from beyond 50 miles of the park, which is quite striking. All the people that we're bringing to Apex just for fun. Along with that, they're also able to tell what these people do, where they came from, and what they do afterwards, so they can look at where they go to eat, where they stay. And they're able to tell that during this time period, 74% of people that came from outside of that 50-mile radius, they stayed in Apex for at least one night. 75% of those people, and the average stay was 3 nights. So all these people are coming to use Pleasant Park to play these tournaments, and they're staying here, and they're spending money here in Apex. It's really cool. This just shows kind of where these visitors are coming from. I also know this because I work with the groups that have put on these tournaments, and they've showed me their schedules of these teams. But so Florida is the most visited people are from Florida for these events. Pennsylvania, Ohio, New York, Virginia, Tennessee, all over the country.
May I ask, how are we marketing this? I mean, how are we getting the word out that this is the place to come to?
So far, all these events are by our local groups that we've already worked with. So we haven't had to market this anywhere. You know, the word's starting to spread. I'm starting to get calls from national companies or national folks that want to bring their event here just because they're hearing about it from their peers and athletic groups. But these 5 events have all been local. They've all, a couple of the events were from MCFC, the soccer, a couple were Wake SC, the groups that are using our fields, and they're, you know, just from these local groups, they're bringing in these folks. We're not doing any reaching out to anything.
So we're also going to partner up with Greater Raleigh Sports Alliance, and they kind of reach out to those outgoing teams or organizations, and they try to bring tournaments in from other areas. So having a partnership with them is going to be huge for us, because then we can partner with Cary and Holly Springs and offer those larger events in that corridor, like the Southwest corridor, which is really important to Wake County too. So that's, for us, that's our promotion up. The other piece of it is we're still getting in magazines, and it's a lot of it's the playground, the amenity area. Everybody's all for the amenity area, but it's kind of promoting itself in a way. And the word of mouth, I mean, I see a new magazine article at least once a month about it, and it's been open for 100 days. So it's been an amazing kind of, it's its own engine, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I was trying to get a sense as to, I mean, these numbers are often, and getting a sense of, all right, is this just internally organic, essentially? It sounds like these are just sort
A
of,
lot of it is working.
yeah, this is organic, not us kind of saying, hey, come here and do this.
Sure.
And it has huge impacts.
Right.
Operational perspective.
I'm getting calls from folks that said, you know, my son played a tournament here. I'm from Virginia, I'm from Florida. How can I bring my organization there? So it's coming. But along with that, we also have our internal programs, right? Because this park was built just for Apex citizens, Apex for our programs as well. So we're doing the events when we can, but we're also able to schedule our own stuff. Because the park opened in November, right after our fall athletic seasons ended, we haven't had a chance to program out there yet. So that's what we're building towards the spring. Our youth spring seasons start in March. So we're very excited. We'll actually get to start using the park for town programs as well. If you guys don't know, our soccer league and all of our other athletic leagues are at capacity, more than at capacity. We have wait lists in every sport. Everyone wants to play. And this park is allowing us to expand these leagues. So specifically because they're soccer fields, multi-purpose field, we're able to add several teams to our soccer leagues to get more town participants to play in our league, which is a great thing. The other neat thing is by adding these turf fields, now all of our soccer leagues, not just the ones that play at Pleasant Park, are all playing on turf, which for us in athletics is a great benefit because we don't have to worry about as rainouts as much. And we used to be playing at JC Park, and if it would rain on a Friday night, we couldn't play on Saturday. That disrupts our whole schedule. Now we have all of our soccer leagues on turf. We can play in the rain, we can play, if it rains right beforehand, so it makes programming so much easier on our end. And of course, the turf, you can use it year round, so we have the benefit of playing our seasons during the spring and the fall, and then we can in the spring, in the winter, summer, during our off seasons. We're starting a new youth flag football league this fall, or this summer. This is something we've never been able to do. We're excited. That's one of the sports that we've kind of over time have got requests for, but we haven't had the field space to do it. Now we do. So I'm excited to add a new program to our athletics. And then Elizabeth, who's going to talk about camps here soon, she's been able to bring some of her camps out there, some athletic camps in the summer. Her track out camps that come to play on the playground. They can come use the room for lunch out there. Just a lot of really cool programming opportunities we have. We're excited about. Last thing I want to touch on is what I mentioned at the beginning, the rentals from our local groups. So not internal programming, but local groups have Apex citizens that are playing, that are renting the field with their organizations. So in rentals alone, again, this first 3 months have been mostly rentals and open play, which we are, making sure to reserve fields for open play for people to just come out and experience the park. We've had a lot of that, but we've also had a lot of revenue come from rentals. So the first 6 months, we're going to do over 2,500 hours of rentals to rental groups, resulting in more than $200,000 in rental revenue. And that's just Pleasant Park. That doesn't include our other turf fields, which we're renting as well. So that's an increase from the opening of Pleasant Park.
What are Gaelic sports?
So Gaelic sports. No, it's not rugby. So Gaelic sports is specifically to Ireland based. And there's a couple sports. Gaelic soccer, you should YouTube it. It's a combination of rugby and soccer. You run with the ball, but you have to dribble it. You get your goal post. It's crazy.
No rules, in other words.
The average.
So anyway, but I just wanted to show these are the added activities that we've been able to do out there. These are other than soccer and lacrosse. These are programs that we don't offer ourselves, but we have groups that we work with that do offer them to systems. So we know that everyone's got unique interests. Everyone wants to play, do a different activity. You guys deal with that all the time. And with all this extra field space, we're able to offer these extra activities to the community, which we're very excited about. We love seeing all the different groups out there. As you know, we try not to just be exclusive to one or two groups. We try to offer these opportunities to as many groups as we can. This fall, so far, I've worked with over 40 groups, 40 different athletic groups and individuals who want to rent space for their teams, which we've never been able to do. We've also, I think we have up to 12 schools now that we rent field space for their practices. That's the private schools and public schools in the area. So working with a lot of groups. The park is jumping, as you can tell.
As far as the revenue, do we feed that back into our operating budget? So does that go towards the operation of the park, or do we reserve that for future capital expenses like, replacing up the turf fields? Like what happens with that revenue?
It goes back to the general fund. So it doesn't necessarily roll back into our account. It just goes back into the general fund for general fund.
For all intents and purposes,
Right.
It's captured by the recreation. Their budget is more than the revenue, so it feeds back into the recreation budget.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it makes sense to actually reserve some of that, put it in a reserve so we can fund, just like we've been talking about, Hunter Street Park here, that it's like a reserve field, right? Actually saving out the capital from, that we get from rentals in order to fund those future projects and kind of treating as CIP projects that could be separately funded.
No, it's opposite. Are you reading my notes?
No.
Because it is possible. What I want to say is with this revenue, this is really only something that in the last 3 years, maybe 4 or 5 years that we adjusted our schedules, fee schedules, and we were woefully behind everybody else. and being able to add facilities as well as adjusting our fees. And we're still not meeting demand. This is fairly new, so the idea is that there is an opportunity to start considering that as we look at this. I mean, this is really, we're just now getting a grasp on what this really is and what it means. So I guess, but yeah, and actually, that's.
I get featured.
Yeah, you can right here. Like it was Mr. Gray's, I guess, earlier. Okay, you can.
I would say at least over the last year and a half, probably.
The big spike, yeah.
A spike in revenues that we've seen.
So I guess my reflect thing is like, I mean, we're like preserving some of that money for future capital expenditures, specific for parks and recs, so.
So my first thought was money, it's fungible, so who cares? But the second thing is I'm guessing some grants may want to know how much you're raising to possibly, I mean, I'm wondering if the separating it out could get outside grants or like.
So with the grants we're receiving, because I guess it's 2 now for Pleasant Park, we have to send in a lot of different data.
To Wake County, you talked about?
Wake County.
Okay.
And so for this, we're steadily tracking everything from participation to the amount of rentals that we're doing to, I mean, we've got it set aside where we can track all of the rental revenues that we have as well.
One thing to think about is bringing visitors from the outside, but we're also tracking just internal use. And obviously, we're tracking non-revenue that's directly coming from.
For them, our rental revenues don't necessarily matter. For them, it's more about where they're coming from and where they're going to eat at and just the economy in general for Wake County.
Okay.
Just have a question about cricket. So is that the goal youth, and will the cricket at JC pull from that? Yes.
So cricket right now, as you know, we're converting JC Park to a cricket pitch, which we're very excited about. That'll offer that opportunities for folks to focus on cricket. The cricket pitch, if you don't know anything about cricket, it's a little bit different. That it requires a special surface to play because the ball has to bounce on the turf. So they can't just play it on regular grass. They can't even play it on a certain type of turf because, you know, with the blade of grass there and the rubber, it won't bounce the way they need to. So they need a specific surface, which is what we're installing out at JC Park. But they have reached out about using this facility because of the fact that it's got 2 fields that are open. So they can, if they were to lay, they actually have a temporary turf that they can lay down for the cricket pitch itself. If you put it in the middle of this field, you could use 2 field and have a full-size cricket field. You don't know what it requires very, very large area to play. The other thing that I've heard requests for is when we have batting cages out there, when phase 2 comes and we build the baseball fields, they're also able to use batting cages that we have for cricket. It's kind of the same idea, using the same space.
So just to update you on the cricket pitch out at JC, our goal is for construction to start for that cricket pitch at the end of February.
Okay, cool.
And that'll be more for youth purposes, just because of the size.
Got you.
Will be a youth field or just a bunch of wickets where they all pitch and stuff?
It's just one pitch that we're doing in the center of the field. So that'll be like more of a practice area because we just don't have the size right now to put in a permanent cricket pitch per se.
Thank you. Thank you, Patrick. That's some other questions actually. We're not done. So speaking of Pleasant Park, what's going on with the dirt pile?
That's a pretty good question.
Marty might be one of them.
Look at it, I guess we're on now, it's gonna be like a permanent feature.
No.
On it.
And the puddles too.
Marty can.
We hope to use that excess dirt when on the Peakway Bridge project, which we're gonna need a lot of fill on that project. So that's a very close proximity to the Peakway.
Okay.
So we're hoping as the Peakway moves forward, it will be in that project bid and construction document to relocate that dirt pile. So, and that's the dirt pile, all that's being incorporated, also, it's all part of the second phase of the park. The baseball field is done and time for the construction.
So related question, what about the long distance track that goes around? Cross country track, sorry.
So we do have a short-term solution, even with the dirt pile there, to make the cross-country course usable in its full 5K capacity. We just wouldn't be able to host cross-country meets there because what you need is that open area where the dirt pile is, or a start finish area to hold in the bed. But in the spring, they are going to be cleaning it up, so that you can at least use the 5K for people to practice on or for the general public to.
So the plan is for a couple of years, at least, the Speedway gets, while it's gonna be maybe a solution for practicing or.
In the short-term practice facility, and then as soon as we figure out what to do with dirt, we can create that big open lawn, that's where we can create that for an area where we can do, events, 5K events.
Have you heard much about, have you been contacted by, like, I know it's, high schools, I think I heard private, well, school.
I've talked to all the cross-country coaches from all the different schools, and they're all excited to do that versus.
Is the trail already built around?
Most of it,
Most of it's just that one area is.
that one area. Yeah, the
Okay.
start finish and one of the ways it was supposed to wrap around the low side of that hill when it was done. And it was still gonna be elevated, so there's a short piece which is part of the temporary solution.
They'll walk around much of the park already now.
Right, right, they just don't see it because it's a natural surface and some of it was just intended to be grass. When you're driving in that main drive, you're right next to the course, you just don't, you don't see it. We haven't signed it because we don't have a full loop.
So next question, like, water play area. I know there were some issues with permitting last year. Are we all good for spring opening up when they get to move? Are they good?
Yeah, like, so there have been some pretty good frustrations about this private data itself. So we had a meeting with them, I guess it was Monday of last week, I think is what it was. And
Contractor you're talking about?
Yes. And so they have told us that the goal is for the splash pad to be operational by the spring. So the goal is to be operational by spring.
So what's getting into that would be nice.
So currently, there's some issues. They have some areas where the nozzles have been covered by concrete. When they first did the concrete, yeah, that's not good.
Because the water can't get through the concrete, right?
Right.
Well, so that's not.
They're pretty confident. They told us this is something that happens. I'm not sure how you scan concrete over nozzles, but this does happen at times when they're putting in these water features like this. So they're pretty confident that they'll be able to find the nozzles under the skim concrete underneath from the water lines that are there. They've got to do some coloring because they didn't put the stain in the concrete originally like we had requested for our quotes. So they're doing a different type of coat. They're working through that process now. So once the painting and it's not a stain anymore, it's a different type of coat that they're going to be using for the facility, which is, they say it's a higher end coat than what the stain would be. So that's really, those are the holdups right now. And the ultimate holdup is getting permitted in Wake County. And once Wake County permits the splash pad, we'll be able to operate the splash pad.
They still haven't permitted.
Well, approved the splash pad. So that is, we have to have the approval before we can operate. And
And the construction need to be complete before we can address approval?
yes. Yeah,
Is there a plan to get this done soon?
yeah.
Okay. Okay, the first warm day this spring, that thing's closed, we're all gonna look like it's like, like, it needs to be open.
And we have had that discussion, and I have placed that pressure on them. And Daniel Edwards, our capital projects manager, who's kind of overseeing all of it, he's also on top of that. So I feel confident that we will be there, as long as Wake County approves the construction. That it's really gonna boil down to Wake County.
Yeah, let me also give you trouble.
So, Wake County didn't, concrete over the nozzles, I presume. So, I don't think that the delay is on Wake County at this point.
And that,
Because, this should have been done by now.
it should have been, and I agree.
Sounds like y'all on it. Okay, appreciate
But
it.
Sylvia warned us early spring, right?
Yeah.
Sylvia.
That's right.
I'm gonna be laying in a splash pad, water or not, you know, like.
It's already going there. Like,
But I can promise you, it is a priority for us, which is why I met with them last week. And then we had another meeting on Monday, this past Monday, with them to explain all of the details that were discussed. I had a follow-up. And so they should be out there by the end of this month, is what they told us, working to figure those issues out.
Craig and Patrick can do it, no one can. They got it. Yeah. We got one more speaker, so I'm gonna watch the time. So you got that question?
I'll ask that online.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to go as quick as I can, because I'm right for lunch. But hello, thank you so much for having me. Good morning. Elizabeth Show from the Recreation Program Supervisor. So I oversee the Fun Days Camp program and all of the programs in town from preschool to adults. And so I'm really happy to talk to you guys this morning about our new full-time track out camp. I don't know if you've heard about it, but we're rocking and rolling. And so what's new with track out? With the approval last year of our budget, thank you guys so much for that. We have been able to fully expand this program for camp operations, number of kids, and then of course our team of staff. So we offer camp for 25 campers weekly. That is up from 10 campers for the weeks that we used to offer. We offer every week now versus once a month with our part-time program. We operate 10.5 hours a day, so 7:30 in the morning until 6 p.m. The morning and the late afternoon are those drop-off pickup times. And so this is also double what we used to offer, which was 5 hours a day from 9 to 2. We have our full-time dedicated team of awesome staff, recreation program specialists, full-time camp director. We have 2 30-hour benefited camp directors that kind of help on the ground operations. And then we have our team of the part-time camp counselors. And so they've really made this program everything that my vision was. And so I'm so thankful to have them on board. We obviously are going on field trips with our new buses. And so these field trips, we're going off-site, both on buses and on foot. They're actually at the police department this morning on a field trip. They have gone to the fire department downtown. They went to Page Farms back in the fall to the pumpkin patch. And this was our Halloween trick or treat crawl, which I think some of you in this room helped out with. So thank you so much for that. They had a really great time. And so they're really enjoying kind of getting out and about, and it's been a really great expansion for the program. And then lastly, we have standardized curriculums now. So not only are we just doing a couple things a day, they are jam-packed from 9 a.m. until 4 p.m. with full schedules of activity. With the standardized curriculum, they experience a certain number of art projects, science projects, drama, active, passive games, food experiences, all of those things within the week. So every kid that has a special interest, we at least hit on it once. We know that, sports is not for everybody. So we want to make sure that we're offering different experiences throughout the week for a very, well-rounded program.
What's the wait list on that one?
We're going to touch on that just a little bit. Right now, it's not what summer camp is, but we're going to touch on that in just a second. So our buses, if you've not had a chance to ride on one, we'd be happy to take you around town if you're interested. We are using these buses all over our program areas right now. So track out, summer camp will use these, the senior programs and specialized recreation programs. We also were able to help Shop with a Cop back with Officer Ragland in December, and they were able to utilize the buses for that program as well. We have tons of field trips that the kids are going on, both local throughout Wake County and then even Durham over to the Scrap Exchange. So we are mobile, and with all the program areas sharing these, it's been really great. Everybody is trained who drives the buses through electric with Philip Barnes. So we're thankful for that partnership with him. And so that's been really great. It was featured in the Christmas parade and carpool karaoke, both with Parks and Rec and the finance department. And so the wrap that you see on the bus, that was done with the partnership through communications. And so the tree that we decided on matches the master plan. So we just try to do, we wanted to connect those. And then really quickly, I wanted to touch on the specialized recreation story. So 2 weeks ago, they went to Buffalo Lanes Bowling. It was the very first field trip that our program was going to transport the participants. there was one participant who is bound to a wheelchair, and their parents normally obviously transport them to everywhere they need to go. This was the first time that the parents, since they moved to Apex over a year ago, have been able to have an independent time away from taking care of their child. So they were able to work with our staff. Our staff showed them our new bus. They had her on the lift. They got her in the bus. They anchored her in. Everything was great. And the parents were able to have an hour and a half that was just them for the first time since they moved to Apex. So this is obviously what we're aiming to do with these buses, providing experiences that the kids would never have otherwise, with their friends, meeting new people from the transportation side all the way through the program. We want everybody to feel included. We also have a lot of campers that have never ridden on the bus before, so this is their first time on the bus as well. The senior trip, they've really been enjoying it. So again, please take us up on a ride anytime. We'd love to have you. So getting into.
Are maintained by Apex, the buses?
Yes.
There are, but, okay, I'm wondering, like, with Go Apex, is there a certain time when we need to have a facility that will manage all the buses we have in the future?
In the future.
Okay, not yet.
So it was really difficult to actually kind of represent the full story of 26 weeks that we've currently offered since October. But I tried to do my best here. So just to kind of show you what we've been doing. So October through March, I included the end of March. The green is showing enrollments. Those are the kids that have been with us. They are fully registered. The yellow shows open spots that we did not fill. And then the blue dotted line shows that percentage full. So you'll see in December and in March, those are 90% full, our biggest months yet. You'll see in November and February, 2 of our lowest months, which with that, track 2 is heavily those months, and track 2 is the lowest track, or the smallest track, I should say, within the school system. And so our numbers have just shown that. Our numbers for all track 2 so far have just been lower than tracks 1, 3, and 4.
What's what makes your capacity jump up and down? Why is capacity not fixed?
So that's a great question. So I was just about to touch on that. So for example, October and January, October, there were 5 Mondays on the calendar. And so for October, there were 5 weeks that this is taking data from. So November might have started somewhere in that last week. I tried to do my best again to try to, do it by month. But there were 5 weeks, so 125 kids in that month total. In January, there were 5 weeks because we had a split week of track out. So we're currently experiencing that this week. Track 3 ended yesterday. Today's the first day of track 2. So there's 50 open spots this week. That jacks up your numbers a little bit because we're offering 2 different tracks. So November and December are 75 kids total because there's 3 weeks offered due to the holiday. So we don't have Thanksgiving, we don't have Christmas offered for track out care. So that's kind of where the 5 months, the numbers were kind of staggered, but this was kind of the easiest way to show that full 26 weeks within a graph. But I'm happy to also break it down by week if you would like to see that information. Does that help? Okay. So but yeah, we're definitely trending in the right direction. If you look at our weeks right now within our registration system, we're starting to get wait list. So right now we have 4 weeks in the spring with 1 on the wait list, and then 1 week with 4 kids on the wait list. But we are really, that 25 per week is a sweet spot right now. So with October and November also being a little bit lower, we weren't sure if it was because we were late to advertise compared to other track out care. So with the budget process, of course, we couldn't really advertise until that was all approved and we got the green light. And so starting in July of last year, we really pushed out Wake Community Flyers. So we picked the 5 local year-round schools, our Facebook pages with the town's Facebook, working with communications. We put up signs everywhere and flyers. And we did mass emails to previous families for the past 2 years so that they knew that we were an option. We talked to different principals and assistant principals in the area. And then our program guide this year, we had a separate insert so that as families continue to learn about our program, they see the names, they see the faces of our team, they're understanding what we offer. Again, steadily increasing, and we're just kind of figuring out that track 2 goal and seeing that we can continue to reach out to folks so that they know that that were here.
Is scaling up possible just for people, or is it a combination of people and facilities that need to do?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
To scale up this,
Mhm.
I assume it's gonna be more popular. Is it people, or do you need people and facilities to do that?
Staffing would definitely have to go up because ratios
Yeah.
would increase.
Yeah.
And then facility wise, it's hard. Some weeks we would have more space within the center around other programs. Other weeks, we have a lot more programming where we have less space.
Okay.
So, and that's the hard part, because do we up a number just for 1 week because we have the space? But then the next week, we know we don't have the space, so do we have to lower the number? And so to stay consistent, it's one of those hard pieces.
Elizabeth, one more question.
Mhm.
What are the age and or
Yeah.
grades that we're seeing the majority of the folks in? And I ask because if you're saying like a second grader,
Right.
you're gonna tend to try to stay in the same track and you may stay in the same program for, at least through the 7th or 8th grade.
Mhm.
For our budgetary purposes, that's a planned curve that we can adjust for. So
Right.
where's our key demographic in terms of use right now? And then kind of, do you see a trend based upon that?
That's a great question, and I could pull more specific numbers but from what I see right now, we have it advertised for ages 6 to 11. That's what it was before, when we first started everything, that's what our summer fun days is. We do accept 5-year-olds if they show us their enrollment within a school system, because we didn't want to leave them out, but we do have to prove that they're in the school system. Otherwise, we would get some 5-year-olds that are not in kindergarten yet. And so they can come to us separately and we help with that. But majority, I would say 6 to 9 years old is like our, biggest, our biggest numbers. And so we don't get many 11-year-olds, but we definitely get a certain amount, especially if they've been with us over time.
So do you see a lot of repeat customers where like, people that are in, track one, they just every time that they're tracked out, they're showing up?
Yes, and so back when it was part-time, of course, it was limited to those 10. So the same families kind of knew about it, the same families would continue, and then the same families wouldn't try because they knew they couldn't get in because we would max out at 10. So now we're able to, cater towards so many new families. We are seeing a lot of returners that were with us in the part-time program, but those that have learned about the full-time program from other friends, other moms, Facebook groups, whichever. And so we are seeing now that we just went through our first full track cycle through all 4 tracks with the new program, we're seeing a lot of returning families, but also a lot of new ones, which has been really great. And so I'm also going to touch really quickly on youth council. So I just kind of wanted to give you a couple of numbers on kind of our growth going into the summer before we start kind of thinking about our 2024-2025 year. So I started 2 years ago, February of 2022. When I first started, we had 88 members. We were meeting mainly virtually. Our first in-person meeting in March of 2022, I had 2 kids show up. That year, they served about 379 hours. Fast forward, it was my first full school year. We had 136 applications. At the time, we were accepting everybody. So of those 136, we had 120 paid and on the roster. Everybody last year was to hit their 25-hour goal to be a part of the program. We had this many high schools and this many middle schools represented, and then they did right over 2,400 hours of service, which was a great number. Fast forward to summer 2023. The word got out and we had 283 applications, which was awesome. It was open for a month, the application was. And so it was also the first year that no membership fee was required. And we are fully sponsored by the town now, which has been a huge blessing. And then from that 283, not only do we not have a physical space for that many kids to meet, we also don't have enough events at this time or volunteer opportunities to meet the demand of those hours. So we had to kind of come together as a team and decide how are we going to equitably serve as many kids as we can. So we took all the returning students, which was about 75, and we did a lottery system for the rest. We broke it down by grades, 6th grade to 12th grade, and we tried to take the same amount of kids per grade. So it was as even across the board as we could. This year, given that there were more kids, we just kind of helped their hour requirement some. So high schoolers, 20 hours requirement, and middle school, 15. And so this year we are right on track. We're halfway through pretty much. And so They've done right over 1,200 hours of service with a lot of awesome spring opportunities coming. So we have a lot to talk about now that Ellison Lambert, our volunteer coordinator, is on board. She will become the new adult advisor for Youth Council for the next school year. But she and I are really working close together to make this, a really great experience for kids, to continue a lot of great things that we've got going on, but to also manage that number of interest, and how we can best do that.
So aside from the festivals where the kids volunteer, what other volunteer opportunities are we giving them?
Sure. So we have a couple of different things. We have some donation drives. So they donated 600 articles of clothing to Note in the Pocket back in December. Right now, they're actually donating for the book drive. So we've got a lot of kids that have been donating a lot of books to that. We offer, of course, a lot of internal opportunities. So if I need special help for family bingo night, I like bring on a lot of youth council. They're going to help with egg hunts. We also have a lot of opportunities for them to specially sign up to help at the Halley. If they're interested in cultural arts, if they're interested in theater productions, they can specifically volunteer at the Halley for what they need. They can specifically sign up to work for specialized recreation programs and specialized recreation dances and the field trips and things like that. So, and the seniors. So we have it that they can kind of do it by program area of interest. And then right now we're going to be included in the time capsule for the 150th. And so that's a volunteer opportunity for them to provide some feedback and be a part of the time capsule and give some time to give us some information to include in our scrapbook. So we try to get creative with meeting the kids where they are. They're so busy. They're so involved. They get a volunteer hour for every meeting that they come to because we meet once a month. And we're actually providing volunteer hours for them coming to just participate in some upcoming, like the Black History event tonight at the Halley. They get 2 hours for attending that event because we really just want to empower them and include them in what we have going on just as a regular patron or a regular resident. So we're trying to be creative with it so that not only can we give them the hours that they need, but we can work around schedules and give them opportunities throughout every day of the week, anytime that they're available.
Are we also including them in the Think Apex Day?
We haven't gotten there yet, but that's on the list. Because we also have, there's something else that day. Oh, it's Pig Fest. So we have, I believe so. I think that's Pig Fest. So they've always helped at Pig Fest. And so when we start working around those logistics and we can kind of have a team member maybe at both, we'll definitely be talking through Pig Fest. And if anytime you ever have any ideas or volunteer opportunities, please let me know.
So I want to give a big thanks to y'all. Craig, we talked about this, kind of full-time situation with the Parks and Rec for kids. And this is exactly what I envisioned. So thank you for helping this be a lot. Thank you.
A lot of change in the past year and a half, and I really appreciate your support because it couldn't happen without it. So thank you so much.
Thank you all so much.
Yeah.
One last question. What kind of feedback are we getting from the community on the expansion of the programs? Like, are people guys like, okay, yeah, like, or is it, recognizing that, yeah, we're doing something a little bit, above and beyond compared to what we used to offer at this time?
Right. So far, what I've been able to hear and what feedback I've been shown from different, social media outlets that people will share kind of reviews to other families, other parents. I've really seen that there's been a lot of appreciation for the full-time care. Of course, price was definitely increased due to what we're offering and just what it takes to do that. So that was a little bit different for families that had been with us for a really long time. It was a pretty significant price increase. However, now that they're with us and they're experiencing this, they know that we're able to do so much more and that it is such a well-rounded, energetic camp. Their kids are going home tired. They're getting a great experience while being tracked out. And so far, I've received a lot of great feedback.
And I would offer that we have revamped our surveying for all of our programs. And so we'll start seeing a lot more feedback about any programs that they could see in the future and or any improvements that we do for our programs currently. So we've revamped all of that because of it was an initiative in the master plan too, which is part of the strategic plan. So that's a huge focus for our department right now.
Yeah, I have a question too, real quick, about the youth council and like the volunteer. It's kind of a weird thing you think about. you need more volunteer opportunities because usually it's the opposite. So do you guys have like, is there a budget consideration as far as like, supplies that might be needed so you can go build something somewhere or like, I don't know, I can imagine like a bench or a playground set or something for somebody in need, whatever, like,
Right.
is there a budget for that? And is there a need for like stuff to volunteer with?
So the budget that we've set right now, youth council has $5,000 a year to buy t-shirts for the kids, do things like that, buy the supplies to write 200 Valentine cards for the seniors in assisted living last week. So we've tried to encompass all of those opportunities within the budget that we've asked for. The biggest, I would say, issue is I don't know how to build a bench, and getting a team together that knows how to, or on Brian Barnes's time or whatever, it's hard to try to get those specific projects always together. But last year they did a mulching project, which was great out at Apex Community Park. So we definitely have those. But when you get more into those specialized pieces, I feel like we need a few more just extra hands and team members because I can't be at everything every Saturday. Ellison can't be at everything. And we're trying to also balance our schedules with opportunities and making sure that other team members who their resources are necessary for those things to happen, everybody can kind of work together at the same time and just getting everybody's schedules to work
If
out.
you think of some partnerships, especially for
Right.
kids like 16 and up, we can do habitats, right? So,
Absolutely.
and then have kind of a professional organization,
Yeah.
and, take a buttload of kids and like, hey,
Right.
we're gonna work on this today.
And working with them too, because they're minors. And so does a middle schooler need to be by themselves out of a 5K just on a street corner directing the running track, runners? Or you have just kind of more for high school because there's a little bit more maturity there. So we've also tried to been working through that because again, I can't be at every little street corner with them. There might not be enough volunteers that showed up, adult volunteers to stand with them. And so trying to also keep them safe has been another really important piece that I've tried to focus on because as we continue to put kids out there, I just want to make sure that they're taken care of. So a lot of the important things to think about.
Thanks again. Awesome job.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, we're at the lunch break, right? 1 o'clock there. What time? Okay, so we got a short window. All right, I'll take a recess. Session, and I hope everyone had a great lunch. The cool presenters always go have good lunch. We'll go ahead and call up, Mr. Delmar Davis to, take us through our workplace checkup. I know an overview. Thank you for being here this afternoon.
Thank you for having me. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here today to give you very high-level results of the survey. So what we'll do is talk about 3 things. Refreshing on the survey process, just so you remember how it all went down. Talking about your highlights, growth areas, and then mixed results, and I'll explain what that means in a second. And then we'll talk about broad themes that were in the comments of the survey. So the survey ran from 3 weeks. The survey ran from 3 weeks from the 30th to November 17th. And so we had 8 meetings with employees. Some of those were online, some of those were in person. We did department-specific meetings for police and electric. And the total of Apex incentivized survey participation with 150 randomly selected survey participants to receive a $50 gift card, and UMC handled all that. So we're the ones that purchased the gift cards and randomly selected and distributed them. And the town achieved a 70% response rate. It was very good. Very, very good. This just gives you an idea of the response rates by department. And you can see here that they range from, the 50 percentile of 50% response rate all the way to 100% with planning. Administration got 96%. And so just to give you an idea of where the responses came from, but the fact that I think for almost all of the departments, the response rate broke 50%, so that's very good. Highlights growth areas and mixed results. So these are categories. These are ways we categorize survey questions that fall into a particular topic. And so highlights are when all of the responses to those individual survey items are either good or excellent. Growth areas are when all of the survey items within a category of survey questions are considered room for improvement. And then mixed results are when some of the survey items in a survey category are good or excellent and some are room for improvement. So how do we figure out if an individual survey item is excellent or good or room for improvement? And what we do is we look at what we want to see is high percentages of positive responses, low percentages of negative responses. And so room for improvement has lower percentages of positive responses that we want to see and higher percentages of negative responses. And the percentages that we use for high is 80% and low is 20%. Now, it's important to note that just because a particular survey question gets a room for improvement does not mean that the majority of responses were negative. It just means that that we saw more negative and less positive than we wanted to see. Does that make sense? So this is a broad overview of the survey results. So remember, we've got highlights, growth areas, and then mixed results. For the highlights, we've got attitudes towards Apex. Those are things like, I believe one of the questions was, I would recommend Apex is a great place to work. So that gives you an idea of the attitude towards the organization. Diversity climate, which is the perceptions that the organization is fair and inclusive. Inclusion, which is a sense of belonging that employees feel in the organization. Self-efficacy, what that means is that employees have a can-do attitude. They feel like they can get things done. And then supervision. And so these are, let's see, those are 5 highlights, and they're good highlights to have. Because these highlights really pertain to kind of the social fabric of the organization. So that's a positive thing. For your growth areas, you've got citizen incivility. That's when citizens are, at minimum rude to Apex employees. And one thing to know about citizen disability is that it is a problem not only in the Carolina local government, but it is a problem across the nation. So Apex is not alone in that. Is Apex alone in exhaustion. Exhaustion is a dimension of burnout. Silence is when employees have an idea for improvement, or if they have a concern to raise and they make the deliberate decision not to do so. Top-down decision-making is more than just top-down decision-making. It's kind of excessive top-down decision-making when even small matters have to be referred upwards for approval. So permission, a lot of permission is to be granted. Voice is when employees feel like that they can speak up and be heard. And then workplace incivility is when employees are disrespectful to each other in the workplace. You can see a long list of mixed results. And this goes from things like autonomy. So the way that you read this is that this number on the right is the total number of survey questions we asked. And this number on the left are the ones that got either a good or excellent on them. So that means that of the 3 work-life balance questions, 2 of those were good or excellent. 1 was room for improvement. And so what you'll see here is, some of these survey categories are close to being highlighted. So rules is 1 survey item away from being highlighted. Rewards is the same way. Job satisfaction with job rewards is the same way. 1 survey question away from being a highlight. So you've got a longer list of mixed results. You've got some growth areas, and then you've got highlights that are very good to have. This is to give you an example of a highlight or a highlight category. So these are tells you is the percentage of survey respondents in each of these response categories. So we can see 28% of survey participants strongly agree that they feel connected to their work group. That's what a highlight looks like. And you can see for each question that we've got it marked good or excellent. So that makes a highlight. This is a room for improvement voice. And so same approach, same setup. And so what you'll see here, generally speaking, the blue indicates positive, and then this orange indicates negative. And so you can see here, we've got less blue than we want and more orange and red than we want. And so you can see in this category of voice, and remember that's when employees feel like they can speak up and be heard, and they have opportunities to do so, there's room for improvement. This gives you an idea of a mixed result. So again, we see 2 goods and 1 room for improvement. And actually this is the category of questions that pertains to satisfaction with job rewards. And so what you can see here is a good result for recognition for a job well done, a good result for the opportunity to do meaningful work, and then room for improvement on the opportunity to advance. So that's what makes up a mixed result. Some good, some room for improvement. So first reactions, 5 highlights, all good to have. 8 growth areas, including voice and decision-making, instability, and exhaustion. And then we have 13 mixed results.
Can I ask you real quick? You said so you do this for all places around North Carolina, or many, this kind of survey. This is common to.
Yes.
Are you going to highlight the places that Apex is unique? You mentioned exhaustion. I think everybody. I feel that my own workplace. If that's kind of common across everybody everywhere, it's probably not as important for us as it is for the ones that we're uniquely good or bad in.
Well,
right?
Here's the thing. What you're going to be getting is comparisons on exhaustion between Apex and other local governments.
Okay.
And so if Apex is at the top in terms of exhaustion,
That's not it.
that's another data point for you to interpret the results. Any other questions before we go to the qualitative?
So we're gonna get the detailed reports here with all the questions and all the responses.
What you'll be receiving is a Tableau dashboard that you can pull down to different questions and see the distribution of responses. So, and yes, it's for every survey item.
And so is there going to be an interpretation of that? So other than saying, okay, you know, that this is for improvement, is there like based on the qualitative and the quantitative results, a recommendation that comes out that says, okay, you know, number one, we really should be paying attention to?
Yes, but now, just so you know, it takes a while to get there, right? Because it's a ton of data and the town of Apex will partner with the town of Apex to interpret the data. We can look at it from the outside in, but town of Apex staff know the organization. They're gonna know things to look for, you know, and what they're looking at. Does that make sense? Okay.
Sorry, let's question
No,
that.
no,
So
no.
what's the timeline, right? Because if we took the survey in October or November timeframe, we're already, you know, mid-February right now,
Yep.
right? Surveys like this are only meaningful if there's action coming out of it, and we're already, you know, 6 months or, you know, at least 4 months away from the time that we actually took the survey, right? So I feel like we're kind of running out of runway to get these results and then create some action plans accordingly.
A lot of that depends on the town and the questions that are asked that we need to respond to. So what we do is we have back and forth, right? So we'll present results, get questions, we go back and analyze. Take that back, more questions, bring that back and analyze it. That's a really important process because all of that back and forth helps us interpret that data to arrive at recommendations that are valid. It just takes a while. Any other questions on the quantitative piece? Okay. Now let's talk about broad qualitative patterns. The first broad qualitative pattern that came up was about remote work. And this was divided between people who want more remote work, they want more opportunities to do remote work, and those who don't think there should be remote work. And that's probably, and I'm gonna guess here, but eyeballing that data, probably about 3 to 1. You know, for every 3 employees that want more remote work, there's 1 who does not, right? Doesn't like it, doesn't think it's helpful for organization communications or cohesion. Training also came up, the need for more training. And of course, we've got survey questions that pertain to training that you'll have the opportunity to look at. Teamwork, there's a sense that teamwork needs improvement in some departments. So that'll be also a next step is to figure out where do departments, which departments need more teamwork, which are doing great on teamwork, because there will be variation. Top-down communications, that's something that can mean a lot of things to employees. It can mean, I really want you to tell me why a decision has been made, or it can be, I had no idea this decision was even being made. I would have liked the heads up for it. It's not necessarily, I want another email or newsletter. And we'll know more about that as we dive into data, like what specifically does that look like? Citizen incivility came up. The idea that citizens are, the citizens who are uncivil to Apex employees it's an emotional drain. And it contributes, we know from the data, not just Apex, but that citizen disability contributes to burnout. There's a mix of supervisory experiences. Some employees say, my supervisor is fantastic. Other employees say, I think my supervisor needs a little bit of work and more training because here's what's going on. I wish they would communicate with you more, things like that. So it's a mix.
These questions, right, the question is, were they asked about a snapshot in time, how they're feeling, or was it more like, were they asked to think about the last 6 months or last year to answer the question?
For these questions, it's not a snapshot in time. It's just asking you about your current supervisor. So if a person's had a supervisor for 3 years, they're going to base that on probably the entirety of their experience with that supervisor.
So most of the questions are not meant to be like how they're feeling that day, but meant to be like a length of time that they've been interacting with, whatever the question is.
That's exactly right. Now, that's not to say, you've raised a good question, because that's not to say that how they're feeling that day wouldn't influence how they respond to that question. If they're having a bad day, right? But we assume that those differences wash out. Okay. Let's see. Morale. Morale could benefit from a number of things. Number one is better work-life balance. as well as adequate staffing. And of course, it's not hard to figure out that those two things go together, right? If there's inadequate staffing, your existing staff have to work harder and fill in. And then there's gonna be, a work-life balance that's out of whack. Clear communication and leadership from management. This can mean a wide variety of things, and it depends on the department, it depends on the work unit, so we've got more digging to do to kind of figure out are they talking about a manager's office, or are they talking about their department head? Mixed reviews for job rewards, so there were positive reviews for job rewards and some negative reviews for job rewards. But remember that survey question, the quantitative survey question, you were almost a highlight on job rewards. So I think it was one question away from being a highlight. So, and that's an important thing I should have mentioned up front. Here's the thing about comments. Not everybody comments, right? And so this is a self-selected group. So it's not that these comments these patterns don't necessarily apply across the organization or across the department. That's one thing to keep in mind. We can't generalize. Let's see. Overall, the reviews of Apex were positive as being an employer. Some good comments about people really enjoying their jobs, enjoying the community, enjoying the town. There were some concerns that were raised about the town manager search. Of course, that shouldn't be surprising because that's uncertainty. When employees feel uncertainty, it's a concern for them. Also, growth without additional resources. There were concerns that as the town grows, if no additional resources are added, then the employees are further strained. Exhaustion is going to increase. So a lot of these variables tend to be kind of related to each other. But yes, concerns about the growth of the town and its effects on the staff.
You're talking about the survey and the rate of response. There was a difference between 100% down to 50. In your experience, of the ones that are high, are they oftentimes the more satisfied departments versus the low or the less happy people, or is it there's not a correlation there? You don't think?
No, there's not.
The way I read that, like structure two, the departments with the lowest participation tend to be the departments that have most field resources. So people that spend less time in the office, maybe less access to a computer
So maybe that's
yeah.
okay.
So because it was public works, water resources, and fire.
I was trying to think about the people that didn't respond. We're trying to represent them too, but we can't honestly.
Right.
So, okay.
Okay, and before I talk next steps, any questions about qualitative results?
Given that these categories are so broad and like you said, this could mean anything to anybody, right? Like, I'm not really sure, what the takeaway from this is, right? Without really looking into the more specific responses and
Right.
getting a little bit better categorization.
That's right. That's exactly right. That's why they're preliminary. They're supposed to, they look at some results. But you're right, we won't know the complete picture until we dive into more of the analyses. Next steps. Okay, so we have to analyze the departmental results. We will also be meeting with Apex staff. There'll be individual meetings, and no, I said this wrong. Sean, the staff are going to be meeting individually with department heads. And then there'll be department meetings with employees. That's going to be a really important exercise to meet with employees, to talk them through the results. Because that way it's just the worst thing you could do is go radio silent. And so that will be happening, and that's a good thing. So what questions do you have? What other questions do you have?
When will we have access to, well, you said there's a dashboard with the raw data survey results?
No, not raw. It's more refined data. So it has departmental comparisons. Remember when you saw the inclusion graph?
Yeah.
You'll be seeing that for every single survey category.
Right, do we have that now or is that coming?
Not yet, that's coming. That is coming.
So your last point about radio silence, that's why I'm asking about the timeline. I feel like 4 months and we're still compiling results feels like a very long time. And by the time that we actually get to having the data, having the internal conversation as to what our reaction to that data is going to be.
Mhm.
Yeah, we're so far removed from the point of time that they actually took the survey
Mhm.
that it loses some of the meaning, right? And so I feel like we're, whatever we can do, and I'm not sure, where the ball is at right now, but I think we need to giddy this up a little bit and get going on this, because the longer we wait, the more it loses its meaning.
Mhm. That will be the case if there are a lot of changes within a department. Generally speaking, when you go back and resurvey people pretty shortly after, it doesn't change. It's the same, but it's all dependent on that work setting, all dependent on the work. But I hear what you're
So that's the
saying.
mindset, right? Okay, these guys sent me a survey in October, I responded, right? It's coming on March right now. We've heard boo about any of this, right? So, what are we doing this for?
Well, employees were told the timeline. They were told it was going to take a while. And we reiterated that in the employee meetings. That this is not something that happens overnight. It just takes a long time. It's, that's it. Do you want to talk about employee communications at all?
Yeah, so the employees, the departments, let's see, I think 2 weeks ago, we gave the general overview with directors about what the next steps, where we're headed. This past week, we shared this general overview with the department. When I say departments, I mean actually with everybody. It wasn't just departments, it went out to everybody. And then we asked the directors to also meet with the departments. So the staff that has gotten the general overview of what's going on. They've also been communicated with these next steps that we just talked about. And we are meeting, and Karen is getting that, HR is getting that worked out. I guess right now we're trying to mesh some calendars with you as well. So, where we're meeting with the directors, and then we will be meeting with the departments very soon after. That is expected to be a tight timeline in term. So those are all things happening within the next few weeks, and those has been sent out and communicated to all APEX.
So, and I'll tell you what I'm reacting to. We used to run these things twice a year for the entire company, right? So every 6 months, we would have a survey results were available within a couple of weeks, action plans were to be developed, right? And then we had, mid-year checkpoints, resurveying the same crowd. That timeline of turnaround, right? It's like we're 4 months in and we don't even have survey results. It feels like a very, very long time to me. And so I'm concerned about, by the time we do come up with our action plans and whatnot, that those, the employees recognize that this is based on the survey results that they provided. B, that those action plans are still relevant, because now you're so far down the line, like things have changed. For example, we might have a new town manager by that time, right? And then so I just like that whole timeline to be more compact. Whatever we can do, right? And then again, I'm not sure why this is taking this amount of time for this survey versus what's I'm used to seeing in my business environment, right? So that's kind of where I'm a little bit nervous.
Well, we have been in touch with the town staff. We met with Sean and Mary Beth, giving them interim results. So it's not like we've been radio silent.
I'm not trying to lay the blame anywhere, right? I'm just, general observation of the timeline. It feels like it's taking us too long. And so whatever we can do or need to do to, drag us over the finish line, right? If there's some help required from us, please let us know, right? But
it's coming. I'd like the council recognize sensitivities that we were approaching this with. And in that, understand the maybe protracted timeline that has occurred. I normally know this may not be the case, but there were concerns expressed to us from staff, from y'all, that needed to be addressed. That takes time in how this happens. It also takes time in how it's delivered. So that's my request to council, is to please recognize that. Understand that we are getting ready to address these very, very soon. And there will be plans and everything that comes out, depending on what, and that's that'll be responsibility of administration and the directors. And then trickle down through with how it may need to be handled with each department. And so those are coming. There's change things. A new town manager coming in does not change this. I mean, they'll have to embrace whatever that is, because that's not going to change whatever showed up in the survey. Anyway, that's the only thing I said on the time is that just ask a little leniency and patience on council and understanding where we started.
I had a question for you, Sean. Well, first of all, to me, it sounds normal because I work in the government and this is like fast timeline.
Yes.
The second thing is, does management plan to create a response to the survey that goes either to us and or to employees themselves? That kind of responds to some of maybe the areas of concern?
Trying to think of it. You like, you mean like the challenge areas or?
I'm just imagining like you guys interpret the results and compare it with other communities and said, okay, well, we're thinking about addressing these things this way.
Yeah, I mean, there will be kind of, there will be general responses to it. Overall, I think you'll have department specific things that are handled and then we handle that at a department level. And I don't think it's appropriate to address those in a broad.
Yeah.
Those departments need to handle that. Yeah. But yeah, in terms of the general, we know, we're talking about the comparisons to the last one, maybe see where there were changes between, the 2018, 2019 survey and now. So we'll have, where we can line up the best we can. So where are the comparisons? Hey, here's the things we recognize. Here's some things we want to do, to begin to address those concerns. The other part of that, what will flow from that, or what will build that, I should say, is the meetings with the departments are also intended to inform us on, so that you have more information. Because we can take the survey results and look at it and say, okay, but in terms of what that response is to that, I can go sit in an office and say, oh, we'll do this and we'll do that. That may not even address what the real response is. I have to make sure that we're collecting that feedback. So the other thing that will extend this is making sure that in delivering this communication, hey, here's what we got from y'all. And there still will be questions about what does this mean? What are you planning? And we want employee feedback on, hey, what are some things, what are your ideas about how to address this? What are you really doing? Deeper dives in these questions too. But yes, there will be a response that we're provided for all of Apex. Excuse me. And when it's provided for all of Apex in terms of employees to share, I mean, at the general level, that will be, we'll have access to that as well.
And to follow up, is there a report that you guys make that kind of compares all the cities you can work with and finds common themes and makes best practice recommendations to address exhaustion or, the resident instability, these things?
So what we'll do, we will have we'll give you comparative data on the hotspots or the growth opportunities. And it's going to be in a PowerPoint. So typically what we deliver is a PowerPoint, but we can create an infographic at the end. And we talked with staff about this. It just outlines, here are the highlights, here are the growth opportunities, here are next steps. And so that's informed by the recommendations that we would make. They're not going to be really super specific, but they will be recommendations. Anything else? Yes. Sorry.
So I was just curious, I think one of the things that I'll go with Ms. Purvis talked about, thinking why we're trying to move like cautiously, right? Because of history. And we want to make sure that the survey was anonymous, right? And people were able to express really what they were experiencing in their department. So my question is, some of the growth areas one of which is voice. I feel like they can voice their concerns because they don't feel like they can. So how do you plan to get that feedback?
Well, we can look at the comments on voice to see, generally speaking, it's, first of all, the voice is, am I given the opportunity to speak up? Am I heard when I speak up? Do I have opportunities to weigh in on decisions, important decisions in the workplace? So silence is probably more what you're interested in, which is when people say they don't speak up, right? And sometimes they don't speak up because they've spoken up a lot in the past, right? And it feels futile. Or sometimes local government employees, and I'm talking generally here, I'm not talking about Apex, this is generally, they're afraid of being retaliated against. That's kind of the two big buckets of what employees say about silence. So that's what I would expect to see in the comments around silence, but we can dig into comments to get a better sense, which is I think what you're asking.
Yeah, and thanks for that clarity. It's definitely solid. So how do you, because I know Ms. First talked about getting that feedback, more feedback from those department members, how do you establish that environment, safety, whatever, to gather that information?
So you mean beyond the survey?
Correct.
I mean, there could be focus groups. There could be focus groups in departments, there could be cross-departmental focus groups. And that's where you could go in and put a little more meat on the bone to hear what's happening. You know, focus groups are a lot like comments. Not everybody shows up. Not everybody signs up. So you have to kind of consider that when you're interpreting that data.
And I also think focus groups, when you have people around, oftentimes people are not going to speak up, so just keep that in mind.
That's true.
Okay.
That's exactly true.
My question is, I know that we're looking at, in terms of the next step, we're looking at departmental, talking to each of the departments. Is there an opportunity for cross-departmental, like department head to department head, to share lessons learned and kind of do a little bit of cross-feed in terms of how to address some of these problems? Is that something that we kind of built into?
Sure, I think there will be, as we see the themes or get to talk about the themes, there will be opportunities that, from the admin team, we look at that, we'll be able to talk to our departments. Hey, we don't have this thing, like, so there are opportunities for that. There are also opportunities for, you know, our directors as a directors team and what they are to one another, you know, to organically have those conversations where it was, you know, as well. So I think it'll be a path to get to.
I have a question. So to what extent does this survey, the questions asked, overlap with previous surveys? Because I think what's most interesting for us as a body is less about the individual results and how to fix one question. I think what we should be looking at is the year-over-year change and to make sure that our staff is driving things in the right direction and say, hey, we're concerned at this number. This area has been underperforming for 2 years straight. So I think, you know, less about digging into one individual question and trying to fix it. We should be looking at where are the consistent areas that are not improving. And to do that, we really need a cadence of these surveys, whether it's, you know, 3 months or 6 months or whatever it is. So we can start to see trend lines of where some of these data points that we're concerned about are going. And that the staff that we hire is doing a good job of trying to address them or telling us what we're doing to address them. So I guess that's my question is to what extent do we have consistent questions over a period of time? And if not, I would ask that we, you know, establish something like that to start to see trend lines over.
The trends are definitely important. As some trends before. We do want to increase kind of the cadence or frequency of these. The world of the pandemic obviously disrupts a lot of things, and so then let's kind of get back into it. But there is, even though we have a different survey, there are questions that align with what we had last time and what we have now. And we will present those so you see, hey, what's that change? Because I do appreciate that, Mr. Abbey, understanding that you need time to take, you're talking about organizational things. Sometimes these are cultural shifts that take time. So recognizing where that pattern is, that's our opportunity, okay, to address it. For us to work with, for admin, for HR, work with directors to work with their teams and so on, directors to work with directors. And so those patterns are important to us in the trends. So we absolutely want that comparison. So there are questions that do Alicia and HR are pulling those together because we have that previous data matching with others. So we will see those. And I mean, and those will be talking points that get added to this. I mean, they're not focused on it right now, but that's a piece that does need to come. And we absolutely want, and I've heard that from Sheffield, I've heard that from some, I've heard that from directors, I've heard that from staff, and that's a good practice anyway. So
This is the multi-city, municipality effort, right? And how can you do this for this survey?
It just depends on how many local governments come to us and say they need it.
Okay.
You know, it can be anywhere from 6 in a year to 10.
Okay.
You know, and then the questions change slightly each year, just a little bit. So right now we've got some pretty good data going back to 2020 that's comparative. So there will be comparative data for you to look at.
So those are the benchmarks that allow us within the sector, right? So you've got our internal trends and our internal benchmarks, and you've got how do we look, you know, what do we look like with everybody? And that's the study that they do, right? And that's what they're looking at.
So what is the recommended cadence, right? So I just mentioned, like, you know, in my corporate world, we do this every 6 months, right? Does the needle move a lot within 6 months? No. But at least, you know, you get to establish these trend lines. You can see, like, when things start to tick up or all of a sudden take a turn for the worse, right? Not having done one of these since, you know, I think you said 2018, 2019, right? Again, like, we do one now, which is great. What's kind of the recommended frequency going forward?
Every 2 years. And the reason for that is because you need time, the town of Apex will need time to act on first of all, communicate the results to employees, and then act on the results. And that change doesn't happen. It takes about 2 years for employees to see changes. And then you've got to remind employees of the changes that you've made in response to what they said. So there's a process that you have to go through that leads us to recommend every 2 years, 18 months at a minimum, that you would have to be really moving quickly with the changes that you're going to make in response.
That's also recognizing that there's such thing as fatigue when you are asking folks who are, I know that Brett's gonna do this too, but in the Air Force, we were in the middle of doing climate assessment surveys about every 6 months, and then people who are just, as you started to see the climate assessments go down, you started to see people say their participation rates dropped, and people started asking, why aren't you participating? And the answer eventually came down to, we're trying to get our jobs done. We're fighting 2 wars in 2 locations, and you're asking us how I feel. And I think that creates a completely different set of morale issues. Not to say that the questions that were being asked were important and didn't deserve attention with regard to a longitudinal evaluation, but it is a balance with making sure that, the person who's in public works, who has to come in to use a computer in order to fill out the survey, doesn't feel like, oh, I could be doing my job, except you want me to come in here and ask the question. And I think then that can also skew some of the results, because now we have created a self-selecting group that won't participate, and that may necessarily drown out some voices. So it's a delicate balance.
That is an excellent point. And also, if you don't have, if you do it closer together and the town hasn't demonstrated the changes, then they're going to be less likely also to participate.
I take some issue with the fact that we're saying that it takes us 18 months to get something done in this town, right? Like, I think we can move faster than that to demonstrate change. So there's a balance here somewhere. Again, like I said 3 times, I'll stand down. I think we need to move a lot faster here so that we can start demonstrating some change, resurvey, right? And make sure that we're making progress. And then, a 2-year cadence seems entirely too long to have any assessment on progress, especially, getting some data points in between to show which way the trends are going. And if we're doing something here and we're going to wait 18 months before we collect data on whether we were successful, I'm not sure how meaningful that is at that point.
Doctor, I'm not understanding. I'm understanding you're not saying don't collect data. You're saying doing an intensive survey like this is probably kind of aggressive. So there's other ways you guys would be able to give us at least some recommendations as to like short-term, lesser invasive, other ways that we can still measure and figure out where we're at along the way. So like some form of a waypoint checklist that we can use along the way to help move things along. Because I completely understand, Councilmember Zuckerman's desire to move quickly on this. We don't want to lose the momentum. There's got to be a way, I guess, to kind of figure out a way of measuring the results, but maybe not in the same form or fashion, so that we can at least stay focused on the key issue, which is we're doing this best, but we want to make sure that this is the best employee in the state. And we want to make sure that none of our staff feel as if their voice isn't heard.
I think what occurs to,
I was gonna say, we know how slow government moves. So when we ask employees to put this much effort into taking a survey for us, and then we take the time to make changes based on what we hear, it takes that 2-year cycle to be able to do that. If we do it on a yearly basis, we're not going to be able to make changes in time to address the issues that come up. So, and that's kind of some of the things we talked about in the personnel committee on, how frequent we should request this being done. So, that's
just the first thing.
That's exactly right.
I was gonna point out that, I think to bridge the gap between the two approaches here is you have to, or I want to point out that the intensity of the survey is gonna be inversely proportional to how often you can do it. Like, if you want to do a deep dive, a really exhaustive survey that does focus groups, you can't do that every 6 months. But I'll say, if you want to do something that's more lightweight, where, hey, here's a 10-minute web survey, we'll go click on it. You can do that more frequency, but you have to then adjust your expectations for what kind of data you're gonna get. And I think people you have to adjust their expectations to what the response is gonna be. Like, there's almost like a passive kind of pulse sort of thing, like what's the pulse of the town? And then there's a deep dive into what we need to address. And they're really two different things. And I think there's really no best of both worlds. You can't do an intensive thing all the time because that would be so disruptive and will be ultimately harmful. And also, there's no point in every 2 years,
Praying that we're, putting together staff to kind of help out and address that and recommendations that we as a council can kind of keep an eye on, or at least address in the short term.
Well, Tomac staff can certainly do things to help mitigate citizen incivility, and it revolves around things like giving employees space to process what has happened. When you read the comments on citizen incivility, it'll make your hair curl, things that people go through. And it's not that it necessarily happens every day, but even a few times in the past 3 months can be pretty traumatic, depending on, how, the nature of the incivility. So yes, there are things that can be done to address that citizen incivility.
Thank you so much for your presentation.
Appreciate it. Great questions.
Is everybody good for moving on? Do you need a break?
There's a small item, the language access plan, maybe pull that one up, then incorporate it for the DEI.
Yeah, let's do that. Oh.
April 23rd for your council meeting to do a real deep dive. So today, I'm just really going to give you, again, the high level of what we've been working on for the last year. I'll give you an overview, introduce our team, our partner, provide language access is and why it's so important and the legal requirements around that. Oh, sorry, kind of questions. And the timeline and progress to date, and then what our next steps will be. So, of course, language access, whatever we do with the town, we want to make sure it falls within our mission statement and within our 5 pillars. And so language access plan, like that. So language access plan falls into our high pillar. That's my, everybody said something today. That's my one. So this language access collaborative took place a year ago. Actually, it was September of 2022. And so town council supported it with a town support letter, Illingsworth, Gant, and Gray. And so I appreciate that. And look, the same council is in play now since we get to the plan and we start to implement it. So, and we welcome the new members to this opportunity. So for the last year, we have been working with building integrated communities associated with UNC Chapel Hill. And we've been going through a series of why language access is important. We formed collaborative teams, and what we've really been working on is inclusive practices and policies. We've learned from immigrant leaders and language access practitioners, not only at the local level, the state level, and also with the Department of Justice. Collect community data and conduct agency assessments, and we've created a language access. So I just wanted to give you here an overview of this is the inaugural class, and this is the other jurisdictions of where we have been working with, and also our learning partners. And as you can see, Morrisville, which is one of our neighboring jurisdictions, before we submitted the grant, we actually had a conversation to see if we could submit a joint grant because of our demographic population being Hartsville is 48% Asian American, and then we have, about 23% Asian American here in Apex. But building integrated community said, no, just go ahead and submit those. So I took that as a positive. And so we were selected. And so we had the great fortune of working with some awesome people doing some awesome work within the Language Access Fund. So our community partner is Fiesta Christiana, and we're so happy to have Pastor Jose. Claudia is right here to your right. Jeanette is right behind Celeste. Staff-wise, we have Celeste, Alan, me, Steffi, and Stacy. And then the lady right here is Susan Crawford, and she is the coordinator and the backbone to helping us learn this process. And so she came here on October the 18th, and this is where we hosted a site visit. So I also want to take a time to give a shout out to the staff. We've worked tirelessly, and you'll see how we've been working together. So without staff, this would not have been possible. The other thing is I want to point out, Steffi has been very, very instrumental because she's at the front desk. And so she sees, hears, and experiences a lot of things that has really helped shape our framework around language access. Just want to give another shout out here to Fiesta Christiana. And so what is language access? It's providing individuals with limited English proficiency reasonable and meaningful access to services that do not speak English. And so that comes into a form of vital documents or documents just like your agenda here. We could have translated that into Spanish or other languages. And of course, again, we will give you the nuggets when we come to you in April. So I do not want to give away all that information. But it also has legalities around it to guarantee that people have access to written, verbal, or visual materials or services in their preferred language. Here, I just wanted to report this out because this comes from the Department of Justice around limited English proficiency, speaks English less than very well. Instead of LEP, we prefer people who prefer a language other than English. And so as we've gone through the process, we've had to read and reread to make sure that we're having an understanding. Because also with some of the languages, let's take Spanish, for example, it's different dialects, right? And we've experienced this with Fiesta Christiana. So Jeanette and Claudia, they can be speaking Spanish, and they'll say, well, wait a minute, what did you say again? And so we found that they have two different dialects within Spanish. So we do have legal requirements. And so Title VI, of course, is the failure to provide meaningful access to LEP persons can constitute national origin of discrimination. Affordable Care Act, did y'all realize all these legal was around language access? That's another nugget, we learned that too. Affordable Care Act, the Stafford Act, of course, the Americans with Disabilities Act, and Rehabilitation Act of 1973. So I'm not going to read these. I just wanted to point these out. This is why it's so essential and vital to have a language access plan within the town of Apex and of course across the country. Our collaborative timeline, we started in January of 2023. We did monthly virtual workshops. We did peer exchanges. In the spring, that's when we started to do our survey. We did an internal capacity assessment survey with all the departments, gathered that data. Then we also did some community stakeholder input, of course, with Fiesta Christiana. And as we present to you the implementation plan in April, that will be an opportunity for stronger stakeholder engagement. Because one thing that we thought about, and the staff went back and forth, the committee went back and forth on, was how much engagement do we do now? And then how do we do it later? And so what we didn't want to do was to set this out for an opportunity for people not to really understand why language access was important and why we were making sure that the services and our documents were available. And so now, once we present this, then you have opportunities to really bring stakeholder engagement. In the summer, we did some analysis and some more prioritization. Then we started to put pen to paper, and Celeste has been really the instrument behind putting our framework and our implementation plan together. So I do want to give her a shout out. And then we've done some different presentations along the way with building integrated communities to do some check-ins. These are just some of the topics of the workshops. We've learned the different definitions of things. Some people don't realize that there's a difference between an interpreter or translator. And so having Alan part of the group is very instrumental when we have people that request a certain accommodation. So we want to make sure that the language is matching up and we're consistent across the town. We had a special presentation from Mr. Michael, from the attorney, who was the attorney with the Department of Justice and Civil Rights, bringing in the national legality of everything and really honing down on the importance of it. So this is what we've really been working on internally. Again, we did a language assessment survey. You will get the results again when we come back to you with a detailed plan. We developed this in April. We deployed it in also in April. We did get some responses from all of the departments. Then we had, of course, like I said, we did some report check-ins with building integrated communities. We had monthly team meetings and we had monthly collaborative meetings. They were virtual and some were in person. And one thing, the experience that really brought us through was some of the virtual experiences were in English and others were in Spanish. So of course, using the technology, you had to click your preferred language, but that puts you in a different position in regards to seeing where your fellow man or woman is beside you, right? And so, and then I experienced that when I went to California, when I was for the Welcoming Interactive Conference, and I was riding the tram. And so me and the lady was sitting there and I was like, is this the right stop? And she was like, I don't speak English. And I was like, I felt so bad. She didn't look any different than I did, but for me to you know, not really know where I was going, just was like, again, you put yourself in different people's shoes. And that's when the empathy and the compassion brings you together as a common goal. We launched our webpage in May of 2023. Again, we hosted Susan to come in to oversee our work. And the biggest thing was we did the draft plan in November, and we did present that to our communities and the other cohorts January 19th of this year. I also wanted to point out the Municipal Language Access Network. This work is so important to the state that Governor Cooper actually has a language access office. And so I've had an opportunity to meet and greet with Christina. She's also a member of Welcoming America, which we are. And just the importance that it's at the state level. And so we've been traveling around virtually to different jurisdictions, looking at what their work plans look like. Another story that came up, the city of Winston-Salem. Do y'all remember when Winston-Salem had the industrial fire downstairs, downtown, that had to evacuate? Well, they have Spanish-speaking employees, but they had to go door to door to make sure that the Spanish-speaking employees and businesses and residents evacuated. And so you never think about, again, that was an emergency plan. So this is just the example of how deep language access goes. Again, that's why I keep coming back to essential services, because that was a life and death situation, and we have to be prepared to help with that. So our next steps, this was taken on January 19th, where we had to present our language access plan. I keep saying plan, but it is like a framework, because again, we will create the implementation plan for you. We will be coming to you again on April 23rd to provide you with a formal presentation. It will include all of the results, the languages that we have identified to the town of Apex, the legal requirements that we have to meet as a town based on the community data that we have collected, and then where we will go from there. Additional support, I've explained to you about the Municipal Language Access Network. And then Welcome to America, they provide labs, workshops, and conferences. And again, with the language access, I've mentioned to you about the Welcome in America certification. So you see how this also falls into the synergy of part of the work plan for diversity, equity, and inclusion. Additional resources, I will be applying to the lead for NC Fellow program through UNC School of Government. So I'd love to get an individual to come on and help kind of be our project manager and move this forward. We've done a great job getting it to this point, but now, it's time to dig in. And then we also have the reference of the Department of Justice. They actually just updated nationally 35 of their language access plans. We were fortunate to sit on a 2-hour webinar. It didn't feel like 2 hours because the information is so hard to. And lastly, I just created a collage of everybody that is involved in our language access plan. Thank you, Council, for the support letter. Again, staff and Building Integrated Communities. Fiesta Christiana being a wonderful community partner. Then, of course, Building Integrated Communities. And then in the middle, thank you in every language. I know English. I'm going to learn some others, but I would like to say the biggest thing again is around making sure that everyone that lives in the town of Apex has an opportunity to. Again, I don't want to give you all of the details because we will give you the findings of some ideas of what we've covered in the town of where we need to go, but it's very dear to my heart. And through this process, staff has cried, we've laughed, and that just shows you the type of talent that you have here. It's not me, it's my colleagues that I work with. Probably why we're exhausted, but it's because we care. We really do care, and we appreciate everything that you have supported us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll see you in April.
Yeah, I look forward to Peter and Jenna and Dutch and April. Yeah. Looking forward to seeing you, Jenna and Dutch and April.
Hey, Linda, that's the question. I know we'll get more details when we get the plan. I'm just thinking, whenever we see a commercial, like there was one on the Super Bowl about the translations that phones are doing. I think it was verbal in that case, but written to. How much is the plan, and have you guys talked about how much technology can really be kind of universal language access tool, and maybe investing more at the beginning for things that can do it all the languages instead of hard coding like Spanish or whatever the top 3 languages are on like signage, but investing in like electronic signs that have a computer component that can do that kind of stuff.
Absolutely, yes. Technology is one of our findings that we need to work on and how we do that. So I did not say that. From this grant, we will be receiving $20,000, but of course, budget season, we'll have to put some more in, and it is around equipment.
Yeah.
And digital signage. And
Okay.
so, yes, and also I didn't even mention ASL, but we have to look into those technology components.
Yeah, great.
And it also came up with how some of our residents need to log on to our services.
Okay.
So.
Okay. 15-minute break.
Yeah.
I tried doing that. The horse sloth, the old guys didn't have any of the old sloth. They were all this new. You're right.
All right, we're back in session and turn it over to Celeste for our next presentation.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
I'm Celeste, DEI coordinator for the town. Glad to be joining you all and doing a DEI training, which leadership and extended leadership has also taken. So folks in the back have already seen it and participated. And with that being said, their warm up was the marshmallow challenge. Yes, that's what I had planned today. But no, I found out that we did not.
We already won that game, so.
I found out we did not unpack that marshmallow experience. So who was the designated winner?
Time.
Yeah, it depends on how you measure people. Well, you're done first. That counts for nothing.
Nothing, something? Okay, how tall do you think y'all thought?
Well, at its height.
The
height varied.
At its
The height
peak,
varied.
right? Living at its peak.
No, we were 2 strands of spaghetti high. I think they hit 3 strands.
We hit 3 for a little while.
For 7 months.
All right, well, Sean, I was gonna ask you to reveal the results, but I realized you're nibbling. I wanted to set up a friendly little competition because, when, extended leadership did it, they got to 26 inches.
A little over 26.
Wow.
What?
We might have. How many strands of spaghetti are we talking?
Inches.
Was it Chief Herman? Chief Herman? Tim, was it your team? Was that your team too?
Engineer.
Structural.
Now, it's funny that, can you say that again?
Yes, is it really fair to have a bunch of engineers and structural folks and folks who have like this as a core competency against, a lawyer?
Right, so I would like to discuss who typically does best in the marshmallow challenge. So engineers do really well. You know who else typically performs at a very high level?
Yes.
Kindergartners. Kindergartners are the top performers at the marshmallow challenge. And the reason why is because they have not been conditioned to some of the challenges that you all are navigating, or just adults in general. There is not the conversation of trying to draw it out or thinking about triangles or the base. Out of y'all's group, did you start building first or did you start with the marshmallow first? Started talking, okay. That is the kindergarten strategy. You started with the marshmallow. And then were you successful? So one of the reasons why kindergartners are so successful is because they start with the marshmallow first. And then when their building or structure collapses, they just start building again and they prototype and they prototype and they prototype. They don't have many conversations because the fear of failure is not set in. And so I think what an interesting thing to think about of the idea of being conditioned and when does that start happening? And so the beauty of having children just being able to just jump into a project, start building, and then turning their uh-oh moments into aha moments. How often are we doing that in life? Frequently, right? How often does it turn out the way that we want? The reason for the marshmallow symbolizes the hidden assumption because people don't take into consideration how heavy the marshmallow is. So typically people build a structure, then they put the marshmallow on top, and then what happens? Right? How often do we have hidden assumptions with a project or experience or interaction? All the time. So then we're constantly navigating those uh-oh moments and then having to turn them around into an aha moment. Yeah, you didn't know that I was doing that with the marshmallow, did you? All right, well, I'm a part of the DEI department with Linda and Just wanted to go ahead and show how we have our focused areas. So I'm focused on DEI training and development, but I wanted to point out our purpose statement. That is, diversity and equity inclusion department provides consultation and education to ensure a community of belonging, diverse representation among employees, and that residents have equitable access to services. And out of this, I really want to focus on one word, and that's belonging. What does belonging feel like? I want you all to take a moment to think about what does belonging feel like, because it is a part of our goal, of our strategic plan. We talk about the sense of belonging, but have we really named what that feels like at the individual level, and then thinking about what that would feel like at the collective level? Or if you're having a hard time thinking about what belonging feels like, you can do the opposite. What does belonging not feel like?
Doesn't feel like it's lonely. That's what it doesn't feel like. Lonely, being by yourself.
Being by yourself was another word for that. Excluded, right? The other things?
Not feeling like you can speak up. You need to.
Not being able to speak up. So now we're going into like a psychological safety component, which also ties back to some of the trends of that survey of like that silence, right?
To me, what it does feel like is comfort.
Comfort.
I was gonna say safety.
Comfort, safety. What brings comfort?
It's a sense that you get. Feeling.
What makes you comfortable at home?
Acceptance.
Keep going. Acceptance. Do you feel like a sense of belonging has something to do with your authentic self? That you can be?
Recognition. You recognize the surroundings, and for the most part, your surroundings recognize.
Yeah, and you know how to navigate those areas, right? You have hidden assumptions. Anything else with belonging? How often? Oh, first I want to make sure that's okay, because there is going to be some unpacking and it might get a little vulnerable if you're okay doing that work. Is that okay? Yes, yes, yes. Okay. And I ask that because I'm going to share some stories about myself. You've already heard about my mother and my grandmother, so you know a lot about my family already. But I want to make sure that this space is a psychologically safe space for you all to share your experiences as well. How often do you think about belonging on your day-to-day or your week? Is that something that comes up? Is that something that crosses your mind? Yes?
Oh,
Yeah. You're taking, yes?
yeah, like all.
All the time. How much does that weigh on you, having to think about it all the time?
All the time. It's a constant and consistent thing that you gotta keep in mind,
Personally and professionally?
personally and professionally. More on the professional side, personally, I don't slip out one way or the other, but definitely.
Anyone else on there often
I'm
think about
the
belonging?
complete inverse, rarely
Oh.
in terms of my own belonging.
Mhm.
What I do think about is making sure that I create a safe place for other people around me,
Yes.
especially that do not look like middle-aged white guy.
So you have some self-awareness so that you can provide a space for others, right?
I think about it a lot in the context of the town council and Apex, in the context of how most people aren't from here. And like many Americans, I think a lot of people in Apex still kind of isolated in their homes, in their backyards, and doing things that we can to bring people together, like for the part of Apex is a challenge, but also an opportunity.
So continued improvement, right? And that benchmark can keep moving. And I remember what you said earlier, you spoke about nature, right? Do you have a sense of belonging in nature? Comfort?
I think about more of my own self, feeling better in nature. I don't think about it as much as part of like a group or
Right,
stuff.
but at the individual level, and then you're also talking about the collective level as well.
When you say about belonging, I think more about groups.
Who thinks about groups? You're talking about the individual level, right? When you hear the word belonging, you think group or individual? Not a right or wrong answer, just. Go.
Individual belonging to a group, right? I mean, related.
And like, to me, they're intertwined,
But there's an individual and there's a group, and it's how does the individual fit in or not fit into that group or perceive their role in that group.
But there's a weight of an individual and there's a weight of a group. You know, for example, we could group ourselves into different categories. Like right now, we have certain, categories of people. I'm the only woman council member, so therefore I fit into that category in that group. And I feel like I have to bring a certain voice related to that perspective to the group. So, and obviously there.
I guess the question is belonging defined as if you're alone, is belonging part of the deal? 'Cause I usually think about it like you need to be with at least one other person to belong to matter. I don't know if that's thereabouts feels.
There's not a right or wrong answer. This is about how you feel with the word belonging. So if you allocate it towards, being with the group, that's one thing. And I think about belonging, I'm looking at the space. And there could be other people there could be none. The things that I think about are there other people that look like me here? Are these spaces, is there like a generational memory or a collective memory that have had barriers before where I may have not, my family or ancestry or history may not have been welcome? That's a sense of belonging too, and no one has to be there for that to happen. So belonging is a bit abstract. And you've all started going down some of this, is I like to talk about a diversity paradox. And that is we have language, but the challenge with labels, right, is it might not fully encompass the full meaning, but we have to have some type of terminology just so we can communicate to each other. And so typically when I say that I'm in DEI, sometimes I pause and wait for the reaction of the other person. And then I'm waiting for the response, because normally I hear one of these things up here. I don't know if you all have experienced this. Isn't diversity divisive? My question is it? What do you think? Yes? No? No?
It depends on the scenario. Like,
Exactly. It's a tool, right? Diversity is a tool. And so you can either use it, diversity, equity, and inclusion, as a means to group and center belonging, right, which would be positive, or you could use it in a way that could be divisive. Inclusive versus intrusive. Very fine line right there, because we have an intent versus impact situation. Your intent could be inclusive. And so you're trying to have a conversation with someone because you are curious, and you should be curious about people, right? If you want to get to know them better, know their culture, have some understanding. But what if the questions you're asking are actually intrusive? And so then you have a clash of realities. You have person A, person B. Person A is the intent is positive, but lands on person B negative. And person B just has a negative situation there. And so again, clash of realities. Calling out versus canceling out. Calling out is supposed to be a strategy to hold people accountable, right? Have we heard this term before with DEI? If a microaggression is occurring, but what's the difference between canceling out and calling out? Where's that line?
not recognizing somebody else's, or kind of, like a better term, whitewashing somebody else's heritage and pretend there's no difference.
So that would be canceling out, right?
Right,
Yes, that's canceling out. What about calling out? What if you're calling out someone? Again, this is an intent versus impact. You're trying to hold someone accountable. But if you're not intentional about the way that you do it, it can be a completely humiliating experience for the other person. If we are not centering a psychological safe space for these conversations to occur, right? And we have to allow growth, and we have to allow some clumsy conversations to happen. But if we don't give people that type of grace, there's a fear of canceling out, and ultimately people stay silent. Representation of quotas. This is a difficult one because then we get into the performative or transformative conversation. So can you have transformative change without measuring it? Or the reverse. If people are so focused on representation, because representation does matter, then do we fall into thinking just about quotas and categorizing? Curiosity and boundary setting, very important. Curiosity, we want people to be curious about each other, do their own investigation, but it's also important to have boundaries. What are you willing to share? And so ask this question of you all. How do you pick your boundaries? As being town council, interacting with the public, how do you choose how much you share? Is there a strategy?
Depends on my emotional energy.
For the day? Yeah.
You know, ask about at our meetings particularly.
Just in general, of being a town, or being a council member, interacting with the public. Do you have a boundary of like how much information about like your personal life you're willing to share? Or are there conversations that you're not willing to, to have?
I've observed us, and I think myself too, I've observed us bringing our personal life into some of the things that we decide, and even mentioning things about our partners or kids, whatever, when we're saying, justifying something we're doing.
Yeah, because it makes that relatable,
Yeah.
right? Has anyone had a moment where you're like, oh, this is what I'm willing to share, this is what I'm not willing to share?
Setting.
Depends on the setting.
Depends on the trust.
Yes.
Yeah, I think as the years have gone by, like the political climate, like the online kind of climate has gotten more hostile to that sort of thing. And you start to, or at least I start to develop like a certain way of operating in those spaces that's way different than it was. Certainly before I was on the council, even when I was on the council years ago, before it was, things seemed to shift a little bit. So yeah, I do discuss.
I agree, like I have stopped using Facebook, like which was a personal communication tool in the past. You will not see a picture of my child or wife in recent times. I've stopped using it for that purpose.
Yeah, me too. Like I've stopped, like my personal Facebook page, because I use my personal account, my comment stuff. So like my personal Facebook page, I have nothing on it. I just complain about football on it. Like that's the only thing I ever post on my actual personal page. Just sort of stop.
How long ago did you do the stop, you think?
I mean, it was 3-4 years ago, like shortly after I got on, like it stopped, Facebook stopped being a way to communicate with friends and family, and it started being a way that I would try to share stuff. I wanted to be good at my job and talk to people. Now it's mostly a way people get a hold of me, like, for stuff that's another form of email in some sense.
And to be completely honest, this was a challenge that I had as I was preparing to do the training today. And I am going to be as vulnerable as I can be and share stories, but I had to have some serious conversation about what boundaries, because typically when I do training, an internal training, I can control a lot of the variables and I know who's on the receiving end. We've primed, we've prepped, we've had foundational knowledge, and I know where there's significant support. But what I became nervous was when I found out that it was live streamed. I was like, I don't know who's on the other end. This might be the first time they're interacting with me for various reasons. And in order for my trainings to work, I have to share certain family stories. It's just how we connect. And so part of that, my supervisor, Linda, I chatted with her multiple times, chatted with Alan multiple times, just to make sure that I could talk it out what my concerns were. And it was very helpful, just to get it out. And ultimately I found out that I was supported. Then I had to go home and ask my husband what he thought as well, because some of the stories I share are about him. And then I was thinking about my children as well. And we, decided like, oh, not gonna show a picture of my kids. But a part of that fear that I was having, or the consequences of you all are describing about Facebook and certain types of comments that happened, right? Yeah.
I think, like, when I think about boundaries, because as you were asking the question, I kept thinking like, well, I have a boundary on for this issue up here and a boundary for that issue there. And I feel like within all of us, we all have varying levels of boundary, but the key issue in a boundary is you are setting a pinching point at that boundary line. There's always going to be that tension, whether it's the person who you're setting the boundary to protect or setting the boundary to prevent. That's a tension point, and that's tough. And that's what makes setting the boundary so difficult, because you know that you are going to be, you're extending out a tension point, and that can be a little unsettling.
And sometimes you don't realize that you need a boundary until you're in a conversation and you're like, oh, I was okay until this point. And then you set that boundary, right? Or you just start backing out, walking out. And that's okay to do, because the boundary is also protecting you and your space, right? So my origin story, now that we talked about boundaries, in case you didn't know, the speaker this morning was my mom. Family photo, as you can tell from the lovely fashion choices, this was the early 90s. On my left is me, and then there's my sister and my dad. And the reason why I show this picture is because we're visual people. And I tell people, you know, when they ask me how I identify, I'm a person of color, I'm mixed. I identify as being a part of the Black community on my mom's side, from my mom's side. And I find that a lot of times when people see me, they have made an assumption or they have created their own story in their head. And then when they see this photo, it does not match. Which is why I show the photo. And it's interesting when you think about identity or how you personally identify, and then people want to correct you. Just kind of an odd space to be in sometimes. But I show this too because people say, how long have you been in DEI? I'm like, oh, look, I've been in it all my life. Looking through two lenses here. Growing up with parents that during that time, there were not a lot of families that looked like ours. Growing up in South Carolina for the first 5 years and then moving to Western North Carolina. So much so that the stories that people would come up with, if they would see me and my sister with my dad, the first thing they would assume is that we were adopted. And then when we would try to explain, oh, nope, still trying to convince me that I'm adopted. Nope. Oh, he's my dad. Seeing me with my mom and my sister with my mom, and my dad was not there, she must be our nanny. Because the shades are different. Also, another odd story. My mom was getting her hair done. My dad was pushing us in the stroller, right? A person, a resident or a citizen saw us. My dad just, pushing us in a stroller around the block and threatened to call the police because a white man was stealing 2 Black babies. My mom had to come out of the hair salon. They did not believe my mother, but they did believe the hairstylist who was doing my mom's hair. So odd stories, but we've come a long way. However, that's just a part of my makeup. It's nothing compared to what my mom has been through. It's nothing compared to what my grandmother has been through. So I'm very intentional about how I frame when I talk about my identity. And so if I say I'm a woman of color, or a person of color, or I identify as being mixed, I'm not denouncing my Blackness. I'm just addressing that there are challenges that my mother has faced that I know nothing about. And I just shared some of the challenges with you that I've experienced. Welcomed versus belonging. We were welcomed in a lot of spaces as a family. I'm going to use a faith-based example, if that's okay. It just paints the picture pretty clear. Growing up, we would go to the Black Baptist church with my mom on one Sunday, and then the following Sunday, we would go to the Presbyterian church with my dad. And so growing up, I would see in Baptist church, my dad would be the only white person. Then the following weekend, When we were at the Presbyterian church, my mom would be the only black person. So seeing my parents as the only was very normal. And that became a normalized experience for us. But belonging takes time and development and trust, because we felt welcome, everybody was nice, but the traditions and the customs are different. I mean, have you been to a Presbyterian church and then you compare it to a Black Baptist church? Very different experiences. Just the amount of time that you're in church is a whole different experience. Acknowledging and recognizing difference, incredibly important. And I feel that at a time, people are very cautious about recognizing difference because of that fear of being canceled out. But it is important that we recognize and acknowledge our differences because everyone experiences the world differently. Identity and the lived experience, it matters. And so if you think about yourself, everything that you've been through, everything that you identify with, that's your lived experience. And then there's everything that you have not experienced. And it's important that we don't make you feel minimized because of things that you have not experienced. My continued why. This is where my professional, personal passion, life, align here. Being a person of color, training, and I've seen change in a positive way. I have seen the tension within my own family and people have come together and unity. I have seen that over the years. And so I know it can happen. I absolutely know it can happen. And with that, I also have a lot of capacity to do the work because I've seen it. And I have a lot of patience. And my continued why as well is because I do have children. And my children, my household is a multicultural and multi-faith household. And so my husband's family is from Afghanistan. And so my children are part Black, part white, and part Afghan. And so we are dancing some nuances culturally that are different than my lived experience. And so I just want to continue to create a connecting experience and positive environment for the next generation. So our approach and strategy to DEI and how we do our training here. And I really appreciate having the flexibility to be able to present the method that has worked well for me. Because when I started doing this work, I've been in the cultural heritage and education space for almost 15 years. Before DEI was a household language. And I made the intentional switch to go into DEI a few years ago, relocating from Texas. And when I sat in my first DEI training, long time ago, there was a different method that was being used. It was one that I unfortunately sat through was using the deficit method, which places, lack or corrective action, alludes to something that is wrong with participants, and uses a lot of accusatory language like blaming you. There's different strategies. That was the one that I sat through. And I had a lot of challenges with it because I said, in my head, if our goal is to have unity, understanding, then I can't follow how centering this method is going to get me there. And so the empowerment method is also used with DEI trainings and other types of cultural training where you're working with people and you're adding to their knowledge base. And you are acknowledging that people have pre-existing values, motivations, social connections, and their lived experiences. And lastly, our strategy is people-centric and empathy anchored. The concepts that we use for training, our diversity concept is quantifiable representation of difference. Equity, resources provided so that everyone is successful. And then inclusion, the qualitative experience of difference. And I know that you all are familiar with this. These are just the training concepts that we try to get down because there are so many wordy definitions. And for our training, we want to get down to what is the root, what's the foundational concept that we're trying to get to. And quantifiable representation of difference. There's over 26 characteristics when we think about diversity. And typically, when I hear or we're presenting on diversity, people think of which ones do you think? Which characteristics?
Race, gender.
Race, gender, expression?
Age.
Yeah. I mean, yes, it is, but normally when we do a training centered around some complexities there. But it is important to address it. There's over 26 characteristics of diversity. And I don't know what story you tell yourself, but when we started training, I want to acknowledge that everyone is a diverse individual made up of diverse characteristics. So I have heard in training, so I'm not diverse. No, you absolutely are. There's no way you cannot be. Everyday acts of equity. So just some questions to keep in mind as we're going through. I know the survey is looking at some of this, but from an everyday lens in the workplace, what do employees need to do their best work of their careers? And are we proactively looking for burnout and stress? From the community level, how to make the talent of Apex work for everyone? What do residents need for Apex to be and remain the peak of good living? Everyday acts of equity, they are not soft skills, they are leadership skills.
Actually, about this slide, I was thinking about what you've been talking about so far, and are you Linda mostly thinking about, are you mostly working internally with town employees and the organization, or is it more external, or is it kind of half and half? Because I'm kind of intrigued by what your job duties are and department does.
Well, let's go back to that slide.
Yeah.
Why don't we?
I should have looked at it closer today. I was trying to think about what.
So for me, we do, right now we are navigating internally and externally because we are involved with special events, transformation and creation. But we are also a resource for town services that are public facing. So when we do trainings, we have, even though they are internal trainings, they are to set our external facing departments up for success as well.
Okay, thank you.
So it's not exclusive. And then also with language access as well, as one of our major initiatives that's heavily external.
Yeah. Okay.
So practical strategies to cultivate an inclusive culture. Confront individual bias. So self-awareness is needed. So that's why we're talking a lot about the self, you, because you have to be able to name your individual biases so you can then support others, coaching and leading. You have to understand yourself before you can coach and lead. And then authenticity, modeling the behavior. So defining your lens. So you have a sheet in front of you. It does look like an eye, doesn't it? Right? And so I want you all just to take a moment to think about your identities. So the stories that I shared, I named some of the identities that I associate with me, myself. Which identities do you think about most often? And this is for your self-perspective, you as the person. Which identities have the strongest effect on how you perceive yourself? Which identities have the greatest effect on how others perceive you? And if that is too abstract, I just want you to think about impact. What is the impact you receive from others? And what happens when you go out to experience the world? Which ones on those identity wheels do you think about? And they can change as well. Okay, starting to see some eyes up. So I'll do mine really quickly, just to start us off. So which identities do you think about most often? It's an interesting one for me because this has changed recently with becoming a parent. Or I would tell you, honestly, race would have been one of the ones that I would have thought about most often first. However, now it is, here's parenting status. I have a almost 3-year-old and a 1.5-year-old. So what does that mean? I get no sleep. Right? And typically now when I meet other parents, that's where we connect and we talk about that. That's our entry point. I also, from this point, since navigating into parenthood, has made me think about more about my mental and emotional disability or ability, which is not one that I have identified with. I process the information differently than most people do. And typically I can mask that, and I have masked that for the majority of my life. But sleep deprivation makes it incredibly difficult to mask. And so with sleep deprivation, I had to have some conversations, some, self-exploration about what are the resources that I need to be successful. And so I'm not ashamed of this. This is just something that I actually identify with because it's something that I face on a daily basis. Before, it wasn't really anything that I thought about. Sleep deprivation though. I have sensory issues. So overhead fluorescent lighting, really difficult for me. I'm dyslexic. So looking back and reading up, very, very, very difficult because those words are moving. Now that I'm going through the fog of postpartum, language acquisition is still difficult for me to get my words. And so sometimes when I'm slowing down, I'm looking up, these words are moving. I'm navigating a lot of internal struggles that might not necessarily be visible or you see them, but you might not realize what's going on with me. So with that, now I just tell people. So there's not that assumption. Oh, no, those words are just moving. But those are now the identities that I think about most often. How about you? Is there any identities that you think about often or have changed recently?
So I mean, identities I think about often for myself, just where I am in my life, thinking about my age, getting middle age, getting older, thinking about class and economic background. I try to chart my way out, to retirement over the next 10, 20 years, what that look like. So that's
a countdown?
Yeah, well, I mean, how's it gonna work? Like, stuff like that, that's, part of what's going on. And like you mentioned, caretaker and parental status is also, something that greatly affects my life. So that, is part of my identity now. What's going on?
I'll jump on that because mine is fairly similar. I kind of interpreted caretaker as providing to my family, which kind of goes into that financial security.
Yes.
Area, right? And with that, to me, that, literacy and educate, like, am I smart enough? Am I good enough, right? Am I, to make it through the next, 10, 15 years of my professional career, to secure that future for my family, right? The other, part of caretaker, right, especially in the role of, being a leader, right? How do I project that out? How do I, expand that beyond my own family needs to the community at large? So those are definitely things, but like age is definitely in there. I'm feeling it's like,
Yes, mine is interesting thing, how mine has changed over time. And I want to go way back.
Well, take us back.
Okay, so growing up in the area I did, and then making that big step to say I'm gonna join this police department. And I remember walking in the door and the lieutenant invited me in. And we were sitting there having a conversation and just so focused on where I came from. And, I saw that as intimidating and I almost left, like I almost got up and left because I was so intimidated at that moment, just because of my background. And that would go on for years. But the one thing I experienced that really didn't matter to the people that I work with. They just recognized my passion to be there. And that helped me it gave me more confidence over time to just stick it out and to stay here and make something well. So, but moving forward, I think about the age. I think I'm the oldest one on council now, but I'm the oldest living one. But another thing that comes with age now often is you start thinking about I was mentioned before, caretaking. I think about my kids, they're older now, and I want them to be successful, and I want to make sure I provide them the best opportunity to thrive and succeed in my best way. But also I have 2 Asian parents, so I think about them constantly, they get older. So those are on my mind.
That's the first example you shared. How long did it take for the sense of belonging to occur? Or did that?
It was, there would be moments that I felt great, and then I would transition to another environment. Like I would look at like trainings, and I would look around the room, and there was no one that looked like me in the room. And that just, it played on my psyche for sure. And, but the more I stayed in it, and the more people that just saw me for who I was and where I was, it made it, a little bit more easier along the way. And I would say, it took probably 10, 15 years to get there.
Because also trust had to be established as well, right?
I think when I look at this, the traits that jump out and think about most often is, race, gender identity, physical limitations. Something that more and more is something that I always have to play with. Like, in the middle of while you were talking, I've got a bad ear from some issues. Every now and then I'll have that loud ringing, just reverberation in my ear, and I've got to learn how to basically overcome that, be able to listen. And I seek myself in positions where I can listen out of my good ear. And at the same time, one of the other things that I always think about, particularly in visual situations, is I have sight impairment in one eye where if the mouse isn't big enough on the screen, I can't see it. So I'm sitting there trying to figure out what the language is and cannot do a slide that is red lettering on black background. The color contrast is something I just can't pick up on. So you've got to do little tricks to try to orient yourself and try to accommodate for those sort of things. But those little physical limitations are the things that more and more as we age, and I'll say I'm the youngest on council. Not even close. Everything was after. That's all I can say. Everything was after.
So just out of curiosity, like, is there a reason that you're keeping the mayor on your left side then?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Right, his voice drowning into the winning. Who's talking to you?
If you ever see me sitting with my wife, you'll understand why she's on the left hand side.
She's not watching the live stream, right?
No.
Okay.
You recorded because.
But I definitely connect with the auditory. Even though mine's not like a physical, I have auditory processing disorder. So I have my good ear that I hear everything out. I can hear out of this ear. I process information on this side. And so when we were at the Language Access Collaborative, they gave us a headset that was only for one ear, and it was for the left ear. And so now I've got a left ear headset, and now we're translating languages. So even if it was in English, this would be difficult for me. But now we're adding another language on top of it on my wrong side of my brain. It was very, very difficult for me. It was almost impossible to navigate, probably how you are with the lettering on screen. It's almost impossible. But those are challenges that people don't see that you're navigating. And there's a level of stress that you're dealing with, internal stress, and then trying to act as if everything's okay. Not necessarily masking intentionally, right? But just trying to show up and participate.
Anyone else?
So, the identities I think about most often have to do with, faith, beliefs, values, ideology, and things like that, gender, and the mental and emotional parts of that. You know, I'm a parent as well, and I've got kids transitioning from that adolescent age to teenage age, and that transition is a mental load.
That's what I have heard, yes.
So it's coming.
No problem with that.
So that can definitely be challenging, feeling the pressures of, you know, the strongest effects, basically the second one, the strongest effects on how I perceive myself have to do with how valued I feel by the people around me. And that, for me, that has to do with a lot to do with what our national situation is like right now. I feel less valued as a person because of the decreased abilities that I have as a whole. So that definitely is a very big piece of that, which of course affects my mental and emotional barometer, I guess you could say.
And capacity.
I'm gonna go. So I think my main, for number one, the things I think about, I'm a lifelong North Carolinian, you know, with the public school, public university, public grad school, and never lived anywhere else but North Carolina. So I think a lot about that as part of my identity. So I guess that's geographic location and birthplace. The one that I think people see though is, I have a lifelong stutter, makes me talk fast and trip over words sometimes. I have in my head what I'm gonna say, and it doesn't come out very well. And when I get tired or angry, and that happened recently in some meetings, I think it comes out more and it's harder to kind of hide. So that's always been a challenge. And like I see that the president is struggling with it as he's getting older, and I think that's happened to me a little bit too. And I kind of see my future in that a little bit and having a harder time talking. So that's probably the biggest. I think you'll see that the most, the fast talking or whatever, tripping over words. It's very annoying.
I have a little bit of that too.
Mm-hmm.
I've ever noticed. But like I find myself, I have a lot of mental energy slowing down as I talk to try to be perceivable to other people. And when I get upset or excited, if you guys notice, then I lose it and it just comes out a million miles an hour and completely can't even understand. Yeah. So I have a lot of time right there. Like I spent time trying to slow it down.
The amount of time mental, I think my brain is trying to fight this is just maybe the same with you. It's exhausting sometimes.
And it seems like a lot of people are navigating some type of non-visible challenges, right? I too try to say like 3 things at the exact same time, and none of them come out.
Mm-hmm.
But is your brain moving faster than you can? Yeah. Geographic location. This is one that, for me, people perceive and how they treat me. So when I show up places, not necessarily here, but other areas, people assume that I'm from an urban environment. I am not. I am from Piedmont, South Carolina, and Western North Carolina. I identify with being from the country, from both sides of my family, and there is nothing wrong with an urban city environment, but that is just not my lived experience. And so often that is projected on me a lot of the times, and it's just not my reality. Thank you all for sharing your identities and the identity field. And that brings us to the 3 selves continuum. Have you all seen the 3 selves before? Okay. So you have your authentic self, your adapted self, and your performing self. And out of these 3 versions of yourself, you have a zone of empowerment and a zone of disempowerment. And so your authentic self is who you would choose to be if there were no consequences for your actions. So if you did not have any fear, if you could just show up fully 100%, what would that look like? That is your authentic self.
your adapted self. Who are you when you willingly choose? Right, so you're still the driving force on this one. You're willingly choose to alter your behavior from your authentic self, and that is to suit and serve and incorporate the needs of others. And then you have your performing self, who you show up as when you feel like you can't be yourself and you don't have but to conform or to mask. So this is a curated life that you project. It's a constructed persona, but you're not, it doesn't necessarily mean you're aware that you're doing this. You could be completely unaware that you're doing this to protect yourself. And so a part of the continuum when we think about the self right here is that number one, highly unlikely that you could be your authentic self all the time. Highly unlikely, because you still have professional setting, right? So my authentic self, if I was 100%, I would probably be in sweatclothes, right? That would not be acceptable. So, also, there's healthy elements of fear, right? That's what keeps you alive. If you had no fear, you would not look both ways when you cross the street. So there's healthy elements there. And your adapted self, you're still choosing and you're aware enough to see, oh, there are others who have needs, right? And I think you gave an example about making other people comfortable as well, right? Hopefully it's not at the detriment of yourself, though.
No, so look, profession, so I manage a team that's largely people of color and female, right? And I'm one of the few white males on the team, and I have to be leading the team, but you know, for me, it's a dynamic I'm very aware of.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to create equity and trust and, you know, again, like I'm not looking so much at the belonging for myself, but making sure that the other people feel like they can belong and they're part of the team and I got their back and, you know, like, it's the first time I've managed a team of that kind of diversity.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore I'm very conscious of it. And I'm not sure that makes sense or not, but you know, this, I get my adaptive or performing self coming out here.
But from the performing self, do you feel like you have to max certain elements?
No. It's during the last election cycle, there were some accusations about racism, me being racist. And that has really, really struck me because I don't think I am. I don't believe I am. The fact that somebody out there did feel that way has really troubled me. And I think I'm maybe like overly conscious of it now. So to some degree, like I don't think I'm trying to hide, you know, personality traits or something like that, but it's how do I navigate that, right? And first I'm actually thinking about it, so it's a little bit. I haven't thought this through into that. But I think that's you know part of what's driving me in that sense, right? That's I want to, you know, and maybe I'm overcorrecting in a way. So I'm not racist. Like here's all the reasons I'm, you know, see how good of a guy I am, to, you know, and so yeah, like there's some dynamic there that's I haven't quite pinpointed yet.
It sounds like you're navigating the perceptions of others that have been projected now onto you,
right?
And those consequences. And when your authentic self, right, and what you know is your personal reality, again, intent versus impact, and then the consequences severely out of alignment of what you would expect, it has to be incredibly tough to navigate.
It's uncomfortable, yeah.
And to the point where I now hear what you're saying, it's like you're overcorrecting, which means you probably are coming down into the performing self. Just to be, that's where we have the calling out and canceling out. Because when things like that get labeled, we go into that canceling out
area.
And I'm not sure if I am overcorrecting, right, but as I'm saying these words, right, it's like, I'm thinking out loud, like, am I over there? Like, kind of asking myself the question, right? Am I truly being the person that I would be to anybody on the team, right? Or am I kind of swinging to the other side, too much right now because of that experience?
So somehow you gotta reframe in a way and find a avenue where you're going from what you just described to mindful and intentional, right? Even though that's what you're doing, but it's still framed as overcorrecting. What if now you're being mindful and intentional about every interaction that you're having and how it could be perceived by others? Right?
Yeah, there's definitely a heightened awareness of that, right? And maybe that's what I'm trying to say is that I'm much more aware of this, where previously it wasn't something that I really thought about, but because it was never an issue or call out, it's just being an issue, right? So that's kind of there's that heightened sensitivity, heightened awareness of that situation and, the dynamic I'm creating.
Would you have gotten there without that experience though?
I don't think so.
So there is a silver lining moment there because exceptional leaders have heightened awareness and growth is a lot of times painful. Mic drop, walk away.
Can I ask you about this these three lists? Because I would say maybe I have the privilege or just luck. I'm never a number 3, but like when I see other people, especially I'm thinking about like society and like online people on social media, they're in number 3 like all the time.
Oh, you've never been number 3?
Well, I was say never. I'm rarely in life ever in number 3. And I'm people act kind of like, even though we're online, that's somewhere I'm acting the way I would for everybody everywhere. Maybe that's a bad thing. I don't know, but like, I see people performing all the time, and I hate that that's kind of been normalized in society so much. And some people don't have a choice but to do the performing, and I realize that depending on the room you're sitting in, whatever else. But I think we're performing more than we have to in some ways in our society as well, especially I'm thinking about online the most. Now everybody's kind of, especially I feel like young people having to pretend their life is just perfect. Even old people, I guess, older people, their life is perfect, but it's really not. And that's what they want people to see online. And I find that kind of a sad state that we're in sometimes.
I would say that we all spend a lot of time in that. And I think the most empathetic people spend a lot of time in that. Because what you're trying to do is you are aware that you can hurt someone. So you will necessarily, in some occasions, not hurt someone. And then there are times that you will not say certain things because you know it can cause harm.
Now that's a little bit of adaptive self.
Yeah, right. I think that's what I said. It's like I think you're kind of floating between.
And that's why it's a continuum, because people don't stay 100% in one of these. You are, depending on experiences and who you're around, you're going up and down and shifting through this continuum. But for me, when it comes to masking or conforming, I didn't even realize that this was a thing of the performing self until starting to think about it. And I was like, oh, well, this comes down to just how I wear my hair. This comes down to what clothes I pick out, thinking about how I will be perceived. And not necessarily performing, but just if I was my adapted self or my authentic self, if I came in a certain way, would my experience be different? Do I have fear to just come in as how I would if I could choose? The performing self also is like a heavy armor of protection that people wear. And it is exhausting. But it's a continuum. And once the adapted self, kind of like you were saying, once it's to the detriment of yourself, you're going to slide down into the performing self. Any other questions? Where do you all think you spend the most time, if you feel comfortable saying?
Oh, let's see. Probably, well, it's all situation dependent, so I'll just use the situation of being around my kid. Performance,
Performance around you.
much more.
Okay.
There's certain things that, it's like, if I may be in front of like some of my old Air Force buddies, we may be a little bit more, casual with the language, whereas you certainly wouldn't do that in front of a bunch of children. But you probably shouldn't, or at least I've been told you shouldn't.
You should. You should. I think that's probably still your adaptive self, because you're thinking of the needs of others.
I spent a lot of time between 2 and 3.
2 and 3? Okay, yep. 2 and 3?
2 and 3.
I think I'd probably try to spend more time. Number 2. Like where I struggle to feel how really, when it really shifts to be straight out performative. But there's a lot of adapt and a lot of holding back what I say and, trying to be a little more mellow.
And I was sitting there thinking about that continuum in the last slide where it talks about empowerment versus the disempowerment piece of this. And, myself, I'm an introvert, so even the adaptive self begins to give me disempowerment.
So this might actually be a little bit over here, because it is a continuum, definitely individualized needs.
Right.
Well, what's interesting is that not many of you even talked about the authentic self. And one of our goals is we want folks to show up as their authentic self to some point, right? So what would it take for you all to have some time in the authentic self?
I think society needs to change.
So we're gonna have to have an external factor.
I need more acceptance of society for society to,
Or a few glasses of wine.
Again, another external factor to get us to our authentic self, okay? Anything else?
I think it's also, once again, kind of situation specific, because there are times when your authentic self is just present. It just
shows up.
It just shows up. You drop off your guards and, you occasionally just have, it leaks, for lack of a better phrase. And not that you're trying to keep it in, but it's just comfortable, because that's where that's where your value set is starting to show up. And to me, I know my value set tends to show itself more in areas of stress. Because it's, you're decomplicating things down to basically a set of 3, and then I know what those 3 are. So when it's, when it's difficult or tough, I can just reflect back on, all right, do the right thing. Okay, what's the right thing? Do no harm. Okay, that's the easy way to get there. So in times of stress or when decision-making becomes very cluttered, just boil it down. Or at least that's how I process things.
I do agree. I think it's just highly situational. I think it also goes back to the concept of belonging, right? If I feel at ease in an environment, if I'm having a drink with buddy at the bar, right? I think there's much more of authentic me showing up than even in this setting, right?
Of course, yeah.
I think it has to do too with like, who are we serving right now? We're here serving other people and looking at the needs of others. So of course, we're going to be in that adaptive. We're going to temper what we say and how we act and what we do versus, when we're by ourselves or with a friend who we can tell anything, at any point in time, then we're going to show up as that more authentic self and be less guarded.
I think I disagree a little bit. I think what people want from their leaders is their authentic self.
But I would disagree, because we had this discussion earlier in public forum. If we were actually having this dialogue and having the conversation between, people when they come up and they're really upset and angry at us, they don't really want to hear what we have to say, And if they did, they would probably, the dialogue would not go very well, because sometimes what they have to say is not really in line with what's actually happened. So the correcting that would happen there, or the dialogue that would happen back and forth would not really be in the best interest of the town or in the best interest of you as a council member.
But I would agree with you in the sense of like, when it comes to decision making, when I look around the room, clearly, when you guys are making decisions, it's based on your authentic selves.
Based on your core value.
Yeah,
Right.
because it's like, it's, you know, we all been around each other enough to kind of know that in certain areas, we kind of already know how certain people are gonna behave. If it's a sidewalk and transportation and interconnectivity issue, we don't know how Brett's gonna, well, not know, but we have a pretty strong degree of confidence in the direction that Brett's gonna go. If it's an issue involving some of the environmental aspects, we have a pretty strong sense of confidence with regard to where Carrie's gonna go. And if it's an issue involving a social justice issue, we have a pretty strong confidence in the direction in which Audra's gonna go. So, you know, that, I mean, we do act with our, I think, our authentic selves when it gets down to the decision-making component of it. So I think we all eventually get there, so I agree. I think they want us to eventually get to our authentic self. I think we do get there, to some extent, well, to the great extent when we make these decisions.
No,
go ahead.
In terms of us adapting, I think it comes down to, and I think of the way that I adapt, the way I speak to people, when I speak in public, town council meetings, it comes down to sort of like the position that I'm in. Like the power dynamic between us and the people we're often speaking to. And the way that delta creates the opportunity to be misunderstood or misinterpreted. So to give you one example, I've learned over the years that I can't just speculate about, hey, you know, it'd be great if we had a road right across here. Because those property owners who that magic line is through, they'll lose their mind. Say, oh my God, he just said he's gonna build a road on the property, I don't wanna do it. So I don't speculate about future plan, even if I think it'd be cool to have a road there or a senior center and the new community building over there. Like, people hear that and, you know, because of the position I'm in, that may carry more, maybe I'm just speculating, you know, but that would carry a lot of weight to people who are impacted by that potential thing, and that may be something I don't think through, so I just try not to speculate or talk about future stuff, and I think that's the way that I adapt mostly, is try to say less about things that I'm thinking, because I don't want people to get the wrong impression about how serious I am about it, or how immediate it might happen, or whether it's just, you know, an idea versus an action I might take.
Yeah, I think that, you know, the adapted and performing self, you know, they're still built on the foundation of the authentic self. Right, so I think that's, you know, in terms of your core values, your core beliefs, like what, you know, what you feel is important, that still filters through no matter, you know, which, you know, where you are on the spectrum. And I think that kind of goes to your point, right? Like, you know, what are people expecting from their leaders, and whether they're looking forward when they're voting for their leaders. I think they're looking for that connection to values and representation, which, you know, then is incumbent on us to reflect that in the decision making that we ultimately do. And that whatever, you know, we're adapting or performing at that point, right? I think those values don't go away.
So it sounds like you're saying that you're still internally motivated by your authentic self, right? But how you deliver it might be adapted or almost in the performing self. Does that sound about accurate?
Yeah.
What about events that you choose to show up at? Is it less performing? Is it more aligned with authentic self? And you get to choose? Do not comparing to like a council meeting that's going to happen, that's like mandatory, right? But if you're gonna go to like a special event or something that you're passionate about. Yes, you're thinking, is there more of the authentic self that shows up there, or are you still heavily in performance?
You're still in your best behavior.
Of
right?
course.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, is there more of the authentic that gets to show up a little bit, right? Like, you're not 100%.
Maybe in the choice of events, right? Yeah, but you know, once you're there, you're still a representative of the town, right? And I think that's, you know, kind of pushes you, you know, at least in the adaptive, if not performing.
Yes.
Side.
I think it depends on the level of formality of the event.
Mhm.
You know, are you up on stage speaking for a few minutes, giving greetings for the town, or is it a party that you're showing up at? That's a little more, getting more authentic in that case.
I think as long as I'm in a council seat, to me, 2 and 3 are where I'm gonna be.
Oh,
Period.
yes.
You know, once I step out of a council seat, I see myself being more in the 1 and 2.
And some of that too is a protective boundary as well, right? If you need to protect your authentic self as well. We're gonna move through, thank you all for participating in these conversations. We're gonna move through the last couple of slides pretty quickly, just to be mindful of time. But thinking about the self, and also the consequences that you all have outlined, get to so unconscious bias and bias as a whole. And if you have a brain, you have a bias. So a myth is that you need to get rid of your bias. That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. You have a bias about everything. Again, it's what keeps you alive, right? It's a very primitive way of protection. The brain processes 11 million bits of information a moment. 11 million. Do you know that? Do you know you were capable of that? That's a lot. But you're only consciously aware that you're processing about 50 bits per second. So out of that 11 million, 50 bits. So the rest of that information is being handled through your unconscious brain. So again, it's a protective mechanism where when you're in this unconscious mode, though, you're heavily conditioned by all the experiences that you've encountered, your lived experiences. And so how does bias show up? You can have explicit bias, which is attitudes and beliefs that you are conscious at a conscious level. So you are aware to some degree. Unconscious bias. This is where the challenge happens, right here. Because when you have an unconscious bias and then it comes into your awareness that you did not realize that you have, it can be difficult to process at times. This is where we're making quick judgments. This is where stereotypes can occur. And just to make a fuss, you can't say, oh, that was my unconscious bias showing up. If you say that, you're conscious of it, right? And so here are some examples of unconscious bias. Similarity or conformity bias, making decisions around people who look, think, similar to you. Expedience, just making decisions quickly as possible, just finding the best quick solution. So you're going to minimize finding the best source. Experience, the tendency to believe that how we see the world is inherently truer than someone else's perspective. Has anyone experienced this one? Right here? Their truth is different than your truth? Distance, the tendency to assign greater value to those things that we perceive to be closer to us rather than further away. So, oh, I'm not dealing with it. I haven't been through that. But until you go through it, and then it becomes a reality. Safety, which is the tendency to over-account for negative outcomes instead of positive, which we've shared some examples of this today. So at the end of the day, when it comes to all of this type of work, I just want to end with a simple reminder to grant yourself some grace. It's a lot. You all deal with a lot and you're navigating potential consequences as well. And when it comes to bias and any kind of DEI work, typically emotions show up. And those emotions can look like anger, frustration. Anger and frustration show up very quickly. You know why? Those are the emotions protecting your more vulnerable emotions. Those are the emotions that show up first. That I think you were saying when things get so almost chaotic, right? And you've been guarded, anger shows up. So grant yourself some grace, give yourself some time as well as when you're navigating difficult challenges. And then also on the receiving end, when you're interacting with people and you realize anger shows up. What is it for them? Oh, that's an emotion, that's a protective emotion for them. And maybe you're the first person that they are then interacting with. These are just some examples of reducing bias in the workplace. But I really want to end right here on the grant yourself some grace. I think that's a good moment for us. And I really want to thank you all for being vulnerable and sharing. Any questions? I should tell you all who all has taken off this training though. Parks and Rec, Public Works, the leadership, and IT is signed up as well. So you're signing up for training. Willingly.
Everybody good? You want, okay, all right, let's take a reset for, let's go 350.
Development and Neighborhood Connections Director. I wanted to take a few minutes to kind of set a little context framework for the report. As you'll see, this report is for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023. So you'll see some data that, might seem not up to date, but that's because this is actually the annual report. I also mentioned that this report is structured like the previous annual report that was delivered to you all. I believe that would have been in 2022. So just so that you'll understand that we adopted the framework that was already in place as we both joined the team here in Apex. So it will be laid out similar to what you've seen before. It will also provide just a little bit of a tease of the information that we will be bringing to you in April when we do our in-depth work session. So this is just a piece of the work that we've been doing. We'll have a lot more detail for you in terms of the work around housing and also the build out of the department and the other activities that are underway. Michael is our senior housing specialist, and I often tease him and say he's the veteran of the department. He got here almost a year before I did, and he held it down pretty much by himself until I was able to join the team. So with that, I'll turn it over to Michael, and he'll bring you the report.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Marla, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. Having me today, as Marla said, this is the annual housing report for fiscal year 23. Similar framework to the first housing report for fiscal year 22. And the way it's designed is there's a community profile with ACS data from the 5-year estimates from 2017 to 2021. Those were the estimates that were released during the reporting year. And so we'll show that, and then we'll talk about the progress that's being made towards the adopted. That's the framework for it, community profile, and then we address each category of recommendations in the plan, near term, mid-term, long-term, and then we have a slide for the affordable housing fund as well. So introduction letter from Director Newman, just stating what I just said. The annual housing report provides a community profile that includes key housing affordability data collected from the American Beach Survey, followed by the town's progress report toward accomplishing the recommendations outlined in the 2021 adopted Apex Affordable Housing Plan. And so we worked closely with the Housing Advisory Board, particularly Chair Welch, in framing this year's report. He had a lot of feedback. I started collecting data for the report in the fall after Marla started. And then we presented a draft to the HAB in December, solicited their feedback and input. And then from there, worked with Chair Welch to incorporate some of the things that he wanted to see and kind of fleshed out some of the things that I had put together. We published the report in January, and now I'm here today to talk to you all about it. So it's been a long process, but overall, really glad to have this thing published. I think looking forward to this current reporting year, we're gonna have the next report produced much faster timeline wise. As soon as the fiscal year ends, we'll be collecting data and we'll be just much more organized for the next report. So July or August, hopefully, is when we'll be able to publish the next one, so on and so forth. So jumping into the community profile, this slide here was the source of a lot of discussion between myself and the GIS team and planning, and of course, Chair Welch. Basically, we used ACS data, like I said, the data that was published in the reporting year. However, there are some discrepancies in the population estimates with this number. As I understand it, there were in the 2020 census, the town's population was miscalculated. Also, the ACS numbers are on a rolling average. So we did include those. We thought it would be best to include the population estimate there, but I also have a link on the web-based version to the Town of Apex Development Report so that readers can go in and see a point in time estimate of the town's population.
So, average household size, almost 3. And then of course, the median household income, you see the number there, that's, slightly higher than the Raleigh MSA, which is, the income limits published by HUD for Wake County and Franklin County. So before I jump any further, do you all have any questions about this slide or? Okay. And so here we also used ACS data to outline households that are cost burdened and extremely cost burdened. And households that are cost burdened are defined as households that spend more than 30% of their gross income on housing costs. For renters, that's rent and utilities. Households that are considered extremely cost burdened are those who spend 50% or more of their gross income on rent and utilities. So the ACS does provide estimates as to how many households are not only renters in town, you see just above 5,000. And then of course, an estimate as to how many households are extremely cost burdened and how many households are cost burdened. So together, 2,000 of the renter households in the town are considered cost burdened. So that's some important data there. We can use this to help shape how we want to see future light tech developments for rental properties come in, so on, so. And so this slide here, there's quite a bit to unpack. But it's part of the community profile and a slide to demonstrate a decent estimate as to how much housing does cost in Apex. And so the 3 figures outlined here, the one on the far right is the fiscal year 23 HUD fair market rent for a 2-bedroom unit, how they would define what a fair rent should be in the Raleigh MSA. We have a median market rate sales price for homes based on Redfin sales data, which is data that's collected through their index based on all sales that go through the local MLS. And so for the month of June, the last month in the reporting year, the median market rate home sales price in Apex was $585,000. And so those month-by-month sales numbers in the fiscal year were really volatile. In February, we saw a dip of median sales prices go all the way down to 505. And then, of course, in April, we saw a spike as high as 630. So the sales market in Apex, at least last fiscal year, was very volatile. So hard to predict what a home's going to cost, and of course, how we can. And even looking forward into the following month in July, median sales prices spiked to 615,000 based on Redfin data. So moving into the median market rate rents for 2-bedroom units, based on the Zillow rent index, right below 1,700. I use 2-bedroom units because it's reasonable to think that given how our average household size is around three people, a 2-bedroom unit would be sufficient for. And then, of course, we have some assumptions below these figures on what a 3-person household could afford earning 100% AMI. And then, of course, what a 3-person household could afford earning 80% AMI. And so those estimates, I used a mortgage calculator, and then I also used an Excel calculator that former staff had used to determine these types of estimates. And really the point is that, taking these factors into consideration, households earning at or below the area median income just simply can't afford to purchase a home. So, a lot to unpack there, but is there any questions?
With the previous slide and this slide are combined, right? So you have 124 families, households making over $100,000. Let's go 1 slide forward, please.
Oh.
that are considered cost burdens, and, you know, there's a sliver in there that's considered extremely cost burdens. How can that be? I mean, that means that they're spending at least $30,000 on rents a year, right? That doesn't seem to track to some of the averages and medians that, you know, so unless the only rentable units available to them was, you know, more than $2,500 a month. Right? It just feels a little strange that somebody with, you know, over $100,000 spent that much on rent. You know, to the point that they're in some cases extremely cost burdens. So I'm just trying to make sense out of this, like, you know, is this. What's kind of, you know, what's the story there? Like, what's the story around the, you know, the 124 households, and, you know, even, you know, by extension, the 178 that are between the 75 and the $100,000, right? Because it feels based on you know, median rents that you just showed us, right? There should be units available that wouldn't put people in that position.
Right. Well, the ACS also, going back a couple other slides. ACS, of course, provides a median household income, but they do quantify how many households, they do estimate how many households are making between 50,000 and 75,000, how many households make below that, so on and so forth. So I don't know, there must be large discrepancies in the income gap. Would be the best way I could explain it. I don't actually know for sure.
I'm just curious because, you know, again, like they're specifically classified, you know, making more than $100,000. Yet still be cost burdens, you know, because of their, you know, which is considered 30% of gross income goes to rent, right? And so just doing the math, like if doesn't seem to track with some of the rental average. So unless these people are in really expensive houses, right? That's the only way that kind of makes sense.
That would be my best estimate.
So there's a low supply of housing, for example, in Apex. So in terms of low income or affordable, people are spending more than 50% of their salary towards rent.
I get that, but I don't get it for somebody making more than $100,000, like on the next slide. Right, so that's what I mean, like, I don't want to derail the whole conversation, like, you know, there must be, you know, people living in, you know, paying $3,000 worth of rent on $100,000 salary, so that's
That's the case.
Yeah, I think given, you know, the median market rate rent is $1,700 a month for a 2-bedroom, I think that's very likely. Yeah. And this was just for the month of June. Okay. I'm certainly in the next report, I'm happy to commit to, you know, a broader range of incomes.
It just, you know, like,
yeah.
And I realize these are averages, right? So I get it. It just seems if you're spending that much on rent, like the mortgage would almost be cheaper. But anyway, like.
I think in some cases it could be. But you know, per the rent index that Zillow provides, you know, a typical rent rate could be as high as $2,300. So if you think about a luxury apartment, that maybe 3-bedroom even. So any other questions on these slides? So just like for renter households, the ACS does provide estimates for owner households that are cost burdened. They estimate that there's 15,000 owner households in the town, 672 of which are extremely cost burdened, and just over 1,200 that are considered cost burdened. So moving forward into the progress of the affordable housing plan, we have a quick slide just demonstrating expenditures of the affordable housing fund in the reporting year. Stone Glen was provided a majority of their loan that committed back several years ago. 164 low to moderate income units on South U Street. This project is under construction and nearing completion, hopefully sometime this summer.
And then, of course, we provided our typical funding to Apex Cares, our housing rehabilitation program. The reason that only 200,000 was spent was because 50, it's kind of confusing. 50,000 of committed dollars from the Affordable Housing Fund was spent in Apex Cares' first year in fiscal year 21. And then we actually spent 250,000 in fiscal year 22. So we're kind of $50,000 behind for fiscal year 23, but we should be back to $250,000 for this current fiscal year. So most of the funds expended to date have been on Apex Cares. And then, of course, a good chunk of this year's was on the gap financing loan system. So for those who aren't familiar or haven't looked at it in a while, this is how the Affordable Housing Plan is laid forth. There's near-term recommendations, midterm recommendations, and long-term recommendations. And we address just about every single one of these, except the bottom two here in this year's report. And so for near-term recommendations, those between 0 and 2 years of plan adoption, and we're in year 2 of that process. The first was build the town's staff capacity. So myself and AT and John were hired in the fiscal year, and then of course the recruiting for Marla's position started in the reporting year. Showing to the Housing Advisory Board. These are the members that served during the reporting year. I believe in March, they have nominated Chair Welch and Vice Chair Fussell to serve again in those roles. And of course, Mayor, you recommended reappointment, and those were confirmed at your March 14th meeting. Sadly, we do have a vacant position, but I think we'll be addressing that in the current. And then moving to the Affordable Housing Incentive Zoning Policy. My first exposure to the policy was in December of 22, shortly after I joined the town. The CAB meeting in December when Aaron Sorrell was brought to provide consulting and technical support. And so in the spring, him and I worked to reframe the policy turnout based on HAB deliberations. And then in early June, the HAB voted to recommend the policy. I took the policy to the planning board in mid-June. They recommended as well. And of course, at your last meeting of the fiscal year, you voted to adopt the policy as it is. Some good news there. We've already been working on seeing how we can improve it, enhance it, and so on. So
Can I ask you, has it been used yet by development? I can't call this, but.
yeah, so I'll provide an update on what's happened in the fiscal year. We started implementing it in this policy draft 1. So even before I think I even started with the town in October of 22, it was kind of being used in that side. So jumping ahead, we did start using the policy early in the fiscal year, and then there were some projects that were approved. I think one of these 10 projects was approved after policy adoption. So the majority of rezoning applications that were approved by you all were actually applied for, and affordable housing recommendations were made while the policy was still in draft. So in fiscal year 23, 10 rezoning projects were approved, 1,300 market rate units. Out of those 1,300 units, we received commitments for 66 affordable housing units for a total affordable unit percentage of 5.06. The current goal of the policy is 5%. And so the bottom two tables break those total units down into ownership units and rental units. We got 31 ownership units and we got 35 affordable rental units. Affordable ownership unit percentage 6.29 and affordable rental 4.32. And on the next slide, I provided very detailed information on every single one of these projects. So some of these I'm sure seem familiar with you. Pretty much all of the ownership developments, we're targeting 100% AMI. And then 2 of the rental units targeted 80%, and then 1 of those rental units, the affordable units target residents at 60% AMI. Or above, or excuse me, below. So these are the 2 numbers I just showed you. 66 units out of 1,300. We had a median affordability term of 13.5 years. And then, of course, a median AMI breakdown of 92%. So below the area median. Any questions?
I'm just interested in the last column because my understanding about this policy was that it wouldn't be just they want to get their development approved. There'd be some trade-offs about this, like there'd be some things we wouldn't like that would make the affordability more of a palatable thing for the developer to do. I'm just not seeing it on that right first column, really. And I'm wondering,
The policy wasn't approved by none yet, like all of the trade-offs.
like, it's happening now, I guess. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, well, so when I started using the policy, I started providing the draft to applicants.
Yeah.
And letting them know that, yes, the policy hasn't been adopted yet, but we still can discuss potential incentives if you like. The weird thing is that applicants have not been requesting incentives, strangely enough. So the only 2 projects that requested an incentive as a trade-off to providing affordable units were Utley Farms and Chapel Ridge North. Those are blank because they simply just didn't request.
Is the issue that the incentive isn't good enough?
They're also not delivering on the number of units, right? Because it doesn't the policy begin with 5% of available units?
That's the minimum recommendation.
I just back out the 2 rows that are 100% there. This chart looks not as great. Right? Like there's average of 5%, but there's 2 projects that are 100%.
I guess I just personally think was expecting some really painful rezonings, but the benefit was really good affordability. And besides the ones that are 100%, I haven't seen that yet, and I'm wondering why. Maybe it's just, it'll happen later.
One of the things also to keep in mind, those 100% they tend to be nonprofits or mission-driven developers. So those who are traditional market rate developers, those are the ones that we have to engage in intense negotiations with to get even that 5%. And of course, as a reminder, I think when this was adopted June of last year, it was with the idea that this was to kind of formalize something that had been in the works informally with folks, so that now we would have a policy. But the idea is that we would come back to you this year and look at how successful the policy has been and potentially making recommendations about how we can adjust the policy to actually achieve the affordable objectives that we need. But right now, it is a challenge to get those developers who aren't mission-driven to really want to come to the table to provide those affordable units. So part of the incentives that we're looking at, how to increase incentives so that we can get those. And some of those that we'll be hoping for would also be in the form of cash. But that tends to help a lot.
Can we do
Just
that?
like, I'm sorry?
Can we do that? We'd love to.
Yes, we can.
There are limits on, can't pay for affordability if it's not a certain, it's only a percentage. Is that not right?
Right, but there's a wide swath of availability about how we can invest in developments to get at the affordability levels that we require. So that would be part of what we bring to you all probably in the next few months. I don't know that we'll be ready by the time we have our work session in April, but we're currently working on some ideas about how we might be able to strengthen the policy to actually get more units than what you're seeing we've got so far.
I think the other thing that is kind of curious here, right? So if you look at the 2022 approved, said that there are a large number of units with much fewer affordable units. Like in 2023, you see an uptick in percentage wise in terms of the number of units that are being made affordable, even though our policy, our incentives are not being used. We're kind of hitting that 5% mark in 2023.
I think there's like, I think this conversation speaks to, with policies, there's carrots and there's sticks. And, we're in a place today where our policy, what the industry's proposed, is all carrots, right? And I don't think that works, frankly. Like, I think you have to have a combination of both ends of it. I think if you have all carrots, what you have is, the reality is you have people coming to, acquire property and build a property used to build it. And increase in density may not work for someone who's a town developer, because they're gonna go build townhomes, they're gonna go build apartments, you know, so there's a lot more legwork there. I think the stick part is us. Like, we have to start saying no, people don't propose at least 5%, like 5% should get you in the door. And that was my frustration with the policy, is it said 5% is there, and like, I think that should be the floor personally. So I think an effective policy is gonna be both, there'll be carrots and sticks, it's on us to turn stuff down that doesn't meet whatever you feel is the no non-affordability.
If I could say, a little spoiler alert, we are going to be proposing a higher percentage. 5% is just, I agree with you, way too low based on our needs. I think, Assistant Town Manager, Demetria John, brought some information to you a few months ago during the work session with Wake County, where, the overwhelming majority of our own staff can't afford to live here. So we have got to have more stick, like you say, and our opinion is that our minimum percentage needs to be higher, and we have to stick to our guns. Absolutely.
Well, and the other thing to think of too is, when this policy, when the HAB was debating all of this, staff did a great job on researching what's available out there now, like what jurisdictions already have this policy in place and how often it's actually being used. And like Durham, they have a incentive zoning policy. It's literally never been used. So we have to learn from their mistakes and our own, but we had to put something in place and then make these adjustments to see what is going to make this the right thing that developers choose.
I thought cash is always the way it was gonna go eventually, though. I always thought that was more of an incentive than the density when you have neighbors fighting. If the neighbors aren't gonna care about, or give them cash incentive.
In the day, it's numbers in a spreadsheet. I have to hit a certain number for them to get their loan for the project.
Yeah.
But looking at additional sources of revenue that we can invest is part of the work that we're doing as a staff. We're researching what are those other avenues that the town can avail itself of, that we can then invest in these properties so that we can have that incentive. So it's not just the zoning, but it may be some cash, but then that comes with a price.
Speaking of cash, there's cash, and then there's us waiving fees.
But I'm talking cash in addition to waiving fees, because we already do some of that.
Right, my understanding is waiving fees is more statutorily permitted than when we actually bring cash to it, right?
Not necessarily.
I thought there was only like, if you brought cash to it, it had to be 20% or something.
Well, I mean, there are stipulations on how you do it, but we have a lot of latitude in how we can invest, be it loans, grants, forgivable loans, which can turn into a grant long-term. So much may be forgiven over a period of time. So there are a number of mechanisms. And then, while we have our affordable housing fund, there's also federal funding that we can access that can go into these developments as well. And that also helps with getting at that affordability level.
I thought there were requirements on amount of affordability before we were able to bring cash. I guess what I was saying, I thought it had to be true.
We can.
Could you be referring to the general statute that prevents us from, we have to put 25%, I think it is.
20%.
25%, 20 or 25% towards those projects that are 60% and below. After you satisfy that 20 or 25%, then you can go up higher in spending the town's money or any other funding that's available. I think that might be what you.
So
yeah, I think it's the same statute.
If you provide funding to the developer,
hit threshold.
It kind of lends itself to really needing to be a rental project with really deep.
That's what I was getting at, is like, I thought there was a general statute, which clearly I don't know the details of, but there is some.
Mhm.
But I thought waiving fees more flexible, we can just waive fees, whenever there are fees. Set our fees,
We can't be waived, we have to,
Well, we
that
would have-
subsidy has to be provided in the form of a reimbursement. The development fees can't
Right,
actually.
but is that treated the same as cash, I guess what I'm asking?
No,
Or,
no.
okay, because that's important, because you might have a developer who doesn't want to go all rental, doesn't want to go 25%. But we could say, oh, waive some fees.
We reimburse some fees, but certainly when we're able to tap into those federal dollars, home investment partnership dollars are the primary ones I'm thinking about that we can use for new construction. We can have a great deal of investment using those dollars that go above that 20%. And so we can bring you some examples of some other developments that have actually accessed those dollars when we do our work session in April.
It's fit into their pro formas in different places. So that's what you have to keep in mind. The waiving of fees fits into their pro forma one way, the financing fits in another way.
Like above the line, below the line.
Right, and so you can stretch the financing piece further than just the fee. So it's just about how they build their performance.
Thank you, Sean.
Yeah, just some quick highlights with these projects. These two rezonings, they're shown separately because they actually work in separate rezoning cases, but it's the same site. It's an affordable, housing development that's tied to a separate market rate site. I can't remember the name of it. Where I came into play right around the end of 2022 was with these two projects. I think, the Heights, but I think they were originally at 1. I got this go for 2. And then this LA 64 West, that was the first project that I really started applying the policy track to. So I'm not quite sure exactly what happened between my discussions with them and your all's approval of the project, but that is the ideal scenario. 5% of the units at 80% AMI or below. And no incentive was requested, even though they were provided. Any other questions on that before we move forward? All right, moving into our owner occupied rehabilitation assistance program, Apex Cares. To date, we've spent 500,000, completed 25 rehabs. As of the completion of this report, we've just completed some more. But in the reporting year, we completed 15 rehabs, anywhere from floor replacements to shower to tub conversions to roof replacements, things that are geared towards health and safety. And we extended the contract with Rebuilding Together the Triangle during the fiscal year. They've been great partners. So any questions here? Tied to the Apex Cares program, we had the home repair fair that was greatly influenced by Hab Chair Welch. Many of you were there. That was a great event. We're currently using it as a basis for expanding that annual fair. Around 70 people attended the event as just regular attendees. But RCT was there. We were there promoting Apex Cares. NC Housing Finance Agency was there, Wake County was there, Habitat, Resources for Seniors. So all in all, the general feeling was that it was a productive event. And moving to our two LIHTC developments, Stone Glen and Abbey Spring, both moved through the development review process in the reporting year. Stone Glen completed their development review process. And like I said earlier, construction is hopefully to be completed by summer of 24. And then with Abbey Spring, not much happened there other than they received site plan approval in October.
Heard that project is kind of in question right now because of the new financing, cost of construction. What's the status on that one?
As I understand it, they do have a large financing gap. They've let us know that, they let the county know that. But Marla, do you have anything you have to add?
One of the things that the county has conveyed to the developer is to go back and redo their numbers and also to look at some additional resources. One of the things that we're researching, and we're hoping for some positive news that we could then convey to them is whether this area still qualifies for USDA money, because it could be, because it's 100% affordable and for seniors. If Apex is still within the USDA footprint, then that might be another source of funding that was not previously considered. Because we do have another 1 or 2 developments here in Apex that were financed with USDA money. So we're doing some research now to see if that's another option that we can recommend that they pursue. But we're working in tandem with Wake County to try to help them solve that gap.
Wake County did push back to them also
Mhm.
about making sure they come to the table first and have exhausted all of their options. And part of that is even going back to the Housing Finance Agency about getting permission to raise their rents. And a lot of times you cannot do that because, you know, for obvious reasons, but that they want them to do that, and plus they have to certify their environmental.
Right.
So there are things that they need to check boxes with Wake County to.
But from my understanding, though, the developer is still very much committed to the project and is looking for every way possible to make it go forward.
Could you give me an idea what the dollar gap is that we're talking about?
It's 4 million. At least
With the
when we
9%
talked
too.
about 3 months ago, it was 4 million.
Okay, moving into the midterm recommendations, we're in the early stages of this category. Annual housing report, this is the second edition. As I said, I've committed to really making sure that next report is much more timely than this one. And we, of course, worked really closely with the GIS team on the online housing dashboard to be specific to affordable housing development. We worked really closely with them in the fall and started kind of tuning some things over the winter. And of course, this is actually published and available to the public. So some good news there. DEI update. As you know, this is a recommendation in the Affordable Housing Plan. Thank you, Linda, for providing this to me. Worked with Linda on there. So, I mean, I'm not going to go into too much detail just based on what they presented today, but of course, Celeste was hired in the reporting year, and then in June, Linda was invited to present the language access plan to the Western Regional CAC. Linda, do you have anything you want to add?
No, this is just a general overview. We, of course, we have not made progress. We made at the time. And Marsville also sits with the WRCAC, so they also presented where they were at the time.
Yep, and then moving forward, I think a designee from our department will be participating in that CAC. Marla, will that be me or Rebecca?
For the,
Western Regional CAC.
that will be Brianne.
Oh, Brianne, okay. Yeah, I just wanted to let them know what that date was there. Did some work on the department's website. I worked closely with IT to get our new department their own website, of course, and then we'll have sub-pages. At least that's how it exists now. Affordable housing, it's an active site. Links to everything for the public reader to be able to click and access real quick. You know, for our home repair fair, we, you know, did have a multilingual marketing campaign. You know, we had promotional items printed in Spanish. We had staff at the event who were bilingual and could help with folks who needed language assistance there. I engaged with the public at the Peak Fest. That was my first Peak Fest. That was a lot of fun. Of course, provided updates to the Western Regional Affordable Housing Action Group, which Chair Weld is heavily involved in. And then, of course, engage really closely with planning staff, housing dashboard. And of course, me being on the technical review. Advocacy partners, the big item here is the utility customer assistance program administered through Western Wake Christ Ministry. You know, that program predates, you know, me joining the town. And I can provide an update on that for the reporting year. But with this initiative, the town is needed for additional education and communication about the need for affordable housing. Partnering with organizations and groups can help the town work to address affordable housing needs. We partner with Western Wake Crisis Ministry. We partner with Rebuilding Together. We partnered with Habitat on affordable development. And of course, we partner with Wake.
Can you describe the nature of the discussions you've had with Cary, Morrisville, and maybe other municipalities, with what they're doing? Because it's a regional problem, and we're just one place.
Right. I've been in contact with Morrisville staff. They've had questions about the incentive zoning policy. I think they, of course, have some intentions on doing something similar. Not relating to the western part of the county, but I've also been in communications with people down in Wake Forest. They've come to us and they want to do an incentive zoning policy. So I've been kind of helping them talk through that.
How about Cary?
Cary, not much, honestly. They're an entitlement community, and one day we strive to be an entitlement community. So I think there'll be definitely some opportunities to collaborate there. Very intentionally.
And Holly Springs Speedway, how much with them?
Not any story.
I didn't think so, but I was curious. Okay, thanks.
Certainly can if you'd like you to.
I wish we were all aligned a little bit more on this topic.
Okay.
That'd be, I think, it'd help everybody address this problem together. I think it'd be more effective, but I'm not sure that's the policy they want.
We did share that.
Yes. And when they follow up with you, have any of them? I didn't even. I brings under the policy, then this is not to adopt it. Yeah. And people, I think, didn't even do it. Well, maybe not official policy, but it's still a problem there. And so maybe there's ways we could work around that with them and I don't know, if possible. Okay, thanks.
Okay, sure. All right, as previously mentioned, the Consent Lane project with Habitat, they did in the reporting year finish the final 3 homes for sale products. Sale prices between $360 and $390 for first-time home buyers, earning no more than 70% AMI. Consent Lane is just inside the Peakway near Tinder Road. Yep. And so in December of 22, kind of in the middle of the fiscal year, I started reaching out to local lending institutions to try and talk to them about, our goals for a first-time home buyer program and how that's in the affordable housing plan and how that's kind of be one of the next steps. Basically, my conversations with them were, hey, we have a deed restriction template that we would be using in these circumstances. Do our deed restrictions that would be used to ensure long-term affordability, would they conflict with your lending programs for first-time home buyers? So I got really great feedback. These are the institutions that I spoke with, and even folks from North State Bank. They offer to be a valuable resource in the future. So there's certainly going to be a partnership there one way or another. So started to lay the foundation for a homeownership assistance program, hopefully in the near future.
So did these lenders confirm that the deed restriction was not problematic?
That's correct.
Okay. Have you heard of any banks where it was problematic? Because you know that a developer stood up before us 2 weeks ago and told us that deed restrictions were problematic and that's why they couldn't raise it from 3 to 5.
Right,
And-
I'm aware of that.
Yes.
That's not the experience that I had.
We have a list of approved lenders that will lend in any of these kinds of situations. And immediately after I saw that testimony, I provided the list to Assistant Town Manager Johns to let her know that we have a number of banks, and some of them actually will be vendors at, or have information booths at our housing fair in April. So this is something that happens all around the country. You have banks that understand this work and are ready to lend and have no problems with the restricted covenants and deed restrictions, be it single family or multifamily.
Do any of them have kind of special mortgage structures that?
They do have
very
different
low
projects,
down
they have
payments?
products, right?
That are kind of meant for this purpose?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
And Truist is one. Matter of fact, we had our planning meeting yesterday, our initial planning meeting for the housing fair, and Truist is at the table, and they will actually be providing a workshop during the housing fair to talk about some of the products that they have and their first-time home buyer programs and things of that nature. So yes, a number of the banks have special products just for this kind of work. And we're happy to share that list with you anytime.
I was gonna say, can you share with them how Raleigh just increased their, down payment assistance to up to $70,000 or more?
And Wake County's 90. Yeah, so, yeah, we see some where the down payment assistance can go as high as 90,000, just because of the market, this area. Right, which is one of the reasons why we're really anxious to be able to, and Michael mentioned it, to become an entitlement community where we can get our own direct HUD allocation of home dollars, CDBG and all of that, so that we can have more control over our destiny. Because right now we have to go through Wake County. And so we're limited in how quickly and much we can access dollars. So if we become an entitlement community, then we have a set amount we know every year that we will get. And then we can plan better for how we will invest.
And that's a good point, is like, there's a lot of other communities in the area that do this stuff. Maybe Texas, maybe, I'm leading edge, but Gary and Raleigh being federal communities, they're getting federal dollars to do it.
Correct.
And we're just using our general fund.
Correct.
No, hold on, we're getting federal dollars, it's just going to Wake County and then back, right?
Well, but it's not that easy.
That's not what getting federal dollars means. We go.
Well,
But we have to, there's a, to me, a convoluted competitive
Right,
process
but
to get it out of Wake County.
by population,
We don't
our
just
amount
get-
is going to Wake County, it's just, are we getting that back from
No.
Wake County?
No,
That's why I know it's not.
I thought we were actually have population enough to do this.
We do, and that's what, one of the things we're pursuing this year is how to become.
I'm getting upset again. So listen, and that's why I was so mad before, because I feel like the county was using us having our dollar that we're bringing forward as a reason to push the entitlement dollars they got to other communities. Oh, it has to take care of this loan because they got $1.5 million.
Well, they can't use gap financing, they can't use federal money for gap financing, I don't think, can
Yes,
they?
yes, you can.
I thought it was for existing units.
No,
It's
no,
not?
no. CDBG you can use for existing units if you're going to rehab a development or a house.
Yeah.
You can use community development block grant, but if you
Yeah.
want to build new construction, you use home dollars.
The problem is right now is when we have development up, we have to have the developer go to the Wake County and say, can we have this money? And they could say yes or no, whatever their criteria is. If we have our own entitlement, then we have a set amount and we get to be the ones to say yes or no to that.
Correct.
So.
But also as a local unit of government, the local unit of government can request that money also, as opposed to the developer going and requesting that money as an individual developer.
Yeah.
And how much money would we get if we were throwing anything, like, we have rough ideas?
No, we don't have that yet. Right.
That's the almost that we're working. Demetrius says almost, that's what we're working on. So there's-
That's
good. Called us entitlement community, even though we weren't. That was the whole hang up.
Yeah, the offer was a little different,
Yeah.
right?
I like to call it, right? Like, now you're negative on this stuff now.
Because we're, yeah.
But we're working on that part. That's one of the first
When's the
assignments for our new housing
When's the
program
next
managers.
year's, when's the next renewal? Because that'll be the time, right? We'll do this. We're not gonna renew with Wake County.
So that's a whole nother something we need to work on, because I think we're under an agreement right now. We have to look at
Certain years.
April. This is it.
This is this year, right?
It's reduced this year for another year, so we would have a year to work on this.
Oh, that's right, yeah. We're not gonna do another 3 year.
Yeah.
It was a
Right.
3-year term.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
And this is also the time Wake County has come to us and said, hey, what do you need? And maybe we haven't been saying that loud enough to them, but they have asked And so we have been saying, we're going to need, you know, these dollars for X, Y, and Z. And so we're having that conversation, especially now that the housing director is getting ready to leave this summer. Marla has already met with her and we've been asking, what do you need? So we need to be intentional about telling them what we need, especially while we're working on, you know, becoming that entitlement.
I really appreciate very much the change in mentality in the direction we're going there, because previously it was all about kind of an insular way of being and not really telegraphing our needs outward. And we're doing that a lot better now, and I really appreciate that communication so that we can actually use, you know, Apex taxpayer dollar money in Apex and it not be distributed out as much.
I mean, to leverage the local fund investment with all of the other funding sources that are out there. We can get more bang for our buck.
Well, there was no staff before either, though, to do this.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
I fully acknowledge that.
We changed that. That was even.
That was, I mean, that was one of the first
Sure.
statements that I made on the finance committee, is I don't want to hear those numbers anymore. Those arbitrary limits.
Right. Yeah, so lots of kinks to figure out there with the entitlement funding, but that's definitely a priority. Just to revert back to the homeownership support, you know, relating to the county, we have been talking to them very closely on that. For, you know, first-time home buyers, once we have a down payment assistance program established, really being intentional about them being able to leverage our dollars with their dollars to see how they can maximize that down payment system. And the same goes for the Apex Cares program. They have funding available. Home rehabilitation, excuse me. So we'll be looking to leverage those dollars and stack them as well. ARPA, you know, there's money set aside. We engage with the school government to do some site analysis and some pre-development activities. We engage with them in the fiscal year, and of course, you know, the activities aren't mentioned here because they didn't occur in this reporting. So
when will it, is that in the April work session that we're going to get the results of that analysis?
From the school of government.
Yeah.
That's our goal, is to have their analysis.
All right, and this slide here, you know, it's included because it's a recommendation in the plan. This is far out of reach of my technical expertise. So this was provided, this update here was provided by the long range group. They participated in a study, transit-oriented development study conducted by NCDOT regarding the S-line development. And moving into the long-term recommendations, as I alluded to earlier, there's been activity with the utility customer service program. 219 households served in the year for a total of 43,297.
How long is that funding good for? So if you only spend 43,000 out of 509,000, a lot of money. Is that meant to be for 5 years, 10 years, or is this an annual, you know, fund that we need to reaffirm every single budget cycle?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on.
I'll speak to that.
Yeah,
That's what he said. So the initial amount that was put in there was based off of what we were seeing during COVID. That was the pandemic. That was the impetus for setting the program up. And then after that, we went through it and we even extended the program and used some what we saw. Those that original 509. I think even at this point, that was set up in 2020. I think we've only used about half of that money that's in there. I think it's roughly 240, something like that left in there. So there was a significant portion early on, but now we're back to kind of our regular numbers. And you may not recall, but we presented a lot of that information before we were getting the numbers to put in, what amount to put in, and what was presented at the time. I mean, we don't have a lot of delinquent or over fees. I mean, we have some, but not a lot. And that's what the program is designed to do, is to support during those times. So we have never come back and asked for additional funding because there's been enough in there to support what we see, on average. The original program was set up as a response to COVID, but our understanding was, and what I communicated to staff at the time, was we fully expected it to be an ongoing program based on the direction we had from council. And then at the appropriate time, when funds were low, then it would become an annual budget allocation for council to look into. And we would just present, hey, here's what we saw, we would look at our trends, here's what's there, and come to it. We just haven't gotten to the point where we need an annual allocation yet.
Yeah, and I think the big takeaway for 23 was that the amount of funding requested, there was a drop off. In fiscal year 22, the funds dispersed exceeded that.
Was that initial $500,000, did we get reimbursed from funds from the government that we have to spend by 26, or is that from?
No, those were ARPA. That was before ARPA even existed. Yeah,
I thought there was a way we could reimburse ourselves though for previous expenditures. We may have tried to pay off our.
We did have some, coincidentally enough, I signed that paper this week. We signed off on the CARES money. When I say CARES money from the federal government that we did get during those times. And we moved some things around and then had that cover some of our costs during that. But no, this was town money that we put into it. And then
Is this balance here sitting in the general fund, or is it moved to a separate account?
I'll let it's sitting in the general fund, so yeah.
So potentially, like, we could give it back to the general fund and just make an annual allocation here and out. Would that make any sense, or?
Get to it.
If you wanted to, it's just,
I mean, it's not money, so like, it's really moving the needle, but.
The issue that we don't have to refresh the appropriation every year. I imagine it's in the general fund. I imagine we have to, it'll be for the fiscal year, right?
That's right. That's correct. Yeah. So right now, it's just a carryover. It's a carryover.
All right, and that's the end of the action plan progress and, some appendices. One's just affordable housing costs, your typical cost for a renter household, your typical cost for ownership household. Area median income limits, the highlighted section there is the 65% AMI limited, that's Apex Cares. And then this is just a reiteration of the community profile slides, sales price data, and then rent price data. And that's it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anybody have any additional questions for me?
Thank you so much.
All right, thanks again for your.
So we'll make this real short. There's going to be some great segue into tomorrow with what you've heard today, both in terms of don't come together for, but then certainly with housing and some of the projects. So tomorrow morning, we'll dive into, we'll get an ARPA update on where we are on those projects, what that status looks like. You'll kind of see where the additional financing challenges might be, but we want to let you know where we are on the timeline. Then we will need some direction on some projects coming up as we look at water, specifically water tank, housing. We are looking at some sites. We will have some preliminary analysis on those sites. And then, and also with fire. And all those you'll see tomorrow, they're all interconnected. That's why they're all tied tomorrow morning. So we'll need some direction on that. And then we'll head into overview, where we are financial condition, and then CIP our workshop that you're used to kind of get some priorities and takes direction from that to help set the CIP and budget up. There's real heavy discussion on our budget process going forward. So that's our day tomorrow.
Right. And, I just want to thank the leadership. Thank y'all so much for everything. Our presentation were dynamic. And thank my colleague on council for all your work today. And, great first day. Alan, thank you for the logistics and setting everything up. You and your team. All right. Any other comments or questions before you dismiss? Okay. Actually, sir.